Library The Nectar of Devotion Dedication to the six Gosvems of VND Vana. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the six Gosvems, namely, our Santana Gosvem, our Arpa Gosvem, our Raghuntha Ba Gosvem, our Raghuntha Disa Gosvem, our Java Gosvem and our Gop La Ba Gosvem, who are very expert in scrutinizingly studying all the revealed scriptures with the aim of establishing eternal religious principles for the benefit of all human beings. Thus they are honored all over the three worlds, and they are worth taking shelter of because they are absorbed in the mood of the goddess and are engaged in the transcendental loving service of RDH and Krishna. Preface The Nectar of Devotion is a summary study of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which was written in Sanskrit by RLAR Gosvem Prabhupada. He was the chief of the six Gosvems, who were the direct disciples of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When he first met Lord Chaitanya, RLAR Gosvem Prabhupada was engaged as a minister in the Mohammedan government of Bengal. He and his brother Santana were then named Dabir Khs and Askara Malik respectively, and they held responsible posts as ministers of Nawab Hussain Shah. At that time, 500 years ago, the Hindu society was very rigid, and if a member of the Brahma caste accepted the service of a Mohammedan ruler, he was at once rejected from Brahma society. That was the position of the two brothers, Dabir Khs and Askara Malik. They belonged to the highly situated Sarasvata Brahma community, but they were ostracized due to their acceptance of ministerial posts in the government of Hussain Shah. It is the grace of Lord Chaitanya that he accepted these two exalted personalities as his disciples and raised them to the position of Gosvems, the highest position in Brahminical culture. Similarly, Lord Chaitanya accepted Haridsa H. Kaura as his disciple, although Haridsa happened to be born of a Mohammedan family, and Lord Chaitanya later on made him the Siriya of the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, 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 Hare. Lord Chaitanya's principle is universal. Anyone who knows the science of Krishna and is engaged in the service of the Lord is accepted as being in a higher position than a person born in the family of a Brahma. That is the original principle accepted by all Vedic literatures, especially the Bhagavad Gita and Armad Bhagavatam. The principle of Lord Chaitanya's movement in educating and elevating everyone to the exalted post of a Gosvem is taught in the Nectar of Devotion. Lord Chaitanya met the two brothers Dabir Khs and Askara Malik in a village known as Armakeli in the district of Malda, and after that meeting the brothers decided to retire from government service and join Lord Chaitanya. Dabir Khs, who was later to become Arpa Gosvem, retired from his post and collected all the money he had accumulated during his service. It is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that his accumulated savings in gold coins equaled millions of dollars and filled a large boat. He divided the money in a very exemplary manner, which should be followed by devotees in particular and by humanity in general. 50% of his accumulated wealth was distributed to the Krishna-conscious persons, namely, the Brahmas and the Vaivas. 25% was distributed to relatives, and 25% was kept against emergency expenditures and personal difficulties. Later on, when Askara Malik also proposed to retire, the Nawab was very much agitated and put him into jail. But Askara Malik, who was later to become RLA Santana Gosvem, took advantage of his brother's personal money, which had been deposited with a village banker, and escaped from the prison of Hussain Shah. In this way both brothers joined Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Arpa Gosvem first met Lord Chaitanya at Praga, Allahabad, India, and at the Davamedha bathing ghat of that holy city the Lord instructed him continually for 10 days. The Lord particularly instructed Arpa Gosvem on the science of Krishna consciousness. These teachings of Lord Chaitanya to RLA Arpa Gosvem Prabhupada are narrated in our book Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Later, RLA Arpa Gosvem Prabhupada elaborated on the teachings of the Lord with profound knowledge of revealed scriptures and authoritative references from various Vedic literatures. RLA Arnivsa Siriya describes in his prayers to the six Gosvems that they were all highly learned scholars, not only in Sanskrit but also in foreign languages such as Persian and Arabic. They very scrutinizingly studied all the Vedic scriptures in order to establish the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on the authorized principles of Vedic knowledge. The present Krishna consciousness movement is also based on the authority of RLA Arpa Gosvem Prabhupada. We are therefore generally known as RP Nugas, or followers in the footsteps of RLA Arpa Gosvem Prabhupada. It is only for our guidance that RLAR Pagosvam prepared his book Bhakti Rasamta Sindhu, which is now presented in the form of the Nectar of Devotion. Persons engaged in the Krishna consciousness movement may take advantage of this great literature and be very solidly situated in Krishna consciousness. Bhakti means devotional service. Every service has some attractive feature which drives the servitor progressively on and on. Every one of us within this world is perpetually engaged in some sort of service, and the impetus for such service is the pleasure we derive from it. Driven by affection for his wife and children, a family man works day and night. A philanthropist works in the same way for love of the greater family, and a nationalist for the cause of his country and countrymen. That force that drives the philanthropist, the householder and the nationalist is called rasa, or a kind of mellow relationship, whose taste is very sweet. Bhakti rasa is a mellow different from the ordinary rasa enjoyed by mundane workers. Mundane workers labor very hard day and night in order to relish a certain kind of rasa, which is understood as sense gratification. The relish or taste of the mundane rasa does not long endure, and therefore mundane workers are always apt to change their position of enjoyment. A businessman is not satisfied by working the whole week. Therefore, wanting a change for the weekend, he goes to a place where he tries to forget his business activities. Then, after the weekend is spent in forgetfulness, he again changes his position and resumes his actual business activities. Material engagement means accepting a particular status for some time and then changing it. This position of changing back and forth is technically known as bhogataiga, which means a position of alternating sense enjoyment and renunciation. A living entity cannot steadily remain either in sense enjoyment or in renunciation. Change is going on perpetually, and we cannot be happy in either state because of our eternal constitutional position. Sense gratification does not endure for long, and it is therefore called kapila sukha, or flickering happiness. For example, an ordinary family man who works very hard day and night and is successful in giving comforts to the members of his family thereby relishes a kind of mellow, but his whole advancement of material happiness immediately terminates along with his body as soon as his life is over. Death is therefore taken as the representative of God for the atheistic class of men. The devotee realizes the presence of God by devotional service, whereas the atheist realizes the presence of God in the shape of death. At death everything is finished, and one has to begin a new chapter of life in a new situation, perhaps higher or lower than the last one. In any field of activity, political, social, national or international, the result of our actions will be finished with the end of life. That is sure. Bhakti rasa, however, the mellow relished in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, does not finish with the end of life. It continues perpetually and is therefore called amta, that which does not die but exists eternally. This is confirmed in all Vedic literatures. The Bhagavad Gita says that a little advancement in bhakti rasa can save the devotee from the greatest danger, that of missing the opportunity for human life. The rasas derived from our feelings in social life, in family life or in the greater family life of altruism, philanthropy, nationalism, socialism, communism, etc., do not guarantee that one's next life will be as a human being. We prepare our next life by our actual activities in the present life. A living entity is offered a particular type of body as a result of his action in the present body. These activities are taken into account by a superior authority known as Deva, or the authority of God. This Deva is explained in the Bhagavad Gita as the prime cause of everything, and in our Madhbhagavatam it is stated that a man takes his next body by Deva Netara, which means by the supervision of the authority of the Supreme. In an ordinary sense, Deva is explained as destiny. Deva supervision gives us a body selected from 8,400,000 forms. The choice does not depend on our selection but is awarded to us according to our destiny. If our body at present is engaged in the activities of Krishna consciousness, then it is guaranteed that we will have at least a human body in our next life. A human being engaged in Krishna consciousness, even if unable to complete the course of Bhakti Yoga, takes birth in the higher divisions of human society so that he can automatically further his advancement in Krishna consciousness. Therefore, all bona fide activities in Krishna consciousness are amta, or permanent. This is the subject matter of the Nectar of Devotion. This eternal engagement in Bhakti Rasa can be understood by a serious student upon studying the Nectar of Devotion. Adoption of Bhakti Rasa, or Krishna consciousness, will immediately bring one to an auspicious life free from anxieties and will bless one with transcendental existence, thus minimizing the value of liberation. Bhakti rasa itself is sufficient to produce a feeling of liberation because it attracts the attention of the Supreme Lord, Krishna. Generally, neophyte devotees are anxious to see Krishna or God, but God cannot be seen or known by our present, materially blunt senses. The process of devotional service as it is recommended in the Nectar of Devotion will gradually elevate one from the material condition of life to the spiritual status, wherein the devotee becomes purified of all designations. The senses can then become uncontaminated, being constantly in touch with Bhakti Rasa. When the purified senses are employed in the service of the Lord, one becomes situated in Bhakti Rasa life, and any action performed for the satisfaction of Krishna in this transcendental Bhakti Rasa stage of life can be relished perpetually. When one is thus engaged in devotional service, all varieties of rasas, or mellows, turn into eternity. In the beginning one is trained according to the principles of regulation under the guidance of the Siriya or spiritual master, and gradually, when one is elevated, devotional service becomes automatic and is characterized by spontaneous eagerness to serve Krishna. There are 12 kinds of rasas, as will be explained in this book, and by renovating our relationship with Krishna in 5 primary rasas we can live eternally in full knowledge and bliss. The basic principle of the living condition is that we have a general propensity to love someone. No one can live without loving someone else. This propensity is present in every living being. Even an animal like a tiger has this loving propensity at least in a dormant stage, and it is certainly present in the human beings. The missing point, however, is where to repose our love so that everyone can become happy. At the present moment the human society teaches one to love his country or family or his personal self, but there is no information where to repose the loving propensity so that everyone can become happy. That missing point is Krishna, and the Nectar of Devotion teaches us how to stimulate our original love for Krishna and how to be situated in that position where we can enjoy our blissful life. In the primary stage a child loves his parents, then his brothers and sisters, and as he daily grows up he begins to love his family, society, community, country, nation, or even the whole human society. But the loving propensity is not satisfied even by loving all human society. That loving propensity remains imperfectly fulfilled until we know who is the Supreme Beloved. Our love can be fully satisfied only when it is reposed in Krishna. This theme is the sum and substance of the Nectar of Devotion, which teaches us how to love Krishna in 5 different transcendental mellows. Our loving propensity expands just as a vibration of light or air expands, but we do not know where it ends. The Nectar of Devotion teaches us the science of loving every one of the living entities perfectly by the easy method of loving Krishna. We have failed to create peace and harmony in human society, even by such great attempts as the United Nations, because we do not know the right method. The method is very simple, but one has to understand it with a cool head. The Nectar of Devotion teaches all men how to perform the simple and natural method of loving Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If we learn how to love Krishna, then it is very easy to immediately and simultaneously love every living being. It is like pouring water on the root of a tree or supplying food to one's stomach. The method of pouring water on the root of a tree or supplying foodstuffs to the stomach is universally scientific and practical, as every one of us has experienced. Everyone knows well that when we eat something, or in other words, when we put foodstuffs in the stomach, the energy created by such action is immediately distributed throughout the whole body. Similarly, when we pour water on the root, the energy thus created is immediately distributed throughout the entirety of even the largest tree. It is not possible to water the tree part by part, nor is it possible to feed the different parts of the body separately. The Nectar of Devotion will teach us how to turn the one switch that will immediately brighten everything, everywhere. One who does not know this method is missing the point of life. As far as material necessities are concerned, the human civilization at the present moment is very much advanced in living comfortably, but still we are not happy, because we are missing the point. The material comforts of life alone are not sufficient to make us happy. The vivid example is America. The richest nation of the world, having all facilities for material comfort, is producing a class of men completely confused and frustrated in life. I am appealing herewith to such confused men to learn the art of devotional service as directed in the Nectar of Devotion, and I am sure that the fire of material existence burning within their hearts will be immediately extinguished. The root cause of our dissatisfaction is that our dormant loving propensity has not been fulfilled despite our great advancement in the materialistic way of life. The nectar of devotion will give us practical hints how we can live in this material world perfectly engaged in devotional service and thus fulfill all our desires in this life and the next. The nectar of devotion is not presented to condemn any way of materialistic life, but the attempt is to give information to religionists, philosophers and people in general how to love Krishna. One may live without material discomfiture, but at the same time he should learn the art of loving Krishna. At the present moment we are inventing so many ways to utilize our propensity to love, but factually we are missing the real point. Krishna. We are watering all parts of the tree, but missing the tree's root. We are trying to keep our body fit by all means, but we are neglecting to supply foodstuffs to the stomach. Missing Krishna means missing one's self also. Real self-realization and realization of Krishna go together simultaneously. For example, seeing oneself in the morning means seeing the sunrise also. Without seeing the sunshine no one can see himself. Similarly, unless one has realized Krishna there is no question of self-realization. The nectar of devotion is specifically presented for persons who are now engaged in the Krishna consciousness movement. I beg to offer my sincere thanks to all my friends and disciples who are helping me to push forward the Krishna consciousness movement in the Western countries, and I beg to acknowledge, with thanks, the contribution made by my beloved disciple Arman Jainanda Brahmakar. My thanks are due as well to the directors of ISKCON Press, who have taken so much care in publishing this great literature. Hare Krishna. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami 13 April 1970 ISKCON Headquarters 3764 Watsika Avenue, Los Angeles, California. Introduction. Invoking auspiciousness. Lord R. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the cause of all causes, the reservoir of all rasas or relationships, which are called neutrality, passive adoration, servitorship, friendship, parenthood, conjugal love, comedy, compassion, fear, chivalry, ghastliness, wonder and devastation. He is the supreme attractive form, and by his universal and transcendental attractive features he has captivated all the gopas, headed by Tirak, Pilik, Ym, Lalit, and, ultimately, Armat Rdhr. Let his lordship's grace be on us so that there may not be any hindrance in the execution of this duty of writing the nectar of devotion, impelled by his divine grace Armat Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvat Gosvam Prabhupta. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of RLA Arpagosvam Prabhupta and of RLA Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvat Gosvam Prabhupta, by whose inspiration I have been engaged in the matter of compiling this summary study of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. This is the sublime science of devotional service as propounded by R. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who appeared 500 years ago in West Bengal, India, to propagate the movement of Krishna consciousness. RLAR Pagosvam begins his great book by offering his respectful obeisances unto R. Santana Gosvam, who is his elder brother and spiritual master, and he prays that Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu may be very pleasing to him. He further prays that by residing in that ocean of nectar, R. Santana Gosvam may always feel transcendental pleasure in the service of RDH and Krishna. Let us offer our respectful obeisances to all the great devotees and serious, holy teachers, who are compared to sharks in the great ocean of nectar and who do not care for the various rivers of liberation. Impersonalists are very fond of merging into the supreme, like rivers that come down and merge into the ocean. The ocean can be compared to liberation, and the rivers to all the different paths of liberation. The impersonalists are dwelling in the river water, which eventually comes to mix with the ocean. They have no information, however, that within the ocean, as within the river, there are innumerable aquatic living entities. The sharks who dwell in the ocean do not care for the rivers that are gliding down into it. The devotees eternally live in the ocean of devotional service, and they do not care for the rivers. In other words, those who are pure devotees always remain in the ocean of transcendental loving service to the Lord and have no business with the other processes, which are compared to the rivers that only gradually come to the ocean. RLAR Pagosvam prays to his spiritual master, RLA Santana Gosvam, for the protection of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the ocean of the pure nectar of devotional service, from the argumentative logicians who unnecessarily meddle in the science of service to the Lord. He compares their arguments and logic to volcanic eruptions in the midst of the ocean. In the midst of the ocean, volcanic eruptions can do very little harm, and similarly, those who are against devotional service to the Lord and who put forward many philosophical theses about the ultimate transcendental realization cannot disturb this great ocean of devotional service. The author of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, RLAR Pagazvam, very humbly submits that he is just trying to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, although he humbly thinks himself unfit for this work. That should be the attitude of all preachers of the Krishna consciousness movement, following in the footsteps of RLAR Pagazvam. We should never think of ourselves as great preachers, but should always consider that we are simply instrumental to the previous series, and simply by following in their footsteps we may be able to do something for the benefit of suffering humanity. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu is divided into 4 parts, just as the ocean is sometimes divided into 4 parts, and there are different sections within each of these 4 divisions. Originally, in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the ocean is divided like the watery ocean into east, south, west and north, while the subsections within these different divisions are called waves. As in the ocean there are always different waves, either on the eastern side, the southern side, the western side or the northern side. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu similarly has different waves. In the first part there are 4 waves, the first being a general description of devotional service. The second concerns the regulative principles for executing devotional service, and the third wave, devotional service in ecstasy. In the fourth is the ultimate goal, love of God. These will be explicitly described along with their different symptoms. The authorized descriptions of bhakti, or devotional service, following in the footsteps of previous series, can be summarized in the following statement by RLAR Pagazvam. First-class devotional service is known by one's tendency to be fully engaged in Krishna consciousness, serving the Lord favorably. The purport is that one may also be in Krishna consciousness unfavorably, but that cannot be counted as pure devotional service. Pure devotional service should be free from the desire for any material benefit or for sense gratification, as these desires are cultivated through fruitive activities and philosophical speculation. Generally, people are engaged in different activities to get some material profit, while most philosophers are engaged in proposing transcendental realization through volumes of word jugglery and speculation. Pure devotional service must always be free from such fruitive activities and philosophical speculations. One has to learn Krishna consciousness, or pure devotional service, from the authorities by spontaneous loving service. This devotional service is a sort of cultivation. It is not simply inaction for people who like to be inactive or devote their time to silent meditation. There are many different methods for people who want this, but cultivation of Krishna consciousness is different. The particular word used by RLAR Pagazvam in this connection is anulana, or cultivation by following the predecessor teachers, Sirius. As soon as we say cultivation we must refer to activity. Without activity, consciousness alone cannot help us. All activities may be divided into 2 classes. One class may be for achieving a certain goal, and the other may be for avoiding some unfavorable circumstance. In Sanskrit, these activities are called pravti and nivti, positive and negative action. There are many examples of negative action. For instance, a diseased person has to be cautious and take medicine in order to avoid some unfavorable illness. Those who are cultivating spiritual life and executing devotional service are always engaged in activity. Such activity can be performed with the body or with the mind. Thinking, feeling and willing are all activities of the mind, and when we will to do something, the activity comes to be manifest by the gross bodily senses. Thus, in our mental activities we should always try to think of Krishna and try to plan how to please him, following in the footsteps of the great Sirius and the personal spiritual master. There are activities of the body, activities of the mind and activities of speech. A Krishna-conscious person engages his words in preaching the glories of the Lord. This is called Kirtana. And by his mind a Krishna-conscious person always thinks of the activities of the Lord, as he is speaking on the battlefield of Kurukshetra or engaging in his various pastimes in Vana with his devotees. In this way one can always think of the activities and pastimes of the Lord. This is the mental culture of Krishna consciousness. Similarly, we can offer many services with our bodily activities, but all such activities must be in relationship with Krishna. This relationship is established by connecting oneself with the bona fide spiritual master, who is the direct representative of Krishna in disciplic succession. Therefore, the execution of Krishna-conscious activities with the body should be directed by the spiritual master and then performed with faith. The connection with the spiritual master is called initiation. From the date of initiation by the spiritual master, the connection between Krishna and a person cultivating Krishna consciousness is established. Without initiation by a bona fide spiritual master, the actual connection with Krishna consciousness is never performed. This cultivation of Krishna consciousness is not material. The Lord has three general energies, namely, the external energy, the internal energy and the marginal energy. The living entities are called marginal energy, and the material cosmic manifestation is the action of the external or material energy. Then there is the spiritual world, which is a manifestation of the internal energy. The living entities, who are called marginal energy, perform material activities when acting under the inferior, external energy. And when they engage in activities under the internal, spiritual energy, their activities are called Krishna conscious. This means that those who are great souls or great devotees do not act under the spell of material energy, but act instead under the protection of the spiritual energy. Any activities done in devotional service or in Krishna consciousness are directly under the control of spiritual energy. In other words, energy is a sort of strength, and this strength can be spiritualized by the mercy of both the bona fide spiritual master and Krishna. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita by Krishnadsaakaviryagasvam, Lord Chaitanya states that it is a fortunate person who comes in contact with a bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. One who is serious about spiritual life is given by Krishna the intelligence to come in contact with a bona fide spiritual master, and then by the grace of the spiritual master one becomes advanced in Krishna consciousness. In this way the whole jurisdiction of Krishna consciousness is directly under the spiritual energy, Krishna and the spiritual master. This has nothing to do with the material world. When we speak of Krishna we refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, along with his many expansions. He is expanded by his plenary parts and parcels, his differentiated parts and parcels and his different energies. Krishna, in other words, means everything and includes everything. Generally, however, we should understand Krishna to mean Krishna and his personal expansions. Krishna expands himself as Baladeva, Sakara, Vasudeva, Anrada, Pradyumna, Arma, and Siha and Vardha, as well as many other incarnations and innumerable VU expansions. These are described in the Armad Bhagavatam to be as numerous as the uncountable waves. So Krishna includes all such expansions as well as his pure devotees. In the Brahma Sahit it is stated that Krishna's expansions are all complete in eternity, blissfulness and cognizance. Devotional service means to prosecute Krishna-conscious activities that are favorable to the transcendental pleasure of the Supreme Lord, Krishna, and any activities that are not favorable to the transcendental favor of the Lord cannot be accepted as devotional service. For example, great demons like Arva, Kasa and Hiranyakapu were always thinking of Krishna, but they were thinking of him as their enemy. This sort of thinking cannot be accepted as bhakti or Krishna consciousness. The impersonalists sometimes misunderstand devotional service in such a way that they divide Krishna from his paraphernalia and pastimes. For example, the Bhagavad Gita is spoken on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and the impersonalists say that although Krishna is of interest, the battlefield of Kurukshetra isn't. The devotees, however, also know that the battlefield of Kurukshetra by itself has nothing to do with their business, but in addition they know that Krishna does not mean just Krishna alone. He is always with his associates and paraphernalia. For instance, if someone says, "Give something to eat to the man with the weapons," the eating process is done by the man and not by the weapons. Similarly, in Krishna consciousness, a devotee may be interested in the paraphernalia and locations, such as the battlefield of Kurukshetra, that are associated with Krishna, but he is not concerned with simply any battlefield. He is concerned with Krishna, his speech, his instructions, etc. It is because Krishna is there that the battlefield is so important. This is the summary understanding of what Krishna consciousness is. Without this understanding one is sure to misunderstand why the devotees are interested in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. One who is interested in Krishna becomes interested in his different pastimes and activities. The definition of a pure devotee, as given by Arpagosvam in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, can be summarized thus. His service is favorable and is always in relation to Krishna. In order to keep the purity of such Krishna-conscious activities, one must be freed from all material desires and philosophical speculation. Any desire except for the service of the Lord is called material desire. And philosophical speculation refers to the sort of speculation that ultimately arrives at a conclusion of voidism or impersonalism. This conclusion is useless for a Krishna-conscious person. Only rarely by philosophical speculation can one reach the conclusion of worshipping Vasudeva, Krishna. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita itself. The ultimate end of philosophical speculation, then, must be Krishna, with the understanding that Krishna is everything, the cause of all causes, and that one should therefore surrender unto him. If this ultimate goal is reached, then philosophical advancement is favorable, but if the conclusion of philosophical speculation is voidism or impersonalism, that is not bhakti. Karma, or fruitive activities, are sometimes understood to be ritualistic activities. There are many persons who are very much attracted by the ritualistic activities described in the Vedas. But if one becomes attracted simply to ritualistic activities without understanding Krishna, his activities are unfavorable to Krishna consciousness. Actually, Krishna consciousness can be based simply on hearing, chanting, remembering, etc. Described in the Bhagavatam are 9 different processes, besides which everything done is unfavorable to Krishna consciousness. Thus, one should always be guarding against fell downs. RLAR Pagazvam has also mentioned in this definition of bhakti the word jnana karmdi. This karmdi, fruitive work, consists of activities that are unable to help one attain to pure devotional service. Many forms of so-called renunciation are also not favorable to Krishna-conscious devotional service. RLAR Pagazvam has also quoted a definition from the Enradapakar as follows. One should be free from all material designations and, by Krishna consciousness, must be cleansed of all material contamination. He should be restored to his pure identity, in which he engages his senses in the service of the proprietor of the senses. So when our senses are engaged for the actual proprietor of the senses, that is called devotional service. In our conditional state, our senses are engaged in serving these bodily demands. When the same senses are engaged in executing the order of Krishna, our activities are called bhakti. As long as one identifies himself as belonging to a certain family, a certain society or a certain person, he is said to be covered with designations. When one is fully aware that he does not belong to any family, society or country, but is eternally related to Krishna, he then realizes that his energy should be employed not in the interests of so-called family, society or country, but in the interests of Krishna. This is purity of purpose and the platform of pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness. Chapter 1 Characteristics of Pure Devotional Service in Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 29th Chapter, verses 12 and 13. Rla Kapiladeva, while instructing his mother, has given the following characteristics of pure devotional service. My dear mother, those who are my pure devotees and who have no desire for material benefit or philosophical speculation, have their minds so much engaged in my service that they are never interested in asking me for anything, except to be engaged in that service. They do not even beg to live in my abode with me. There are 5 kinds of liberation, namely, to become one with the Lord, to live with the Supreme Lord on the same planet, to have the same features as the Lord, to enjoy the same opulences as the Lord and to live as a companion of the Lord. A devotee, what to speak of rejecting material sense gratification, does not even want any of the 5 kinds of liberation. He is satisfied simply by discharging loving service to the Lord. That is the characteristic of pure devotion. In the above statement by Kapiladeva from Bhagavatam, the actual position of a pure devotee is described, and the primary characteristics of devotional service are also defined. Further characteristics of devotional service are described by Pagazvam with evidences from different scriptures. He states that there are 6 characteristics of pure devotional service, which are as follows. 1. Pure devotional service brings immediate relief from all kinds of material distress. 2. Pure devotional service is the beginning of all auspiciousness. 3. Pure devotional service automatically puts one in transcendental pleasure. 4. Pure devotional service is rarely achieved. 5. Those in pure devotional service deride even the conception of liberation. 6. Pure devotional service is the only means to attract Krishna. Krishna is all attractive, but pure devotional service attracts even him. This means that pure devotional service is even transcendentally stronger than Krishna himself, because it is Krishna's internal potency. Relief from material distress. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that one should surrender unto him, giving up all other engagements. The Lord also gives his word there that he will protect surrendered souls from the reactions of all sinful activities. RLAR Pagazvam says that the distresses from sinful activities are due both to the sins themselves and to sins committed in our past lives. Generally, one commits sinful activities due to ignorance. But ignorance is no excuse for evading the reaction. Sinful activities. Sinful activities are of two kinds, those that are mature and those that are not mature. The sinful activities for which we are suffering at the present moment are called mature. The many sinful activities stored within us for which we have not yet suffered are considered immature. For example, a man may have committed criminal acts but not yet been arrested for them. Now, as soon as he is detected, arrest is awaiting him. Similarly, for some of our sinful activities we are awaiting distresses in the future, and for others, which are mature, we are suffering at the present moment. In this way there is a chain of sinful activities and their concomitant distresses, and the conditioned soul is suffering life after life due to these sins. He is suffering in the present life the results of sinful activities from his past life, and he is meanwhile creating further sufferings for his future life. Mature sinful activities are exhibited if one is suffering from some chronic disease, if one is suffering from some legal implication, if one is born in a low and degraded family, or if one is uneducated or very ugly. There are many results of past sinful activities for which we are suffering at the present moment, and we may be suffering in the future due to our present sinful activities. But all of these reactions to sinful deeds can immediately be stopped if we take to Krishna consciousness. As evidence for this, our Pagazvam quotes from our Madhbhagavatam, 11th canto, 14th chapter, verse 19. This verse is in connection with Lord Krishna's instruction to Uddhava, where he says, "My dear Uddhava, devotional service unto me is just like a blazing fire, which can burn into ashes unlimited fuel supplied to it." The purport is that as the blazing fire can burn any amount of fuel to ashes, so devotional service to the Lord in Krishna consciousness can burn up all the fuel of sinful activities. For example, in the Gita Arjuna thought that fighting was a sinful activity, but Krishna engaged him on the battlefield under his order, and so the fighting became devotional service. Therefore, Arjuna was not subjected to any sinful reaction. RLAR Pagazvam quotes another verse from the third canto of our Madhbhagavatam, 33rd chapter, verse 6, in which devotee addresses her son Kapiladeva and says, "My dear Lord, there are 9 different kinds of devotional service, beginning with hearing and chanting. Anyone who hears about your pastimes, who chants about your glories, who offers you obeisances, who thinks of you and, in this way, executes any of the 9 kinds of devotional service, even if he is born in a family of dog-eaters, the lowest grade of mankind, becomes immediately qualified to perform sacrifices. As such, how is it possible that anyone actually engaged in devotional service in full Krishna consciousness has not become purified? It is not possible. One who is engaged in Krishna consciousness and devotional service has without doubt become freed from all contaminations of material sinful activities. Devotional service therefore has the power to actually nullify all kinds of reactions to sinful deeds. A devotee is nevertheless always alert not to commit any sinful activities. This is his specific qualification as a devotee. Thus our Madhbhagavatam states that by performing devotional service a person who was born even in a family of dog-eaters may become eligible to take part in the performance of the ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas. It is implicit in this statement that a person born into a family of dog-eaters is generally not fit for performing yaga or sacrifice. The priestly caste in charge of performing these ritualistic ceremonies recommended in the Vedas is called the Brahma order. Unless one is a Brahma, he cannot perform these ceremonies. A person is born in a Brahma family or in a family of dog-eaters due to his past activities. If a person is born in a family of dog-eaters, it means that his past activities were all sinful. But if even such a person takes to the path of devotional service and begins to chant the holy names of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare, he is at once fit to perform the ritualistic ceremonies. This means that his sinful reactions have immediately become neutralized. It is stated in the Padma Pura that there are 4 kinds of effects due to sinful activities, which are listed as follows. 1. The effect that is not yet fructified. 2. The effect that is lying a seed. 3. The effect that is already mature. And 4. The effect that is almost mature. It is also stated that all these 4 effects become immediately vanquished for those who surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, VU, and become engaged in his devotional service in full Krishna consciousness. Those effects described as almost mature refer to the distress from which one is suffering at present, and the effects lying as seed are in the core of the heart, where there is a certain stock of sinful desires which are like seeds. The Sanskrit word kayam means that they are almost ready to produce the seed, or the effect of the seed. An immature effect refers to the case where the seedling has not begun. From this statement of Padmapura it is understood that material contamination is very subtle. Its beginning, its fruition and results, and how one suffers such results in the form of distress, are part of a great chain. When one catches some disease, it is often very difficult to ascertain the cause of the disease, where it originated and how it is maturing. The suffering of a disease, however, does not appear all of a sudden. It actually takes time. And as in the medical field, for precaution's sake, the doctor injects a vaccination to prevent the growing of contamination, the practical injection to stop all the fructifications of the seeds of our sinful activities is simply engagement in Krishna consciousness. In this connection, Ukadeva Goswami speaks in the 6th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 2nd chapter, verse 17, about the story of Ajmela, who began life as a fine and dutiful Brahma but who in his young manhood became wholly corrupted by a prostitute. At the end of his wicked life, just by calling the name Narayana Krishna he was saved despite so much sin. Ukadeva points out that austerity, charity and the performance of ritualistic ceremonies for counteracting sinful activities are recommended processes, but that by performing them one cannot remove the sinful desire seed from the heart, as was the case with Ajmela in his youth. This sinful desire seed can be removed only by achieving Krishna consciousness, and this can be accomplished very easily by chanting the Mantra or Hare Krishna mantra, as recommended by R. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In other words, unless one adopts the path of devotional service, he cannot be 100% clean from all the reactions of sinful activities. By performing Vedic ritualistic activities, by giving money in charity and by undergoing austerity, one can temporarily become free from the reactions of sinful activities, but at the next moment he must again become engaged in sinful activities. For example, a person suffering from venereal disease on account of excessive indulgence in sex life has to undergo some severe pain in medical treatment, and he is then cured for the time being. But because he has not been able to remove the sex desire from his heart, he must again indulge in the same thing and become a victim of the same disease. So medical treatment may give temporary relief from the distress of such venereal disease, but unless one is trained to understand that sex life is abominable, it is impossible to be saved from such repeated distress. Similarly, the ritualistic performances, charity and austerity that are recommended in the Vedas may temporarily stop one from acting in sinful ways, but as long as the heart is not clear, one will have to repeat sinful activities again and again. Another example given in Armad Bhagavatam concerns the elephant who enters into a lake and takes a bath very seriously, cleansing his body thoroughly. Then as soon as he comes onto shore he again takes some dust from the earth and throws it over his body. Similarly, a person who is not trained in Krishna consciousness cannot become completely free from the desire for sinful activities. Neither the yoga process nor philosophical speculations nor fruitive activities can save one from the seeds of sinful desires. Only by being engaged in devotional service can this be done. There is another evidence in the 4th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 22nd chapter, verse 39, wherein Sanat Kumra says, "My dear king, the false ego of a human being is so strong that it keeps him in material existence as if tied up by a strong rope. Only the devotees can cut off the knot of this strong rope very easily by engaging themselves in Krishna consciousness. Others, who are not in Krishna consciousness but who are trying to become great mystics or great ritual performers, cannot advance like the devotees. Therefore, it is the duty of everyone to engage himself in the activities of Krishna consciousness in order to be freed from the tight knot of false ego and engagement in material activities. This tight knot of false ego is due to ignorance. As long as one is ignorant about his identity, he is sure to act wrongly and thereby become entangled in material contamination. This ignorance of factual knowledge can also be dissipated by Krishna consciousness, as is confirmed in the Padma Pura as follows. Pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness is the highest enlightenment, and when such enlightenment is there, it is just like a blazing forest fire, killing all the inauspicious snakes of desire. The example is being given in this connection that when there is a forest fire, the extensive blazing automatically kills all the snakes in the forest. There are many, many snakes on the ground of the forest, and when a fire takes place, it burns the dried foliage and the snakes are immediately attacked. Animals who have 4 legs can flee from the fire or can at least try to flee, but the snakes are immediately killed. Similarly, the blazing fire of Krishna consciousness is so strong that the snakes of ignorance are immediately killed. Krishna consciousness is all auspicious. RLAR Pagosvam has given a definition of auspiciousness. He says that actual auspiciousness means welfare activities for all the people of the world. At the present moment, groups of people are engaged in welfare activities in terms of society, community or nation. There is even an attempt in the form of the United Nations for World Help Activity. But due to the shortcomings of limited national activities, such a general mass welfare program for the whole world is not practically possible. The Krishna consciousness movement, however, is so nice that it can render the highest benefit to the entire human race. Everyone can be attracted by this movement, and everyone can feel the result. Therefore, our Pagosvam and other learned scholars agree that a broad propaganda program for the Krishna consciousness movement of devotional service all over the world is the highest humanitarian welfare activity. How the Krishna consciousness movement can attract the attention of the whole world and how each and every man can feel pleasure in this Krishna consciousness is stated in the Padma Pura as follows. A person who is engaged in devotional service in full Krishna consciousness is to be understood to be doing the best service to the whole world and to be pleasing everyone in the world. In addition to human society, he is pleasing even the trees and animals, because they also become attracted by such a movement. A practical example of this was shown by Lord Chaitanya when he was traveling through the forests of Jharikha in central India for spreading his Sankirtana movement. The tigers, the elephants, the deer and all the other wild animals joined him and were participating, in their own ways, by dancing and chanting Hare Krishna. Furthermore, a person engaged in Krishna consciousness, acting in devotional service, can develop all the good qualities that are generally found in the demigods. It is said by Ukadeva Gosvam in the 5th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 18th chapter, verse 12, My dear king, persons who have unflinching faith in Krishna and are without any duplicity can develop all the good qualities of the demigods. On account of a devotee's high grade of Krishna consciousness, even the demigods like to live with him, and therefore it can be understood that the qualities of the demigods have developed within his body. On the other hand, a person who is not in Krishna consciousness has no good qualities. He may be highly educated from the academic point of view, but in the actual field of his activities he can be seen to be baser than the animals. Even though a person is highly educated academically, if he cannot go beyond the sphere of mental activities, then he is sure to perform only material activities and thus remain impure. There are so many persons in the modern world who have been highly educated in the materialistic universities, but it is seen that they cannot take up the movement of Krishna consciousness and develop the high qualities of the demigods. For example, a Krishna-conscious boy, even if he is not very well educated by the university standard, can immediately give up all illicit sex life, gambling, meat eating and intoxication, whereas those who are not in Krishna consciousness, although very highly educated, are often drunkards, meat eaters, sex mongers and gamblers. These are practical proofs of how a Krishna-conscious person becomes highly developed in good qualities, whereas a person who is not in Krishna consciousness cannot do so. We experience that even a young boy in Krishna consciousness is unattached to cinemas, nightclubs, naked dance shows, restaurants, liquor shops, etc. He becomes completely freed. He saves his valuable time from being extravagantly spent in the way of smoking, drinking, attending the theater and dancing. One who is not in Krishna consciousness usually cannot sit silently even for half an hour. The yoga system teaches that if you become silent you will realize that you are God. This system may be alright for materialistic persons, but how long will they be able to keep themselves silent? Artificially, they may sit down for so-called meditation, but immediately after their yogic performance they will engage themselves again in such activities as illicit sex life, gambling, meat eating and many other nonsensical things. But a Krishna-conscious person gradually elevates himself without endeavoring for this so-called silent meditation. Simply because he is engaged in Krishna consciousness, he automatically gives up all this nonsense and develops a high character. One develops the highest character by becoming a pure devotee of Krishna. The conclusion is that no one can truly have any good qualities if he is lacking Krishna consciousness. Happiness in Krishna consciousness. RLAR Pagosvam has analyzed the different sources of happiness. He has divided happiness into three categories, which are 1. Happiness derived from material enjoyment, 2. Happiness derived by identifying oneself with the Supreme Brahman, and 3. Happiness derived from Krishna consciousness. In the Tantra Sutra, Lord Eva speaks to his wife, Sat, in this way. My dear wife, a person who has surrendered himself at the lotus feet of Govinda and who has thus developed pure Krishna consciousness can be very easily awarded all the perfections desired by the impersonalists. And beyond this, he can enjoy the happiness achieved by the pure devotees. Happiness derived from pure devotional service is the highest, because it is eternal. The happiness derived from material perfection or understanding oneself to be Brahman is inferior because it is temporary. There is no preventing one's falling down from material happiness, and there is even every chance of falling down from the spiritual happiness derived by identifying oneself with the impersonal Brahman. It has been seen that great MYVD, impersonalist, sannyasis, very highly educated and almost realized souls, may sometimes take to political activities or to social welfare activities. The reason is that they actually do not derive any ultimate transcendental happiness in the impersonal understanding and therefore must come down to the material platform and take to such mundane affairs. There are many instances, especially in India, where these MYVD sannyasis descend to the material platform again. But a person who is fully in Krishna consciousness will never return to any sort of material platform. However alluring and attracting they may be, he always knows that no material welfare activities can compare to the spiritual activity of Krishna consciousness. The mystic perfections achieved by actually successful yogas are 8 in number. Siddhi refers to the power by which one can become so small that he can enter into a stone. Modern scientific improvements also enable us to enter into stone, because they provide for excavating so many subways, penetrating the hills, etc. So Siddhi, the mystic perfection of trying to enter into stone, has also been achieved by material science. Similarly, all of the yoga siddhis, or perfections, are material arts. For example, in one yoga siddhi there is development of the power to become so light that one can float in the air or on water. That is also being performed by modern scientists. They are flying in the air, they are floating on the surface of the water, and they are traveling under the water. After comparing all these mystic yoga siddhis to materialistic perfections, we find that the materialistic scientists strive for the same perfections. So actually there is no difference between mystic perfection and materialistic perfection. A German scholar once said that the so-called yoga perfections had already been achieved by the modern scientists, and so he was not concerned with them. He intelligently went to India to learn how he could understand his eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord by means of bhakti yoga, devotional service. Of course, in the categories of mystic perfection there are certain processes that the material scientists have not yet been able to develop. For instance, a mystic yog can enter into the sun planet simply by using the rays of the sunshine. This perfection is called lagim. Similarly, a yog can touch the moon with his finger. Though the modern astronauts go to the moon with the help of spaceships, they undergo many difficulties, whereas a person with mystic perfection can extend his hand and touch the moon with his finger. This siddhi is called PRT, or acquisition. With this PRT siddhi, not only can the perfect mystic yog touch the moon planet, but he can extend his hand anywhere and take whatever he likes. He may be sitting thousands of miles away from a certain place, and if he likes he can take fruit from a garden there. This is PRT siddhi. The modern scientists have manufactured nuclear weapons with which they can destroy an insignificant part of this planet, but by the yoga siddhi known as it, one can create and destroy an entire planet simply at will. Another perfection is called Vajit, and by this perfection one can bring anyone under his control. This is a kind of hypnotism that is almost irresistible. Sometimes it is found that a yog who may have attained a little perfection in this Vajit mystic power comes out among the people and speaks all sorts of nonsense, controls their minds, exploits them, takes their money and then goes away. There is another mystic perfection, which is known as PRK Maya, magic. By this PRK Maya power one can achieve anything he likes. For example, one can make water enter into his eye and then again come out from within the eye. Simply by his will he can perform such wonderful activities. The highest perfection of mystic power is called Km Vasyat. This is also magic, but whereas the PRK Maya power acts to create wonderful effects within the scope of nature, Km Vasyat permits one to contradict nature, in other words, to do the impossible. Of course, one can derive great amounts of temporary happiness by achieving such yogic materialistic perfections. Foolishly, people who are enamored of the glimmer of modern materialistic advancement are thinking that the Krishna consciousness movement is for less intelligent men. I am better off being busy with my material comforts, maintaining a nice apartment, family and sex life. These people do not know that at any moment they can be kicked out of their material situation. Due to ignorance, they do not know that real life is eternal. The temporary comforts of the body are not the goal of life, and it is due only to darkest ignorance that people become enamored of the glimmering advancement of material comforts. R.L.A. Bhaktivinoda H. Kura has therefore said that the advancement of material knowledge renders a person more foolish, because it causes one to forget his real identity by its glimmer. This is doomed for him, because this human form of life is meant for getting out of material contamination. By the advancement of material knowledge, people are becoming more and more entangled in material existence. They have no hope of being liberated from this catastrophe. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhoda it is stated that Praladama Arya, a great devotee of the Lord, prayed to Nrsimhadeva, the half-lion, half-man incarnation, as follows. My dear Lord, I repeatedly pray unto your lotus feet that I may simply be stronger in devotional service. I simply pray that my Krishna consciousness may be more strong and steady, because happiness derived out of Krishna consciousness and devotional service is so powerful that with it one can have all the other perfections of religiousness, economic development, sense gratification and even the attainment of liberation from material existence. Actually, a pure devotee does not aspire after any of these perfections, because the happiness derived from devotional service in Krishna consciousness is so transcendental and so unlimited that no other happiness can compare to it. It is said that even one drop of happiness in Krishna consciousness stands beyond comparison with an ocean of happiness derived from any other activity. Thus, any person who has developed even a little quantity of pure devotional service can very easily kick out all the other kinds of happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification and liberation. There was a great devotee of Lord Chaitanya known as Kulvekardara, who was a very poor man. He was doing a small business selling cups made from the leaves of plant and trees, and his income was almost nothing. Still, he was spending 50% of his small income on the worship of the Ganges, and with the other 50% he was somehow living. Lord Chaitanya once revealed himself to this confidential devotee, Kulvekardara, and offered him any opulence he liked. But Ardara informed the Lord that he did not want any material opulence. He was quite happy in his present position and wanted only to gain unflinching faith and devotion unto the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. That is the position of pure devotees. If they can be engaged 24 hours each day in devotional service, they do not want anything else, not even the happiness of liberation or of becoming one with the Supreme. In the Anuradhapakatra it is also said that any person who has developed even a small amount of devotional service doesn't care a fig for any kind of happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification or the 5 kinds of liberation. Any kind of happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, liberation or sense gratification cannot even dare to enter into the heart of a pure devotee. It is stated that as the personal attendants and maidservants of a queen follow the queen with all respect and obeisances, similarly the joys of religiousness, economic development, sense gratification and liberation follow the devotional service of the Lord. In other words, a pure devotee does not lack any kind of happiness derived from any source. He does not want anything but service to Krishna, but even if he should have another desire, the Lord fulfills this without the devotee's asking. The rareness of pure devotional service in the preliminary phase of spiritual life. There are different kinds of austerities, penances and similar processes for attaining self-realization. However, even if an executor of these processes is without any material desire, he still cannot achieve devotional service. And aspiring by oneself alone to achieve devotional service is also not very hopeful, because Krishna does not agree to award devotional service to merely anyone. Krishna can easily offer a person material happiness or even liberation, but he does not agree very easily to award a person engagement in his devotional service. Devotional service can in fact be attained only through the mercy of a pure devotee. In the Kaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.151, it is said, by the mercy of the spiritual master, who is a pure devotee, and by the mercy of Krishna, one can achieve the platform of devotional service. There is no other way. The rarity of devotional service is also confirmed in the Tantrastra, where Lord Eva says to Sat, my dear Sat, if one is a very fine philosopher, analyzing the different processes of knowledge, he can achieve liberation from the material entanglement. By performance of the ritualistic sacrifices recommended in the Vedas, one can be elevated to the platform of pious activities and thereby enjoy the material comforts of life to the fullest extent. But all such endeavors can hardly offer anyone devotional service to the Lord, not even if one tries for it by such processes for many, many thousands of births. In our Madhya it is also confirmed by Praldama Arya that merely by personal efforts or by the instructions of higher authorities one cannot attain to the stage of devotional service. One must become blessed by the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee, who is completely freed from the contamination of material desires. In the 5th canto of our Madhya 6th chapter, verse 18, and Radha also says to Yudhishthira, my dear king, it is Lord Krishna, known as Mukunda, who is the eternal protector of the Pandavas and the Yadus. He is also your spiritual master and instructor in every respect. He is the only worshipable God for you. He is very dear and affectionate, and he is the director of all your activities, both individual and familial. And what's more, he sometimes carries out your orders as if he were your messenger. My dear king, how very fortunate you are, because for others all these favors given to you by the Supreme Lord would not even be dreamt of. The purport to this verse is that the Lord easily offers liberation, but he rarely agrees to offer a sole devotional service, because by devotional service the Lord himself becomes purchased by the devotee. The happiness of becoming one with the Supreme RLAR Pagasvam says that if Brahmananda, or the happiness of becoming one with the Supreme, is multiplied 1 trillion-fold, it still cannot compare to an atomic fraction of the happiness derived from the ocean of devotional service. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhoda Praldama Arya, while satisfying Lord Nrsimhadeva by his prayers, says, my dear Lord of the universe, I am feeling transcendental pleasure in your presence and have become merged in the ocean of happiness. I now consider the happiness of Brahmananda to be no more than the water in the impression left by a cow's hoof in the earth compared to this ocean of bliss. Similarly, it is confirmed in the Bhv Rithadeepik, Ardara SVM's commentary on the Armad, Bhgavatam, my dear Lord, some of the fortunate persons who are swimming in the ocean of your nectar of devotion, and who are relishing the nectar of the narration of your pastimes, certainly know ecstasies that immediately minimize the value of the happiness derived from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification and liberation. Such a transcendental devotee regards any kind of happiness other than devotional service as no better than straw in the street. Attracting Krishna RLAR Pagasvam has stated that devotional service attracts even Krishna. Krishna attracts everyone, but devotional service attracts Krishna. The symbol of devotional service in the highest degree is RDHR. Krishna is called Maidana Mohana, which means that he is so attractive that he can defeat the attraction of thousands of cupids. But RDHR is still more attractive, for she can even attract Krishna. Therefore devotees call her Maidana Mohana Mohan, the attractor of Cupid. To perform devotional service means to follow in the footsteps of RDHR, and devotees in VND Vana put themselves under the care of RDHR in order to achieve perfection in their devotional service. In other words, devotional service is not an activity of the material world. It is directly under the control of RDHR. In Bhagavad Gita it is confirmed that the Matyamas, or great souls, are under the protection of Dev Prakti, the internal energy, RDHR. So, being directly under the control of the internal potency of Krishna, devotional service attracts even Krishna himself. This fact is corroborated by Krishna in the 11th canto of our Madhya 14th chapter, verse 20, where he says, my dear Uddhava, you may know it from me that the attraction I feel for devotional service rendered by my devotees is not to be attained even by the performance of mystic yoga, philosophical speculation, ritualistic sacrifices, the study of Vedanta, the practice of severe austerities or the giving of everything in charity. These are, of course, very nice activities, but they are not as attractive to me as the transcendental loving service rendered by my devotees. How Krishna becomes attracted by the devotional service of his devotees is described by Anrada in Armad Bhagavatam, 7th Canto, 10th Chapter, verses 48 and 49. There Anrada addresses King Yudhishthira while the king is appreciating the glories of the character of Prahlada Arya. A devotee always appreciates the activities of other devotees. Yudhishthira Arya was appreciating the qualities of Prahlada, and that is one symptom of a pure devotee. A pure devotee never thinks himself great. He always thinks that other devotees are greater than himself. The king was thinking, Prahlada Arya is actually a devotee of the Lord, while I am nothing, and while thinking this he was addressed by Anrada as follows. My dear King Yudhishthira, you the Pava brothers are the only fortunate people in this world. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has appeared on this planet and is presenting himself to you as an ordinary human being. He is always with you in all circumstances. He is living with you and covering himself from the eyes of others. Others cannot understand that he is the Supreme Lord, but he is still living with you as your cousin, as your friend, and even as your messenger. Therefore you must know that nobody in this world is more fortunate than you. In Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna appeared in his universal form, Arjuna prayed, My dear Krishna, I thought of you as my cousin brother, and so I have shown disrespect to you in so many ways, calling you Krishna or friend. But you are so great that I could not understand. So that was the position of the Pavas. Although Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the greatest among all greats, he remained with those royal brothers, being attracted by their devotion, by their friendship, and by their love. That is the proof of how great this process of devotional service is. It can attract even the Supreme Personality of Godhead. God is great, but devotional service is greater than God because it attracts him. People who are not in devotional service can never understand what great value there is in rendering service to the Lord. Chapter 2 The first stages of devotion. The three categories of devotional service which RLAR Pagasvam describes in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu are listed as devotional service in practice, devotional service in ecstasy, and devotional service in pure love of Godhead. There are many subheadings in each of these categories. Generally it is understood that in the category of devotional service in practice there are two different qualities. Devotional service in ecstasy has 4 qualities, and devotional service in pure love of Godhead has 6 qualities. These qualities will be explained by RLAR Pagasvam later on. In this connection, RLAR Pagasvam suggests that the person eligible for Krishna consciousness or devotional service can be classified by his particular taste. He says that devotional service is a continual process from one's previous life. No one can take to devotional service unless he has had some previous connection with it. For example, suppose in this life I practice devotional service to some extent. Even though it is not 100% perfectly performed, whatever I have done will not be lost. In my next life, from the very point where I stop in this life, I shall begin again. In this way there is always a continuity. But even if there is no continuity, if only by chance a person takes interest in a pure devotee's instruction, he can be accepted and can advance in devotional service. Anyway, for persons who have a natural taste for understanding books like Bhagavad Gita and Armad Bhagavatam, devotional service is easier than for those who are simply accustomed to mental speculation and argumentative processes. To support this statement there are many authoritative assertions by the learned scholars of bygone ages. According to their general opinion, a person may become governed by certain convictions derived by his own arguments and decisions. Then another person, who may be a greater logician, will nullify these conclusions and establish another thesis. In this way the path of argument will never be safe or conclusive. Armad Bhagavatam recommends, therefore, that one follow in the footsteps of the authorities. Here is a general description of devotional service given by R.R. Pagasvam in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Previously, it has been stated that devotional service can be divided into 3 categories, namely, devotional service in practice, devotional service in ecstasy, and devotional service in pure love of God. Now R.R. Pagasvam proposes to describe devotional service in practice. Practice means employing our senses in some particular type of work. Therefore devotional service in practice means utilizing our different sensory organs in service to Krishna. Some of the senses are meant for acquiring knowledge, and some are meant for executing the conclusions of our thinking, feeling and willing. So practice means employing both the mind and the senses in practical devotional service. This practice is not for developing something artificial. For example, a child learns or practices to walk. This walking is not unnatural. The walking capacity is there originally in the child, and simply by a little practice he walks very nicely. Similarly, devotional service to the Supreme Lord is the natural instinct of every living entity. Even uncivilized men like the Aborigines offer their respectful obeisances to something wonderful exhibited by nature's law, and they appreciate that behind some wonderful exhibition or action there is something supreme. So this consciousness, though lying dormant in those who are materially contaminated, is found in every living entity. And, when purified, this is called Krishna consciousness. There are certain prescribed methods for employing our senses and mind in such a way that our dormant consciousness for loving Krishna will be invoked, as much as the child, with a little practice, can begin to walk. One who has no basic walking capacity cannot walk by practice. Similarly, Krishna consciousness cannot be aroused simply by practice. Actually, there is no such practice. When we wish to develop our innate capacity for devotional service, there are certain processes which, by our accepting and executing them, will cause that dormant capacity to be invoked. Such practice is called asthana bhakti. Every living entity under the spell of the material energy is held to be in an abnormal condition of madness. In our Mad Bhagavatam it is said, generally, the conditioned soul is mad because he is always engaged in activities that are the causes of bondage and suffering. The spirit soul in his original condition is joyful, blissful, eternal and full of knowledge. Only by his implication in material activities has he become miserable, temporary and full of ignorance. This is due to vikarma. Vikarma means actions which should not be done. Therefore, we must practice asthana bhakti, which means to offer Mangalarati, deity worship, in the morning, to refrain from certain material activities, to offer obeisances to the spiritual master and to follow many other rules and regulations that will be discussed here one after another. These practices will help one become cured of madness. As a man's mental disease is cured by the directions of a psychiatrist, so this asthana bhakti cures the conditioned soul of his madness under the spell of material illusion. And Radha Muni mentions this asthana bhakti in our Mad Bhagavatam, 7th canto, 1st chapter, verse 32. He says there to King Yudhishthira, "My dear king, one has to fix his mind on Krishna by any means. That is called Krishna consciousness. It is the duty of the Sriya, the spiritual master, to find the ways and means for his disciple to fix his mind on Krishna. That is the beginning of asthana bhakti. Our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us an authorized program for this purpose, centered around the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. This chanting has so much power that it immediately attaches one to Krishna. That is the beginning of asthana bhakti. Somehow or other, one has to fix his mind on Krishna. The great saint Brahma Arya, although a responsible king, fixed his mind on Krishna, and similarly anyone who tries to fix his mind in this way will very rapidly make progress in successfully reviving his original Krishna consciousness. Now this asthana bhakti, or practice of devotional service, may also be divided into two parts. The first part is called service according to regulative principles. One has to follow these different regulative principles by the order of the spiritual master or on the strength of authoritative scriptures, and there can be no question of refusal. That is called Ved, or regulated. One has to do it without argument. Another part of asthana bhakti is called Arjinug. Arjinug refers to the point at which, by following the regulative principles, one becomes a little more attached to Krishna and executes devotional service out of natural love. For example, a person engaged in devotional service may be ordered to rise early in the morning and offer rati, which is a form of deity worship. In the beginning, by the order of his spiritual master, one rises early in the morning and offers rati, but then he develops real attachment. When he gets this attachment, he automatically tries to decorate the deity and prepare different kinds of dresses and thinks of different plans to execute his devotional service nicely. Although it is within the category of practice, this offering of loving service is spontaneous. So the practice of devotional service, asthana bhakti, can be divided into two parts, namely, regulative and spontaneous. Our Bhagavatam defines the first part of devotional practice, or Ved bhakti, as follows. When there is no attachment or no spontaneous loving service to the Lord, and one is engaged in the service of the Lord simply out of obedience to the order of the spiritual master or in pursuance of the scriptures, such obligatory service is called Vaid Bhakti. These principles of Vaid Bhakti are also described in our Madhbhagavatam, 2nd Canto, 1st Chapter, verse 5, where Ukdeva Gosvami instructs the dying Maharya Parkayat as to his course of action. Maharya Parkayat met Ukdeva Gosvami just a week before his death, and the king was perplexed as to what should be done before he was to pass on. Many other sages also arrived there, but no one could give him the proper direction. Ukdeva Gosvami, however, gave this direction to him as follows. My dear king, if you want to be fearless in meeting your death next week, for actually everyone is afraid at the point of death, then you must immediately begin the process of hearing and chanting and remembering God. If one can chant and hear Hare Krishna and always remember Lord Krishna, then he is sure to become fearless of death, which may come at any moment. In the statements of Ukdeva Gosvami it is said that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Krishna. Therefore Ukdeva recommends that one should always hear about Krishna. He does not recommend that one hear and chant about the demigods. The MYVDS impersonalists say that one may chant any name, either that of Krishna or those of the demigods, and the result will be the same. But actually this is not a fact. According to the authorized version of our Madhbhagavatam, one has to hear and chant about Lord Vivu, Krishna, only. So Ukdeva Gosvami has recommended to Parkayat Maharya that in order to be fearless of death, one has to hear and chant and remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, by all means. He also mentions that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Sarvdhyam. Sarvdhyam means the supersoul of everyone. Krishna is also mentioned as Vara, the Supreme Controller who is situated in everyone's heart. Therefore, if some way or other we become attached to Krishna, he will make us free from all danger. In Bhagavad Gita it is said that anyone who becomes a devotee of the Lord is never vanquished. Others, however, are always vanquished. Vanquished means that after getting this human form of life, a person does not come out of the entanglement of birth and death and thus misses his golden opportunity. Such a person does not know where he is being thrown by the laws of nature. Suppose one does not develop Krishna consciousness in this human form of life. He will be thrown into the cycle of birth and death involving 8,400,000 species of life, and his spiritual identity will remain lost. One does not know whether he is going to be a plant, or a beast, or a bird, or something like that, because there are so many species of life. The recommendation of our Gosvami for reviving our original Krishna consciousness is that somehow or other we should apply our minds to Krishna very seriously and thus also become fearless of death. After death we do not know our destination, because we are completely under the control of the laws of nature. Only Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is controller over the laws of nature. Therefore, if we take shelter of Krishna seriously, there will be no fear of being thrown back into the cycle of so many species of life. A sincere devotee will surely be transferred to the abode of Krishna, as affirmed in Bhagavad Gita. In the Padma Purana, also, the same process is advised. There it is said that one should always remember Lord Vivu. This is called dhyana, or meditation, always remembering Krishna. It is said that one has to meditate with his mind fixed upon Vivu. Padma Purana recommends that one always fix his mind on the form of Vivu by meditation and not forget him at any moment. And this state of consciousness is called samadhi, or trance. We should always try to mold the activities of our lives in such a way that we will constantly remember Vivu, or Krishna. That is Krishna consciousness. Whether one concentrates his mind on the four-handed form of Vivu or on the form of two-handed Krishna, it is the same. The Padma Purana recommends, somehow or other always think of Vivu, without forgetting him under any circumstances. Actually this is the most basic of all regulative principles. For, when there is an order from a superior about doing something, there is simultaneously a prohibition. When the order is that one should always remember Krishna, the prohibition is that one should never forget him. Within this simple order and prohibition, all regulative principles are found complete. This regulative principle is applicable to all varas and ramas, the castes and occupations of life. There are 4 varas, namely, the Brahmanas, priests and intellectuals, the Kshatriyas, warriors and statesmen, the Vaisyas, businessmen and farmers, and the Dras, laborers and servants. There are also 4 standard ramas, namely, Brahmacharya, student life, Gihasta, householder, Vinaprastha, retired, and Sannyasin, renounced. The regulative principles are not only for the Brahmachars celibate students to follow, but are applicable for all. It doesn't matter whether one is a beginner, a Brahmachar, or is very advanced, a sannyas. The principle of remembering the Supreme Personality of Godhead constantly and not forgetting Him at any moment is meant to be followed by everyone without fail. If this injunction is followed, then all other rules and regulations will automatically fall into line. All other rules and regulations should be treated as assistants or servants to this one basic principle. The injunctions or rules and regulations and their resultant reactions are mentioned in the 11th canto of Bhagavatam, 5th chapter, verses 2 and 3. Kamasa Muni, one of the 9 sages who came to instruct King Nemi, addressed the king and said, "The 4 social orders, namely, the Brahmas, the Kshatriyas, the Vaisyas and the Dras, have come out of the different parts of the universal form of the Supreme Lord as follows. The Brahmas have come out from the head, the Kshatriyas have come out from the arms, the Vaisyas have come out from the waist, and the Dras have come out from the legs. Similarly, the Sannyasas have come out from the head, the Vinaprasthas from the arms, the Jihastas from the waist and the Brahmacharas from the legs. These different orders of society and grades of spiritual advancement are conceived in terms of qualification. It is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita that the 4 social orders and the 4 spiritual orders are created by the Lord Himself in terms of different individual qualities. As the different parts of the body have different types of activities, so the social orders and spiritual orders also have different types of activities in terms of qualification and position. The target of these activities, however, is always the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, He is the Supreme Enjoyer. So, whether one is a Brahma or a Dra, one has to satisfy the Supreme Lord by one's activities. This is also confirmed in Bhagavatam by a verse that reads, "Everyone must be engaged in his particular duty, but the perfection of such work should be tested by how far the Lord is satisfied with such activities." The injunction herein is that one has to act according to his position, and by such activities one must either satisfy the Supreme Personality or else fall down from one's position. For example, a Brahma, who is born out of the head of the Lord, has as his business to preach the transcendental Vedic sounds, or Abda Brahma. Because the Brahma is the head, he has to preach the transcendental sound, and he also has to eat on behalf of the Supreme Lord. According to Vedic injunctions, when a Brahma eats, it is to be understood that the personality of Godhead is eating through him. It is not, however, that the Brahma should simply eat on behalf of the Lord and not preach the message of Bhagavad Gita to the world. Actually, one who preaches the message of the Gita is very dear to Krishna, as is confirmed in the Gita itself. Such a preacher is factually a Brahma, and thus by feeding him one feeds the Supreme Lord directly. Similarly, the Kshatriya has to protect people from the onslaughts of My. That is his duty. For example, as soon as Maharya Parkayat saw that a black man was attempting to kill a cow, he immediately took his sword, wanting to kill the black man, whose name was Kali. That is a Kshatriya's duty. Violence is required in order to give protection. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna directly gave his order to Arjuna to commit violence on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, just to give protection to the people in general. Not to be confused with Kal, the demigoddess who is the devastating feature of material nature. The Vaisyas are meant for producing agricultural products, trading them and distributing them. And the working class or Dras are those who haven't the intelligence of the Brahmas or the Kshatriyas or the Vaisyas, and therefore they are meant to help these higher classes by bodily labor. In this way, there is full cooperation and spiritual advancement among all the different orders of society. And when there is no such cooperation, the members of society will fall down. That is the present position in the Kali Yuga, this age of quarrel. Nobody is doing his duty, and everyone is simply puffed up by calling himself a Brahma, intellectual, or a Kshatriya, soldier or statesman. But actually such people are without status. They are out of touch with the Supreme Personality of Godhead because they are not Krishna conscious. Therefore, the Krishna consciousness movement is intended to set the whole of human society in proper condition so that everyone will be happy and take profit from developing Krishna consciousness. Lord R. Krishna instructed Uddhava that by following the injunctions of the social and spiritual orders of human society, one can satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and as a result of such satisfaction the whole society gets all the necessities of life amply and without difficulty. This is because, after all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead maintains all other living entities. If the whole society performs its respective duties and remains in Krishna consciousness, there is no doubt that all of its members will live very peacefully and happily. Without wanting the necessities of life, the whole world will be turned into Vaikuha, a spiritual abode. Even without being transferred to the kingdom of God, by following the injunctions of our Madbhgavatam and prosecuting the duties of Krishna consciousness, all human society will be happy in all respects. There is a similar statement by our Krishna himself to Uddhava in the 11th canto of our Madbhgavatam, 27th chapter, verse 49. The Lord says there, "My dear Uddhava, all persons are engaged in activities, whether those indicated in the revealed scriptures or ordinary worldly activities. If by the result of either of such activities they worship me in Krishna consciousness, then automatically they become very happy within this world as well as in the next. Of this there is no doubt." We can conclude from this statement by Krishna that activities in Krishna consciousness will give everyone all perfection in all desires. Thus the Krishna consciousness movement is so nice that there is no need of even designating oneself Brahma, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Brahmachar, Jihesta, Vinaprastha or Sannyas. Let everyone be engaged in whatever occupation he now has. Simply let him worship Lord Krishna by the result of his activities in Krishna consciousness. That will adjust the whole situation, and everyone will be happy and peaceful within this world. In the Anradhapakartra, the regulative principles of devotional service are described as follows. Any activity sanctioned in the revealed scriptures and aiming at the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are accepted by saintly teachers as the regulative principles of devotional service. If one regularly executes such service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master, then gradually he rises to the platform of serving in pure love of God. Chapter 3 Eligibility of the candidate for accepting devotional service on account of his association with Matms or great souls. 100% engaged in the devotional service of the Lord, one may attain a little bit of attraction for our Krishna. But at the same time one may remain very much attached to fruitive activities and material sense enjoyment and not be prepared to undergo the different types of renunciation. Such a person, if he has unflinching attraction to Krishna, becomes an eligible candidate for discharging devotional service. This attraction for Krishna consciousness in association with pure devotees is the sign of great fortune. It is confirmed by Lord Chaitanya that only the fortunate persons, by the mercy of both a bona fide spiritual master and Krishna, will get the seat of devotional service. In this connection, Lord Krishna says in our Madbhgavatam, 11th canto, 20th chapter, verse 8, "My dear Uddhava, only by exceptional fortune does someone become attracted to me. And even if one is not completely detached from fruitive activities, or is not completely attached to devotional service, such service is quickly effective." Devotees may be divided into three classes. The devotee in the first or uppermost class is described as follows. He is very expert in the study of relevant scriptures, and he is also expert in putting forward arguments in terms of those scriptures. He can very nicely present conclusions with perfect discretion and can consider the ways of devotional service in a decisive way. He understands perfectly that the ultimate goal of life is to attain to the transcendental loving service of Krishna, and he knows that Krishna is the only object of worship and love. This first-class devotee is one who has strictly followed the rules and regulations under the training of a bona fide spiritual master and has sincerely obeyed him in accord with revealed scriptures. Thus, being fully trained to preach and become a spiritual master himself, he is considered first class. The first-class devotee never deviates from the principles of higher authority, and he attains firm faith in the scriptures by understanding with all reason and arguments. When we speak of arguments and reason, it means arguments and reason on the basis of revealed scriptures. The first-class devotee is not interested in dry speculative methods meant for wasting time. In other words, one who has attained a mature determination in the matter of devotional service can be accepted as the first-class devotee. The second-class devotee has been defined by the following symptoms. He is not very expert in arguing on the strength of revealed scripture, but he has firm faith in the objective. The purport of this description is that the second-class devotee has firm faith in the procedure of devotional service unto Krishna, but he may sometimes fail to offer arguments and decisions on the strength of revealed scripture to an opposing party. but at the same time he is still undaunted within himself as to his decision that Krishna is the supreme object of worship. The neophyte, or third-class devotee, is one whose faith is not strong and who, at the same time, does not recognize the decision of the revealed scripture. The neophyte's faith can be changed by someone with strong arguments or by an opposite decision. Unlike the second-class devotee, who also cannot put forward arguments and evidences from the scripture but who still has all faith in the objective, the neophyte has no firm faith in the objective. Thus he is called the neophyte devotee. Further classification of the neophyte devotee is made in the Bhagavad Gita. It is stated there that 4 classes of men, namely, those who are distressed, those who are in need of money, those who are inquisitive and those who are wise, begin devotional service and come to the Lord for relief in the matter of their respective self-satisfaction. They go into some place of worship and pray to God for mitigation of material distress or for some economic development or to satisfy their inquisitiveness. And a wise man who simply realizes the greatness of God is also counted among the neophytes. Such beginners can be elevated to the second-class or first-class platform if they associate with pure devotees. An example of the neophyte class is Maharyadruva. He was in need of his father's kingdom and therefore engaged himself in devotional service to the Lord. Then in the end, when he was completely purified, he declined to accept any material benediction from the Lord. Similarly, Gajendra was distressed and prayed to Krishna for protection, after which he became a pure devotee. Similarly, Sanaka, Santana, Sananda and Sanat Kumra were all in the category of wise, saintly persons, and they were also attracted by devotional service. A similar thing happened to the assembly in the Nmiraya forest headed by the sage Anaka. The sages were inquisitive and were always asking Astagosvam about Krishna. Thus they achieved the association of a pure devotee and became pure devotees themselves. So that is the way of elevating oneself. In whatever condition one may be, if he is fortunate enough to associate with pure devotees, then very quickly he is elevated to the second-class or first-class platform. These 4 types of devotees have been described in the 7th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, and they have all been accepted as pious. Without becoming pious, no one can come to devotional service. It is explained in Bhagavad Gita that only one who has continually executed pious activities and whose sinful reactions in life have completely stopped can take to Krishna consciousness. Others cannot. The neophyte devotees are classified into 4 groups: the distressed, those in need of money, the inquisitive and the wise, according to the gradations of their pious activities. Without pious activities, if a man is in a distressed condition, he becomes an agnostic, a communist or something like that. Because he does not firmly believe in God, he thinks that he can adjust his distressed condition by totally disbelieving in him. Lord Krishna, however, has explained in the Gita that out of these 4 types of neophytes, the one who is wise is very dear to him, because a wise man, if he is attached to Krishna, is not seeking an exchange of material benefits. A wise man who becomes attached to Krishna does not want any return from him either in the form of his relieving his distress or in gaining money. This means that from the very beginning his basic principle of attachment to Krishna is, more or less, love. Furthermore, due to his wisdom and study of scriptures, he can also understand that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita that after many, many births, when one becomes actually wise, he surrenders unto Vasudeva, knowing perfectly well that Krishna, Vasudeva, is the origin and cause of all causes. Therefore, he sticks to the lotus feet of Krishna and gradually develops love for him. Although such a wise man is very dear to Krishna, the others are also accepted as very magnanimous, because even though they are distressed or in need of money, they have come to Krishna for satisfaction. Thus they are accepted as liberal, broad-minded Madhyamas. Without being elevated to the position of a Jain or wise man, one cannot stick to the principle of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The less intelligent or those whose intelligence has been taken away by the spell of MY are attached to different demigods on account of the influence of the modes of nature. The wise man is he who has thoroughly understood that he is spirit soul and not simply a body. Because he realizes that he is spirit and Krishna is the supreme spirit, he knows that his intimate relationship should be with Krishna, not with this body. The distressed and the man in want of money are in the material concept of life, because distress and need of money are both in relationship with this body. One who is inquisitive may be a little above the distressed and the man in need of money, but still he is on the material platform. But a wise man who seeks Krishna knows perfectly well that he is spirit soul or Brahman, and that Krishna is the supreme spirit soul or Para-Brahman. He knows that the spirit soul, being subordinate and finite, should always dovetail himself with the infinite and supreme soul, Krishna. That is the relationship of the wise man with Krishna. It can be concluded that a person who is freed from the bodily concept of life is an eligible candidate for pure devotional service. It is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that after Brahman realization, when one is freed from material anxieties and can see every living entity on an equal level, he is eligible to enter into devotional service. As stated before, there are three kinds of happiness: material, spiritual and devotional. Devotional service and the happiness due to its execution are not possible as long as one is materially affected. If someone has a desire for material enjoyment or for becoming one with the Supreme, these are both considered material concepts. Because the impersonalists cannot appreciate the spiritual happiness of association and the exchange of loving affairs with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, their ultimate goal is to become one with the Lord. This concept is simply an extension of the material idea. In the material world, everyone is trying to be the topmost headman among all his fellow men or neighbors. Either communally, socially or nationally, everyone is competing to be greater than all others in the material concept of life. This greatness can be extended to the unlimited, so that one actually wants to become one with the greatest of all, the Supreme Lord. This is also a material concept, although maybe a little more advanced. However, the perfect spiritual concept of life is complete knowledge of one's constitutional position, in which one knows enough to dovetail himself in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. One must know that he is finite and that the Lord is infinite. Thus it is not possible to actually become one with the Lord even if one aspires for this. It is simply not possible. Therefore, anyone who has any desire or aspiration for satisfying his senses by becoming more and more important, either in the material sense or in the spiritual sense, cannot actually relish the really sweet taste of devotional service. RLAR Pagazvam has therefore compared possessing these bhakti, material, and mukti, liberation, desires with being influenced by the black art of a witch. In both cases one is in trouble. Bhakti means material enjoyment, and mukti means to become freed from material anxiety and to become one with the Lord. These desires are compared to being haunted by ghosts and witches, because while these aspirations for material enjoyment or spiritual oneness with the Supreme remain, no one can relish the actual transcendental taste of devotional service. A pure devotee never cares for liberation. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prayed to Krishna, "My dear son of Nanda, I do not want any material happiness in the shape of many followers, nor immense opulence in wealth, nor any beautiful wife, nor do I want cessation from material existence. I may take many births one after another, but what I pray from you is that my devotion unto you may always remain unflinching." The attention of a pure devotee is so much attracted to glorification of the Lord's pastimes, name, qualities, forms, etc., that the devotee does not care for mukti. Our Bilvama Gala H. Kura has said, "If I am engaged in devotional service unto you, my dear Lord, then very easily can I perceive your presence everywhere. And as far as liberation is concerned, I think liberation stands at my door with folded hands, waiting to serve me." To pure devotees, therefore, liberation and spiritual emancipation are not very important things. In this connection, in the third canto of our Madhbhagavatam, chapter 25, verse 36, Kapiladeva has advised his mother, Devati, as follows: "My dear mother, my pure devotees are charmed by seeing my different forms, the beauty of my face, the structure of my body so enchanting. My laughing, my pastimes and my glance appear to them so beautiful that their minds are always absorbed in thoughts of me and their lives are dedicated fully unto me. Although such people do not desire any kind of liberation or any kind of material happiness, still I give them a place among my associates in the supreme abode." This evidence from our Madhbhagavatam gives assurance to the pure devotee of being elevated to association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. RLAR Pagazvam remarks in this connection that one who is actually attracted by the beauty of the lotus feet of our Krishna or his service, and whose heart, by such attraction, is always full with transcendental bliss, will naturally never aspire after the liberation which is so valuable to the impersonalists. A similar passage is also there in the 3rd canto, 4th chapter, verse 15 of the same book, wherein Uddhava addresses Lord Krishna and says, "My dear Lord, for persons who are engaged in your transcendental loving service there is nothing worth obtaining from religiousness, economic development, sense gratification or liberation, although happiness from these different sources can be very easily had by them. In spite of such facilities, my dear Lord, I do not aspire to achieve any such results. My only prayer is that I may have unflinching faith and devotion unto your lotus feet." A similar passage appears in the 3rd canto, 25th chapter, verse 34, wherein Kapiladeva instructs his mother and says, "My dear mother, devotees whose hearts are always filled in the service of my lotus feet and who are prepared to do anything for my satisfaction, especially those fortunate devotees who assemble together to understand my qualities, pastimes and form and thus glorify me congregationally and derive transcendental pleasure therefrom, never desire to become one with me. And what to speak of becoming one with me, if they are offered a post like mine in my abode, or opulence like mine, or even personal association with me with similar bodily features, they refuse to accept, because they are satisfied simply by being engaged in my devotional service." In our Madhbh Gavatam, 4th canto, 9th chapter, verse 10, King Dhruva says, "My dear Lord, the transcendental pleasure derived by meditation upon your lotus feet, which is enjoyed by the pure devotees, cannot be approached by the transcendental pleasure derived by the impersonalists through self-realization. So how can the fruitive workers, who at most can aspire to promotion to the higher heavenly planets, understand you, and how can they be described as enjoying a happiness similar to the devotee's happiness?" Chapter 4 Devotional service surpasses all liberation. How much a devotee is seriously attached to the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead can be understood from the statement of Ma'arya Pithu, D'Arya, which is described in our Madhbh Gavatam, 4th canto, 20th chapter, verse 24. He prays to the Supreme Personality of Godhead thus: "My dear Lord, if after taking liberation I have no chance of hearing the glories of your Lordship, glories chanted by pure devotees from the core of their hearts in praise of your lotus feet, and if I have no chance for this honey of transcendental bliss, then I shall never ask for liberation or this so-called spiritual emancipation. I shall simply always pray unto your Lordship that you may give me millions of tongues and millions of ears, so that I can constantly chant and hear of your transcendental glories." The impersonalists desire to merge into the existence of the Supreme, but without keeping their individuality they have no chance of hearing and chanting the glories of the Supreme Lord. Because they have no idea of the transcendental form of the Supreme Lord, there is no chance of their chanting and hearing of his transcendental activities. In other words, unless one is already beyond liberation, one cannot relish the transcendental glories of the Lord, nor can one understand the transcendental form of the Lord. A similar statement is found in our Madhbh Gavatam, 5th canto, 14th chapter, verse 44. Ukadeva Gosvam addresses Parkatma Arya there and says, "The great soul King Bharata was so much attached to the service of the lotus feet of Krishna that he very easily gave up his lordship over the earthly planet and his affection for his children, society, friends, royal opulence and beautiful wife. He was so very lucky that the goddess of fortune was pleased to offer him all kinds of material concessions, but he never accepted any of these material opulences." Ukadeva Gosvam praises this behavior of King Bharata very highly. He says, "Any person whose heart is attracted by the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Madhusdana, does not care even for that liberation which is aspired to by many great sages, what to speak of material opulences." In the Bh Gavatam, 6th canto, 11th chapter, verse 25, there is a similar statement by Vidyasura, who addresses the Lord as follows: "My dear Lord, by leaving your transcendental service I may be promoted to the planet called Dryavaloka the Polistra, or I may gain lordship over all the planetary systems of the universe. But I do not aspire to this. Nor do I wish the mystic perfections of yoga practice, nor do I aspire to spiritual emancipation. All I wish for, my Lord, is your association and transcendental service eternally." This statement is confirmed by Lord Eva in our Madhbh Gavatam, 6th canto, 17th chapter, verse 28, wherein Lord Eva addresses Sat thus: "My dear Sat, persons who are devoted to an Arya Krishna are not afraid of anything. If they are elevated to the higher planetary systems, or if they get liberation from material contamination, or if they are pushed down to the hellish condition of life, or, in fact, in any situation whatever, they are not afraid of anything. Simply because they have taken shelter of the lotus feet of Nrya. For them any position in the material world is as good as another. There is a similar statement by Indra, the king of heaven, in Bhagavatam, 6th canto, 18th chapter, verse 74. There Indra addresses Mother Deity in this manner. My dear mother, persons who have given up all kinds of desire and are simply engaged in devotional service to the Lord know what is actually their self-interest. Such persons are actually serving their self-interests and are considered first-class experts in the matter of advancing to the perfectional stage of life. In the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, 6th chapter, verse 25, Maharya Pralda says, My dear friends born into atheistic families, if you can please the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, then there is nothing more rare in this world. In other words, if the Supreme Lord Krishna is pleased with you, then any desire you may have within the core of your heart can be fulfilled without any doubt. As such, what is the use of elevating yourself by the results of fruitive activities, which are automatically achieved in all events by the modes of material nature? And what is the use for you of spiritual emancipation or liberation from material bondage? If you are always engaged in chanting the glories of the Supreme Lord and always relishing the nectar of the lotus feet of the Lord, then there is no necessity for any of these. By this statement of Pralda Maharya it is clearly understood that one who takes pleasure in chanting and hearing the transcendental glories of the Lord has already surpassed all kinds of material benedictions, including the results of pious fruitive activities, sacrifices and even liberation from material bondage. Similarly, in the same 7th canto, 8th chapter, verse 42, when the demigods are offering prayers to Lord Nrsimha, Indra the king of heaven says, O Supreme One, these demons talk of our share of participation in the performances of ritualistic sacrifices, but simply by your appearance as Lord Nrsimha Deva you have saved us from terrible fears. Actually, our shares in the sacrificial performances are due to you only, because you are the supreme enjoyer of all sacrifices. You are the supersoul of every living entity, and therefore you are the actual owner of everything. Long were our hearts always filled with fear of this demon, Hiranyakapu. But you are so kind toward us that by killing him you have removed that fear from within our hearts and have given us the chance to place your lordship within our hearts again. For persons who are engaged in the transcendental loving service of your lordship, all the opulences which were taken away from us by the demons are counted as nothing. Devotees do not care even for liberation, what to speak of these material opulences. Actually, we are not enjoyers of the fruits of sacrifices. Our only duty is to always be engaged in your service, for you are the enjoyer of everything. The purport of this statement by Indra is that beginning from Brahm down to the insignificant ant, no living entities are meant for enjoying the material opulences. They are simply meant for offering everything to the Supreme Proprietor, the Personality of Godhead. By doing so, they automatically enjoy the benefit. The example can be cited again of the different parts of the body collecting foodstuffs and cooking them so that ultimately a meal may be offered to the stomach. After it has gone to the stomach, all the parts of the body equally enjoy the benefit of the meal. So, similarly, everyone's duty is to satisfy the Supreme Lord, and then automatically everyone will become satisfied. A similar verse is found in the 8th canto, 3rd chapter of our Bhagavatam, verse 20. Gajendra says there, My dear Lord, I have no experience of the transcendental bliss derived from your devotional service, so therefore I have asked from you some favor. But I know that persons who are pure devotees and have, by serving the lotus feet of great souls, become freed from all material desires are always merged in the ocean of transcendental bliss and, as such, are always satisfied simply by glorifying your auspicious characteristics. For them there is nothing else to aspire to or pray for. In the 9th canto of the Bhagavatam, 4th chapter, verse 67, the Lord of Vaikuha replies to Durvas Muni thus. My pure devotees are always satisfied being engaged in devotional service, and therefore they do not aspire even after the 5 liberated stages, which are 1. To be one with me, 2. To achieve residence on my planet, 3. To have my opulences, 4. To possess bodily feature similar to mine, and 5. To gain personal association with me. So when they are not interested even in these liberated positions, you can know how little they care for material opulences or material liberation. There is a similar prayer by the ENG wives of the Kalia serpent, in the 10th canto of Armad Bhgavatam, 16th chapter, verse 37. The ENG say there, Dear Lord, the dust of your lotus feet is very wonderful. Any person who is fortunate enough to achieve this dust does not care for heavenly planets, lordship over all the planetary systems, the mystic perfections of yoga, or even liberation from material existence. In other words, anyone who adores the dust of your lotus feet does not care a fig for all other perfectional stages. There is a similar statement in the 10th canto, 87th chapter, verse 21, wherein the Vedas personified, pray to the Lord as follows. Dear Lord, it is very difficult to understand spiritual knowledge. Your appearance here, just as you are, is to explain to us this most difficult subject of knowledge of the Spirit. As such, your devotees who have left their domestic comforts to associate with the liberated serious teachers are now fully merged in the devotional service of your Lordship, and thus they do not care for any so-called liberation. In explaining this verse, it should be noted that spiritual knowledge means understanding the self and the supersoul, or super-self. The individual soul and the supersoul are qualitatively one, and therefore both of them are known as Brahman, or spirit. But knowledge of Brahman is very difficult to understand. There are so many philosophers engaged in the matter of understanding the soul, but they are unable to make any tangible advancement. It is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita that out of many millions of persons, only one may try to understand what is spiritual knowledge, and out of many such persons who are trying to understand, only one or a few may know what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So this verse says that spiritual knowledge is very difficult to achieve, and so in order to make it more easily attainable, the Supreme Lord himself comes in his original form as our Krishna and gives his instruction directly to an associate like Arjuna, just so that the people in general may take advantage of this spiritual knowledge. This verse also explains that liberation means having completely given up all the material comforts of life. Those who are impersonalists are satisfied by simply being liberated from the material circumstances, but those who are devotees can automatically give up material life and also enjoy the transcendental bliss of hearing and chanting the wonderful activities of Lord Krishna. In the 11th canto of Armad Bhgavatam, 20th chapter, verse 34, Lord Krishna says to Uddhava, My dear Uddhava, the devotees who have completely taken shelter of my service are so steadfast in devotional service that they have no other desire. Even if they are offered the 4 kinds of spiritual opulences, they will refuse to accept them. So what to speak of their desiring anything within the material world? Similarly, Lord Krishna says in another passage of the Bhgavatam, 11th canto, 14th chapter, verse 14, My dear Uddhava, a person whose consciousness is completely absorbed in my thought and activities does not aspire even to occupy the post of Brahm, or the post of Indra, or the post of lordship over the planets, or the 8 kinds of mystic perfections, or even liberation itself. In the 12th canto of Armad Bhgavatam, 10th chapter, verse 6, Lord Eva says to Dev, My dear Dev, this great Brahma sage Amritaya has attained unflinching faith and devotion unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and as such he does not aspire after any benedictions, including liberation from the material world. The 5th kind of liberation, merging with the Supreme, is not considered an opulence in spiritual brigaded existence. Similarly, there is a statement in Padma Pura describing the ritualistic function during the month of Kartika, October-November. During this month, in VND Vana it is the regulative principle to pray daily to Lord Krishna in his Damodara form. The Damodara form refers to Krishna in his childhood when he was tied up with rope by his mother, Yad. Dama means ropes and Udara means the abdomen. So Mother Yad, being disturbed by naughty Krishna, bound him round the abdomen with a rope. Thus Krishna is named Damodara. During Kartika, Damodara is prayed to as follows. My dear Lord, you are the Lord of all, the giver of all benedictions. There are many demigods, like Lord Brahm and Lord Eva, who sometimes offer benedictions to their respective devotees. For example, Arva was blessed with many benedictions by Lord Eva, and Hiranyakapu was blessed by Lord Brahm. But even Lord Eva and Lord Brahm depend upon the benedictions of Lord Krishna, and therefore Krishna is addressed as the Lord of all benefactors. As such, Lord Krishna can offer his devotees anything they want, but still, the devotee's prayer continues. I do not ask you for liberation or any material facility up to the point of liberation. What I want as your favor is that I may always think of your form in which I see you now, as Damodara. You are so beautiful and attractive that my mind does not want anything besides this wonderful form. In this same prayer there is another passage in which it is said, My dear Lord Demodara, once when you were playing as a naughty boy in the house of Nanda Maharya, you broke the box containing yogurt, and because of that Mother Yod considered you an offender and tied you with rope to the household grinding mortar. At that time you delivered the two sons of Kubera, Nilakvara and Mahagurva, who were staying there as two Arjuna trees in the yard of Nanda Maharya. My only request is that by your merciful pastimes you may similarly deliver me. The story behind this verse is that the two sons of Kubera, the treasurer of the demigods, were puffed up on account of the opulence of their father, and so once on a heavenly planet they were enjoying themselves in a lake with some naked damsels of heaven. At that time the great saint Anrada Muni was passing on the road and was sorry to see the behavior of the sons of Kubera. Seeing Anrada passing by, the damsels of heaven covered their bodies with cloth, but the two sons, being drunkards, did not have this decency. Anrada became angry with their behavior and cursed them thus, You have no sense, so it is better if you become trees instead of the sons of Kubera. Upon hearing this, the boys came to their senses and begged Anrada to be pardoned for their offenses. Anrada then said, Yes, you shall become trees, Arjuna trees, and you will stand in the courtyard of Nanda Maharya. But Krishna himself will appear in time as the foster son of Nanda, and he will deliver you. In other words, the curse of Anrada was a benediction to the sons of Kubera because indirectly it was foretold that they would be able to receive the favor of Lord Krishna. After that, Kubera's two sons stood as two big Arjuna trees in the courtyard of Nanda Maharya until Lord Demodara, in order to fulfill the desire of Anrada, dragged the grinding mortar to which he was tied and struck the two trees, violently causing them to fall down. From out of these fallen trees came Nilakvara and Mahagurva, who had by then become great devotees of the Lord. There is a passage in the Hayarapakartra that states, My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, I do not want any resultant benediction from my religious life, nor do I want any economic development, nor do I want to enjoy sense gratification nor liberation. I simply pray to be an eternal servant at your lotus feet. Kindly oblige me and give me this benediction. In the same Hayarapakartra, after Nrsimhadeva wanted to give benedictions to Prahlada Maharya, Prahlada did not accept any material benediction and simply asked the favor of the Lord to remain his eternal devotee. In this connection, Prahlada Maharya cited the example of Hanuman, the eternal servitor of Lord Ramacandra, who also set an example by never asking any material favor from the Lord. He always remained engaged in the Lord's service. That is the ideal character of Hanuman, for which he is still worshipped by all devotees. Prahlada Maharya also offered his respectful obeisances unto Hanuman. There is a well-known verse spoken by Hanuman in which he says, My dear Lord, if you like you can give me salvation from this material existence, or the privilege of merging into your existence, but I do not wish any of these things. I do not want anything that diminishes my relationship with you as servant to master, even after liberation. In a similar passage in the Anradapakartra it is stated, My dear Lord, I do not wish any perfectional stage by performing the ritualistic religious ceremonies or by economic development or by sense gratification or liberation. I simply pray that you grant me the favor of keeping me under your lotus feet. I do not wish any kind of liberation such as Slokya, to reside on your planet, or Sarpaya, to have the same bodily features as you. I simply pray for your favor that I may be always engaged in your loving service. Similarly, in the 6th canto, 14th chapter, verse 5 of our Madhbhgavatam, Maharya Parkayat inquires from Ukdeva Gosvam, My dear Brahma, I understand that the demon Vitarsura was a greatly sinful person and that his mentality was completely absorbed in the modes of passion and ignorance. How did he develop to such a perfectional stage of devotional service to an Arya? I have heard that even great persons who have undergone severe austerities and who are liberated with full knowledge must strive to become devotees of the Lord. It is understood that such persons are very rare and almost never to be seen, so I am astonished that Vitarsura became such a devotee. In the above verse, the most important thing to be noted is that there may be many liberated persons who have merged into the existence of the impersonal Brahman, but a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, an Arya, is very, very rare. Even out of millions of liberated persons, only one is fortunate enough to become a devotee. In our Madhbhgavatam, 1st canto, 8th chapter, verse 20, Queen Kunt is praying to Lord Krishna at the time of his departure. My dear Krishna, you are so great that you are inconceivable even to great stalwart scholars and paramahasas fully liberated souls. So if such great sages, who are transcendental to all the reactions of material existence, are unable to know you, then as far as we are concerned, belonging to the less intelligent woman class, how is it possible for us to know your glories? How can we understand you? In this verse, the particular thing to be noted is that the personality of Godhead is not understood by great liberated persons, but only by devotees such as Queen Kunt in her humbleness. Although she was a woman and was considered less intelligent than a man, still she realized the glories of Krishna. That is the purport of this verse. Another passage that is very important is in Armadbh Gavatam, 1st Canto, 7th chapter, verse 10, and is called the Dmr Ma verse. In this Dmr Ma verse it is stated that even those who are completely liberated from material contamination are attracted by the transcendental qualities of Lord Krishna. The purport of this verse is that a liberated soul has absolutely no desire at all for material enjoyment. He is wholly freed from all kinds of material desires, yet still he is irresistibly attracted by the desire to hear and understand the pastimes of the Lord. We may therefore conclude that the glories and pastimes of the Lord are not material. Otherwise, how could the liberated persons known as Dmr Mas be attracted by such pastimes? That is the important point in this verse. This Dmr Ma verse was once nicely explained by Lord Chaitanya to Santana Goswami. There is a detailed explanation of this verse in the author's teachings of Lord Chaitanya. From the above statement it is found that a devotee is not after any of the stages of liberation. There are 5 stages of liberation, already explained as being 1. To become one with the Lord, 2. To live on the same planet as the Lord, 3. To obtain the same bodily features as the Lord, 4. To have the same opulences as the Lord, and 5. To have constant association with the Lord. Out of these 5 liberated stages, the one which is known as Asyaya, or to merge into the existence of the Lord, is the last to be accepted by a devotee. The other 4 liberations, although not desired by devotees, are still not against the devotional ideals. Some of the liberated persons who have achieved these 4 stages of liberation may also develop affection for Krishna and be promoted to the Goloka Vana planet in the spiritual sky. In other words, those who are already promoted to the Vaikuha planets and who possess the 4 kinds of liberation may also sometimes develop affection for Krishna and become promoted to Krishna Loka. So those who are in the 4 liberated states may still be going through different stages of existence. In the beginning they may want the opulences of Krishna, but at the mature stage the dormant love for Krishna exhibited in Vana becomes prominent in their hearts. As such, the pure devotees never accept the liberation of Asyaya, to become one with the Supreme, though sometimes they may accept as favorable the other 4 liberated states. Out of many kinds of devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the one who is attracted to the original form of the Lord, Krishna in Vana, is considered to be the foremost, first-class devotee. Such a devotee is never attracted by the opulences of Vaikuha or even of Dvirak, the royal city where Krishna ruled. The conclusion of R.R. Goswami is that the devotees who are attracted by the pastimes of the Lord in Gokula or Vana are the topmost devotees. Vana is the transcendental place where Krishna enjoys his eternal pastimes as a boy, and it is considered the topmost sphere in all existence. When this Vana is exhibited in the material world the place is called Gokula, and in the spiritual world it is called Goloka or Goloka Vana. A devotee who is attached to a particular form of the Lord does not wish to redirect his devotion to other forms. For example, Hanuman, the devotee of Lord Armakandra, knew that there is no difference between Lord Armakandra and Lord Narayana, and yet he still wanted to render service only unto Lord Armakandra. That is due to the specific attraction of a particular devotee. There are many forms of the Lord, but Krishna is still the original form. Though all of the devotees of the different forms of the Lord are in the same category, still it is said that those who are devotees of Lord Krishna are the topmost in the list of all devotees. Chapter 5 The Purity of Devotional Service. All of the previous instructions imparted by R.L.A.R. Goswami in his broad statements can be summarized thus. As long as one is materially inclined or desirous of merging into the spiritual effulgence, one cannot enter into the realm of pure devotional service. Next, R. Goswami states that devotional service is transcendental to all material considerations and that it is not limited to any particular country, class, society or circumstance. As stated in our Madbh Gavatam, devotional service is transcendental and has no cause. Devotional service is executed without any hope for gain, and it cannot be checked by any material circumstances. It is open for all, without any distinction, and it is the constitutional occupation of the living entities. In the Middle Ages, after the disappearance of Lord Chaitanya's great associate Lord Nityananda, a class of priestly persons claimed to be the descendants of Nityananda, calling themselves the Gosvem caste. They further claimed that the practice and spreading of devotional service belonged only to their particular class, which was known as Nityananda Vaye. In this way, they exercised their artificial power for some time, until Rla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Kura, the powerful Siriya of the Goyavayava Sampradaya, completely smashed their idea. There was a great hard struggle for some time, but it has turned up successfully, and it is now correctly and practically established that devotional service is not restricted to a particular class of men. Besides that, anyone who is engaged in devotional service is already at the status of being a high-class Brahmana. So Rla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Kura's struggle for this movement has come up successful. It is on the basis of his position that anyone can now become a Goyavayava from any part of the world or any part of the universe. Anyone who is a pure Vayava is situated transcendentally, and therefore the highest qualification in the material world, namely, to be in the mode of goodness, has already been achieved by such a person. Our Krishna consciousness movement in the Western world is based on the above-mentioned proposition of Rla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Gosvem Prabhupada, our spiritual master. On his authority, we are claiming members from all sections of the Western countries. The so-called Brahmanas claim that one who is not born into a Brahma family cannot receive the sacred thread and cannot become a high-grade Vayava. But we do not accept such a theory because it is not supported by Arpagosvem or by the strength of the various scriptures. Rla Arpagosvem specifically mentions herein that every man has the birthright to accept devotional service and to become Krishna conscious. He has given many evidences from many scriptures, and he has especially quoted one passage from Padma Purana, wherein the sage Vasiha tells King Dilpa, "My dear king, everyone has the right to execute devotional service, just as he has the right to take early bath in the month of Emga December-January." There is more evidence in the Skanda Purana, in the Kaka portion, where it is said, in the country known as Mayradva, the lower caste people, who are considered less than dress, are also initiated in the Vayava cult of devotional service. And when they are properly dressed, with tilaka on their bodies and beads in their hands and on their necks, they appear to be coming from Vaikuha. In fact, they look so very beautiful that immediately they surpass the ordinary Brahmanas. Thus a Vayava automatically becomes a Brahmana. This idea is also supported by Santana Gosvem in his book Hari Bhakti Vilsa, which is the Vayava Guide. Therein he has clearly stated that any person who is properly initiated into the Vayava cult certainly becomes a Brahmana, as much as the metal known as Kasa, bell metal, is turned into gold by the mixture of mercury. A bona fide spiritual master, under the guidance of authorities, can turn anyone to the Vayava cult so that naturally he may come to the topmost position of a Brahmana. Rla Arpagosvem warns, however, that if a person is properly initiated by a bona fide spiritual master, he should not think that simply by the acceptance of such initiation his business is then finished. One still has to follow the rules and regulations very carefully. If after accepting the spiritual master and being initiated one does not follow the rules and regulations of devotional service, then he is again fallen. One must be very vigilant to remember that he is a part and parcel of the transcendental body of Krishna, and that it is his duty as part and parcel to give service to the whole, or Krishna. If we do not render service to Krishna, then again we fall down. In other words, simply becoming initiated does not elevate one to the position of a high-class Brahmana. One also has to discharge the duties and follow the regulative principles very rigidly. Arpagosvem also says that if one is regularly discharging devotional service, there will be no question of a fell down. But even if circumstantially there is some fell down, the Vayava need have nothing to do with the Paryasita, the ritualistic ceremony for purification. If someone falls down from the principles of devotional service, he need not take to the Paryasita performances for reformation. He simply has to execute the rules and regulations for discharging devotional service, and this is sufficient for his reinstatement. This is the mystery of the Vayava devotional cult. Practically, there are three processes for elevating one to the platform of spiritual consciousness. These processes are called karma, jnana, and bhakti. Ritualistic performances are in the field of karma. Speculative processes are in the field of jnana. One who has taken to bhakti, the devotional service of the Lord, need have nothing to do with karma or jnana. It has been already explained that pure devotional service is without any tinge of karma or jnana. Bhakti should have no tinge of philosophical speculation or ritualistic performances. In this connection, RLAR Pagazvam gives evidence from Armad Bhagavatam, 11th Canto, 21st Chapter, Verse 2, in which Lord Krishna says to Uddhava, the distinction between qualification and disqualification may be made in this way. Persons who are already elevated in discharging devotional service will never again take shelter of the processes of fruitive activity or philosophical speculation. If one sticks to devotional service and is conducted by regulative principles given by the authorities and serious, that is the best qualification. This statement is supported in Armad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, 5th Chapter, Verse 17, wherein R.N. Radha Muni advises Vaisadeva thus. Even if one does not execute his specific occupational duty but immediately takes direct shelter of the lotus feet of Hari Krishna, there will be no fault on his part, and in all circumstances his position is secure. Even if, by some bad association, he falls down while executing devotional service, or if he doesn't finish the complete course of devotional service and dies untimely, still he is not at a loss. A person who is simply discharging his occupational duty in Vara and Rama, however, with no Krishna consciousness, practically does not gain the true benefit of human life. The purport is that all conditioned souls who are engaged very frantically in activities for sense gratification, without knowing that this process will never help them get out of material contamination, are awarded only with repeated births and deaths. In the 5th Canto of Armad Bhagavatam it is clearly stated by Abhadeva to his sons, persons engaged in fruitive activities are repeatedly accepting birth and death, and until they develop a loving feeling for Vasudeva, there will be no question of getting out from these stringent laws of material nature. As such, any person who is very seriously engaged in his occupational duties in the Varas and Ramas, and who does not develop love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, should be understood to be simply spoiling his human form of life. This is confirmed also in the 11th Canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 11th Chapter, Verse 32, in which the Lord says to Uddhava, my dear Uddhava, any person who takes shelter of me in complete surrender and follows my instructions, giving up all occupational duties, is to be considered the first-class man. In this statement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it is understood that people who are generally attracted to philanthropic, ethical, moral, altruistic, political and social welfare activities may be considered nice men only in the calculation of the material world. From Armad Bhagavatam and other authentic Vedic scriptures we learn further that if a person simply acts in Krishna consciousness and discharges devotional service, he is considered to be far better situated than all of those persons engaged in philanthropic, ethical, moral, altruistic and social welfare activities. The same thing is still more emphatically confirmed in Armad Bhagavatam, 11th Canto, 5th Chapter, Verse 41, in which Karabjana Muni addresses Ma'aryanimi as follows. My dear king, if someone gives up his occupational duties as they are prescribed for the different Varas and Ramas, but takes complete shelter, surrendering himself unto the lotus feet of the Lord, such a person is no more a debtor, nor has he any obligation to perform the different kinds of activities we render to the great sages, ancestors, living entities and family and society members. Nor has he any need to bother executing the 5 kinds of yas sacrifices for becoming free from sinful contamination. Simply by discharging devotional service, he is freed from all kinds of obligations. The purport is that as soon as a man takes his birth he is immediately indebted to so many sources. He is indebted to the great sages because he profits by reading their authoritative scriptures and books. For example, we take advantage of the books written by Vaisadeva. Vaisadeva has left for us all the Vedas. Before Vaisadeva's writing, the Vedic literature was simply heard and the disciples would learn the mantras quickly by hearing and not by reading. Later on, Vaisadeva thought it wise to write down the Vedas, because in this age people are short-memoried and unable to remember all the instructions given by the spiritual master. Therefore, he left all the Vedic knowledge in the form of books, such as the Puras, Vedanta, Mahabharata and Armad Bhagavatam. There are many other sages like Akarsiriya, Gautama Muni and Anrada Muni to whom we are indebted because we take advantage of their knowledge. Similarly, we are obliged to our forefathers because we take our birth in a particular family where we take all advantages and inherit property. Therefore, we are indebted to the forefathers and have to offer them paya, prasta, after they are dead. Similarly, to the people in general we are also indebted, as well as to our relatives, friends and even animals such as cows and dogs who render us so much service. In this way, we are indebted to the demigods, to the forefathers, to the sages, to the animals and to society in general. It is our duty to repay them all by proper discharge of service. But by the one stroke of devotional service, if someone gives up all obligations and simply surrenders unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is no longer a debtor nor obliged to any other source of benefit. In Bhagavad Gita also the Lord says, "Give up all your occupations and just become surrendered unto me. I give you assurance that I shall give you protection from all sinful reactions." One may think that because he is surrendering unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead he will not be able to perform all of his other obligations. But the Lord says repeatedly, don't hesitate. Don't consider that because you are giving up all other engagements there will be some flaw in your life. Don't think like that. I will give you all protection. That is the assurance of Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. There is additional evidence in the Agastya Sahit. As the regulative principles of scripture are not required by a liberated person, so the ritualistic principles indicated in the Vedic supplements are also not required for a person duly engaged in the service of Lord Armakandra. In other words, the devotees of Lord Armakandra or Krishna are already liberated persons and are not required to follow all the regulative principles mentioned in the ritualistic portions of the Vedic literature. Similarly, in the 11th canto of Armadbhagavatam, 5th chapter, verse 42, Karabjana Muni addresses King Nemi and says, "My dear king, a person who has given up the worship of the demigods and has completely concentrated his energy in the devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead has become very, very dear to the Lord. As such, if by chance or mistake he does something that is forbidden, there is no need for him to perform any purificatory ceremonies. Because the Lord is situated within his heart, he takes compassion for the devotee's accidental mistake and corrects him from within." It is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita in many places that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, takes a special interest in his devotees and declares emphatically that nothing can cause his devotees to fall down. He is always protecting them. Chapter 6 How to Discharge Devotional Service. RLAR Gosvem states that his elder brother, Santana Gosvem, has compiled Hari Bhakti Vilsa for the guidance of the Vaishnavas and therein has mentioned many rules and regulations to be followed by the Vaishnavas. Some of them are very important and prominent, and RLAR Gosvem will now mention these very important items for our benefit. The purport of this statement is that RLAR Gosvem proposes to mention only basic principles, not details. For example, a basic principle is that one has to accept a spiritual master. Exactly how one follows the instructions of his spiritual master is considered a detail. For example, if one is following the instruction of his spiritual master and that instruction is different from the instructions of another spiritual master, this is called detailed information. But the basic principle of acceptance of a spiritual master is good everywhere, although the details may be different. RLAR Gosvem does not wish to enter into details here, but wants to place before us only the principles. He mentions the basic principles as follows. 1. Accepting the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master. 2. Becoming initiated by the spiritual master and learning how to discharge devotional service from him. 3. Obeying the orders of the spiritual master with faith and devotion. 4. Following in the footsteps of great serious teachers under the direction of the spiritual master. 5. Inquiring from the spiritual master how to advance in Krishna consciousness. 6. Being prepared to give up anything material for the satisfaction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, our Krishna. This means that when we are engaged in the devotional service of Krishna, we must be prepared to give up something that we may not like to give up, and also we have to accept something that we may not like to accept. 7. Residing in a sacred place of pilgrimage like Devirak or Vindivana. 8. Accepting only what is necessary, or dealing with the material world only as far as necessary. 9. Observing the fasting day on Nectar and 10. Worshipping sacred trees like the banyan tree. These 10 items are preliminary necessities for beginning the discharge of devotional service in regulative principles. In the beginning, if a neophyte devotee observes the above-mentioned 10 principles, surely he will quickly make good advancement in Krishna consciousness. The next set of instructions is listed as follows. 1. One should rigidly give up the company of non-devotees. 2. One should not instruct a person who is not desirous of accepting devotional service. 3. One should not be very enthusiastic about constructing costly temples or monasteries. 4. One should not try to read too many books, nor should one develop the idea of earning his livelihood by lecturing on or professionally reciting Armad Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita. 5. One should not be neglectful in ordinary dealings. 6. One should not be under the spell of lamentation in loss or jubilation in gain. 7. One should not disrespect the demigods. 8. One should not give unnecessary trouble to any living entity. 9. One should carefully avoid the various offenses in chanting the holy name of the Lord or in worshipping the deity in the temple. 10. One should be very intolerant toward the blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, or his devotees. Without following the above-mentioned 10 principles, one cannot properly elevate himself to the platform of Asthana Bhakti, or devotional service in practice. Altogether, RLAR Pagazvam mentions 20 items, and all of them are very important. Out of the 20, the first 3, namely, accepting the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, taking initiation from him and serving him with respect and reverence, are the most important. The next important items are as follows. 1. One should decorate the body with tilaka, which is the sign of the Vaivas. The idea is that as soon as a person sees these marks on the body of the Vairava, he will immediately remember Krishna. Lord Chaitanya said that a Vairava is he who, when seen, reminds one of Krishna. Therefore, it is essential that a Vairava mark his body with tilaka to remind others of Krishna. 2. In marking such tilaka, sometimes one may write Hare Krishna on the body. 3. One should accept flowers and garlands that have been offered to the deity and the spiritual master and put them on one's body. 4. One should learn to dance before the deity. 5. One should learn to bow down immediately upon seeing the deity or the spiritual master. 6. As soon as one visits a temple of Lord Krishna, one must stand up. 7. When the deity is being borne for a stroll in the street, a devotee should immediately follow the procession. In this connection, it may be noted that in India, especially in VU temples, the system is that apart from the big deity who is permanently situated in the main area of the temple, there is a set of smaller deities that are taken in procession in the evening. In some temples it is the custom to hold a big procession in the evening with a band playing and a nice big umbrella over the deities, who sit on decorated thrones on the cart or palanquin, which is carried by devotees. The deities come out onto the street and travel in the neighborhood while the people of the neighborhood come out to offer prasada. The residents of the neighborhood all follow the procession, so it is a very nice scene. When the deity is coming out, the servitors in the temple put forward the daily accounts before them. So much was the collection, so much was the expenditure. The whole idea is that the deity is considered to be the proprietor of the whole establishment, and all the priests and other people taking care of the temple are considered to be the servants of the deity. This system is very, very old and is still followed. So therefore it is mentioned here that when the deity is on stroll, the people should follow behind. 8. A devotee must visit a VU temple at least once or twice every day, morning and evening. In Vindhyavana this system is followed very strictly. All the devotees in town go every morning and evening to visit different temples. Therefore during these times there are considerable crowds all over the city. There are about 5,000 temples in Vindhyavana city. Of course it is not possible to visit all the temples, but there are at least 12 very big and important temples which were started by the Gosvamis and which should be visited. 9. One must circumambulate the temple building at least 3 times. In every temple there is an arrangement to go around the temple at least 3 times. Some devotees go around more than 3 times, 10 times, 15 times, according to their vows. The Gosvamis used to circumambulate Govardhana hill. One should also circumambulate the whole Vindhyavana area. 10. One must worship the deity in the temple according to the regulative principles, offering rati and prasada, decorating the deity, etc. These things must be observed regularly. 11. One must render personal service to the deities. 12. One must sing. 13. One must perform Sakirtana. 14. One must chant. 15. One must offer prayers. 16. One must recite notable prayers. 17. One must taste maprasta, food from the very plate offered before the deities. 18. One must drink karamta, water from the bathing of the deities, which is offered to guests. 19. One must smell the incense and flowers offered to the deity. 20. One must touch the lotus feet of the deity. 21. One must see the deity with great devotion. 22. One must offer rati, artrika, at different times. 23. One must hear about the Lord and his pastimes from our Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita and similar books. 24. One must pray to the deity for his mercy. 25. One should remember the deity. 26. One should meditate upon the deity. 27. One should render some voluntary service. 28. One should think of the Lord as one's friend. 29. One should offer everything to the Lord. 30. One should offer a favorite article, such as food or a garment. 31. One should take all kinds of risks and perform all endeavors for Krishna's benefit. 32. In every condition, one should be a surrendered soul. 33. One should pour water on the tulsi tree. 34. One should regularly hear our Bhagavatam and similar literature. 35. One should live in a sacred place like Mathur, VND Vana or DV Rak. 36. One should offer service to Vaivas devotees. 37. One should arrange one's devotional service according to one's means. 38. In the month of Kartika, October and November, one should make arrangements for special services. 39. During Janmam, the time of Krishna's appearance in this world, one should observe a special service. 40. One should do whatever is done with great care and devotion for the deity. 41. One should relish the pleasure of Bhagavatam reading among devotees and not among outsiders. 42. One should associate with devotees who are considered more advanced. 43. One should chant the holy name of the Lord. 44. One should live in the jurisdiction of Mathur. Now the total regulative principles come to an aggregate of 64 items. As we have mentioned, the first are the primary 10 regulative principles. Then come the secondary 10 regulative principles, and added to these are 44 other activities. So altogether there are 64 items for discharging the regulative practice of devotional service. Out of these 64 items, 5 items, namely, worshipping the deity, hearing our Bhagavatam, associating among the devotees, Sakirtana, and living in Mathur, are very important. The 64 items of devotional service should include all of our activities of body, mind and speech. As stated in the beginning, the regulative principle of devotional service enjoins that all of our senses must be employed in the service of the Lord. Exactly how they can be thus employed is described in the above 64 items. Now our LAR Pagazvam will give evidence from different scriptures supporting the authenticity of many of these points. Chapter 7 Evidence regarding devotional principles accepting the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master in the 11th canto of our Bhagavatam, 3rd chapter, verse 21. Prabhupada tells Maharyanimi, my dear king, please know for certain that in the material world there is no happiness. It is simply a mistake to think that there is happiness here, because this place is full of nothing but miserable conditions. Any person who is seriously desirous of achieving real happiness must seek out a bona fide spiritual master and take shelter of him by initiation. The qualification of a spiritual master is that he must have realized the conclusion of the scriptures by deliberation and arguments and thus be able to convince others of these conclusions. Such great personalities who have taken shelter of the Supreme Godhead, leaving aside all material considerations, are to be understood as bona fide spiritual masters. Everyone should try to find such a bona fide spiritual master in order to fulfill his mission of life, which is to transfer himself to the plane of spiritual bliss. The purport is that one should not accept as a spiritual master someone who is fool number 1, who has no direction according to the scriptural injunctions, whose character is doubtful, who does not follow the principles of devotional service, or who has not conquered the influence of the 6 sense gratifying agents. The 6 agents of sense gratification are the tongue, the genitals, the belly, anger, the mind and words. Anyone who has practiced controlling these 6 is permitted to make disciples all over the world. To accept such a spiritual master is the crucial point for advancement in spiritual life. One who is fortunate enough to come under the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master is sure to traverse the path of spiritual salvation without any doubt. Accepting initiation from the spiritual master and receiving instructions from him, sage Prabhupada continued to speak to the king as follows. My dear king, a disciple has to accept the spiritual master not only as spiritual master, but also as the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Supersoul. In other words, the disciple should accept the spiritual master as God, because he is the external manifestation of Krishna. This is confirmed in every scripture, and a disciple should accept the spiritual master as such. One should learn Armad Bhagavatam seriously and with all respect and veneration for the spiritual master. Hearing and speaking Armad Bhagavatam is the religious process that elevates one to the platform of serving and loving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The attitude of the disciple should be to satisfy the bona fide spiritual master. Then it will be very easy for him to understand spiritual knowledge. This is confirmed in the Vedas, and our Pagazvam will further explain that for a person who has unflinching faith in God and the spiritual master, everything becomes revealed very easily. Serving the spiritual master with faith and confidence regarding accepting initiation from the spiritual master. In the 11th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 17th chapter, verse 27, it is stated by Lord Krishna, My dear Uddhava, the spiritual master must be accepted not only as my representative, but as my very self. He must never be considered on the same level with an ordinary human being. One should never be envious of the spiritual master, as one may be envious of an ordinary man. The spiritual master should always be seen as the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and by serving the spiritual master one is able to serve all the demigods. Following in the footsteps of saintly persons in the Skanda Pur, it is advised that a devotee follow the past serious and saintly persons, because by such following one can achieve the desired results, with no chance of lamenting or being baffled in his progress. The scripture known as Brahma Vaimala states as follows. If someone wants to pose himself as a great devotee without following the authorities of the revealed scriptures, then his activities will never help him to make progress in devotional service. Instead, he will simply create disturbances for the sincere students of devotional service. Those who do not strictly follow the principles of revealed scriptures are generally called sahajiyas, those who have imagined everything to be cheap, who have their own concocted ideas, and who do not follow the scriptural injunctions. Such persons are simply creating disturbances in the discharge of devotional service. In this connection, an objection may be raised by those who are not in devotional service and who do not care for the revealed scriptures. An example of this is seen in Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha appeared in the family of a high-grade Kshatriya king, but his philosophy was not in accord with the Vedic conclusions and therefore was rejected. Under the patronage of a Hindu king, Maurya Oka, the Buddhist religion was spread all over India and the adjoining countries. However, after the appearance of the great stalwart teacher Akarsiriya, this Buddhism was driven out beyond the borders of India. The Buddhists or other religionists who do not care for revealed scripture sometimes say that there are many devotees of Lord Buddha who show devotional service to Lord Buddha and who therefore should be considered devotees. In answer to this argument, our Pagazvam says that the followers of Buddha cannot be accepted as devotees. Although Lord Buddha is accepted as an incarnation of Krishna, the followers of such incarnations are not very advanced in their knowledge of the Vedas. To study the Vedas means to come to the conclusion of the supremacy of the personality of Godhead. Therefore, any religious principle that denies the supremacy of the personality of Godhead is not accepted and is called atheism. Atheism means defying the authority of the Vedas and decrying the great serious who teach Vedic scriptures for the benefit of the people in general. Lord Buddha is accepted as an incarnation of Krishna in the Armad Bhagavatam, but in the same Armad Bhagavatam it is stated that Lord Buddha appeared in order to bewilder the atheistic class of men. Therefore his philosophy is meant for bewildering the atheists and should not be accepted. If someone asks, why should Krishna propagate atheistic principles? The answer is that it was the desire of the Supreme Personality of Godhead to end the violence which was then being committed in the name of the Vedas. The so-called religionists were falsely using the Vedas to justify such violent acts as meat-eating, and Lord Buddha came to lead the fallen people away from such a false interpretation of the Vedas. Also, for the atheists Lord Buddha preached atheism so that they would follow him and thus be tricked into devotional service to Lord Buddha or Krishna. Inquiring about eternal religious principles in the Enradyapur, it is said, if one is actually very serious about devotional service, then all of his purposes will be served without any delay. being prepared to give up everything material for Krishna's satisfaction. In the Padma Purana it is stated, for one who has given up his material sense enjoyment and has accepted the principles of devotional service, the opulence of Vyaloka, the kingdom of God, is awaiting. Residing in a sacred place in the Skanda Purana it is also said that for a person who has lived in Dvirak for 6 months, for 1 month, or even for 1 fortnight, there is awaiting elevation to the Vaikuhalikas and all the prophets of Sarpayamukti, the privilege of having the same four-handed bodily features as an Arya. In the Brahmpur it is said, the transcendental significance of Puruottama Kshetra, which is the 80 square mile field of Lord Jagannatha, cannot be properly described. Even the demigods from the higher planetary system see the inhabitants of this Jagannatha as having exactly the same bodily features possessed by one in Vaikuha. That is, the demigods see the inhabitants of Jagannatha as being four-handed. When there was a meeting of great sages at Miraya, Astagosvam was reciting Armad, Bhgavatam, and the importance of the Ganges was stated as follows. The waters of the Ganges are always carrying the flavor of tulas offered at the lotus feet of our Krishna, and as such the waters of the Ganges are ever flowing, spreading the glories of Lord Krishna. Wherever the waters of the Ganges are flowing, all will be sanctified, both externally and internally. Accepting only what is necessary. In the Enradyapur it is directed, one should not accept more than necessary if he is serious about discharging devotional service. The purport is that one should not neglect following the principles of devotional service, nor should one accept the rulings of devotional service that are more than what he can easily perform. For example, it may be said that one should chant the Hare Krishna mantra at least 100,000 times daily on his beads. But if this is not possible, then one must minimize his chanting according to his own capacity. Generally, we recommend our disciples to chant at least 16 rounds on their japa beads daily, and this should be completed. But if one is not even able to chant 16 rounds, then he must make it up the next day. He must be sure to keep his vow. If he does not strictly follow this out, then he is sure to be negligent. That is offensive in the service of the Lord. If we encourage offenses, we shall not be able to make progress in devotional service. It is better if one fixes up a regulative principle according to his own ability and then follows that vow without fail. That will make him advanced in spiritual life. Observing fasting on Nectar. In the Brahma Vaivarta Purana it is said that one who observes fasting on Nectar is freed from all kinds of reactions to sinful activities and advances in pious life. The basic principle is not just to fast but to increase one's faith and love for Govinda or Krishna. The real reason for observing fasting on Nectar is to minimize the demands of the body and to engage our time in the service of the Lord by chanting or performing similar service. The best thing to do on fasting days is to remember the pastimes of Govinda and to hear his holy name constantly. Offering respect to the banyan trees. In the Skanda Purana it is directed that a devotee should offer water to the tulas plant and malaka trees. He should offer respect to the cows and to the Brahmas and should serve the Vaivas by offering them respectful obeisances and meditating upon them. All of these processes will help the devotee to diminish the reactions to his past sinful activities. Giving up the company of non-devotees. Lord Chaitanya was once asked by one of his householder devotees what the general behavior of a Vairava should be. In this connection, Lord Chaitanya replied that a Vairava should always give up the company of non-devotees. Then he explained that there are two kinds of non-devotees. One class is against the supremacy of Krishna, and another class is too materialistic. In other words, those who are after material enjoyment and those who are against the supremacy of the Lord are called Avyava, and their company should be strictly avoided. In the Katyayana Sahit it is stated that even if one is forced to live in a cage of iron or in the midst of a blazing fire, he should accept this position rather than live with non-devotees who are through and through against the supremacy of the Lord. Similarly, in the Viyu Rahasya there is a statement to the effect that one should prefer to embrace a snake, a tiger or an alligator rather than associate with persons who are worshippers of various demigods and who are impelled by material desire. In the scriptures it is instructed that one may worship a certain demigod if he is desirous of achieving some material gain. For example, one is advised to worship the sun god if he is desirous of getting rid of a diseased condition. For a beautiful wife, one may worship the wife of Lord Eva, and for advanced education one may worship Sarasvat. Similarly, there is a list in the Armad Bhgavatam for worshippers of all demigods according to different material desires. But all of these worshippers, although they appear to be very good devotees of the demigods, are still considered to be non-devotees. They cannot be accepted as devotees. The MYVDS impersonalists say that one may worship any form of the Lord and that it doesn't matter, because one reaches the same destination anyway. But it is clearly stated in the Bhagavad Gita that those who are worshippers of the demigods will ultimately reach only the planets of those demigods, while those who are devotees of the Lord himself will be promoted to the Lord's abode, the kingdom of God. So actually these persons who are worshippers of demigods have been condemned in the Gita. It is described that due to their lusty desires they have lost their intelligence and have therefore taken to worshipping the different demigods. So in the Viyu Rahasya these demigod worshippers are forcefully condemned by the statement that it is better to live with the most dangerous animals than to associate with these persons. Not accepting unfit disciples, constructing many temples or reading many books. Another stricture is that a person may have many disciples, but he should not act in such a way that he will be obliged to any of them for some particular action or some favor. And one should also not be very enthusiastic about constructing new temples, nor should one be enthusiastic about reading various types of books save and except the ones that led to the advancement of devotional service. Practically, if one very carefully reads Bhagavad Gita, Armad Bhagavatam, teachings of Lord Chaitanya and this nectar of devotion, that will give him sufficient knowledge to understand the science of Krishna consciousness. One need not take the trouble of reading other books. In the 7th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 13th chapter, verse 8, and Radha Muni, while discussing with Maharya Yudhishthira the various functions of the different orders in society, especially mentions rules for the sannyasas, those persons who have renounced this material world. One who has accepted the sannyasa order of life is forbidden to accept as a disciple anyone who is not fit. A sannyas should first of all examine whether a prospective student is sincerely seeking Krishna consciousness. If he is not, he should not be accepted. However, Lord Chaitanya's causeless mercy is such that he advised all bona fide spiritual masters to speak about Krishna consciousness everywhere. Therefore, in the line of Lord Chaitanya even the sannyasas can speak about Krishna consciousness everywhere, and if someone is seriously inclined to become a disciple, the sannyas always accepts him. The one point is that without increasing the number of disciples, there is no propagation of the cult of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, sometimes even at a risk, a sannyas in the line of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu may accept even a person who is not thoroughly fit to become a disciple. Later on, by the mercy of such a bona fide spiritual master, the disciple is gradually elevated. However, if one increases the number of disciples simply for some prestige or false honor, he will surely fall down in the matter of executing Krishna consciousness. Similarly, a bona fide spiritual master has no business reading many books simply to show his proficiency or to get popularity by lecturing in different places. One should avoid all these things. It is also stated that a sannyas should not be enthusiastic about constructing temples. We can see in the lives of various serious in the line of our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that they are not very enthusiastic about constructing temples. However, if somebody comes forward to offer some service, the same reluctant serious will encourage the building of costly temples by such servitors. For example, Arpagosvam was offered a favor by Maharya Mcgh, the commander-in-chief of Emperor Akbar, and Arpagosvam instructed him to construct a large temple for Govindaj, which cost vast amounts of money. So a bona fide spiritual master should not personally take any responsibility for constructing temples, but if someone has money and wants to spend it in the service of Krishna, and Sriya like Arpagosvam may utilize the devotee's money to construct a nice, costly temple for the service of the Lord. Unfortunately, it happens that someone who is not fit to become a spiritual master may approach wealthy persons to contribute for temple constructions. If such money is utilized by unqualified spiritual masters for living comfortably in costly temples without actually doing any preaching work, this is not acceptable. In other words, a spiritual master needn't be very enthusiastic for constructing temple buildings simply in the name of so-called spiritual advancement. Rather, his first and foremost activity should be to preach. In this connection, RLA Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvat Gosvam Maharya recommended that a spiritual master print books. If one has money, instead of constructing costly temples, one should spend his money for the publication of authorized books in different languages for propagating the Krishna consciousness movement. straightforwardness in ordinary dealings and equilibrium in loss and gain. There is a statement in the Padma Purana. Persons who are engaged in Krishna consciousness should never be disturbed by some material gain or loss. Even if there is some material loss, one should not be perturbed, but should always think of Krishna within himself. The purport is that every conditioned soul is always absorbed in thinking of materialistic activities. He has to free himself from such thoughts and transfer himself completely to Krishna consciousness. As we have already explained, the basic principle of Krishna consciousness is to always think of Krishna. One should not be disturbed in material loss, but rather, should concentrate his mind upon the lotus feet of the Lord. A devotee should not be subjected to lamentation or illusion. There is the following statement in the Padma Purana. Within the heart of a person who is overpowered by lamentation or anger, there is no possibility of Krishna's being manifested. The demigods, one should not neglect to offer due respect to the demigods. One may not be a devotee of demigods, but that does not mean that he should be disrespectful to them. For example, a Vairava is not a devotee of Lord Eva or Lord Brahm, but he is duty-bound to offer all respects to such highly positioned demigods. According to Vairava philosophy, one should offer respect even to an ant, so then what is there to speak of such exalted persons as Lord Eva and Lord Brahm? In the Padma Purana it is said, Krishna, or Hari, is the master of all demigods, and therefore he is always worshipable. But this does not mean that one should not offer respect to the demigods. Not giving pain to any living entity. This is the statement of Mahabh Radha. A person who does not disturb or cause painful action in the mind of any living entity, who treats everyone just like a loving father does his children, whose heart is so pure, certainly very soon becomes favored by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In so-called civilized society there is sometimes agitation against cruelty to animals, but at the same time regular slaughterhouses are always maintained. A Vairava is not like that. A Vairava can never support animal slaughter or even give pain to any living entity. Chapter 8 Offenses to be avoided in the supplementary Vedic literature. There is the following list of 32 offenses in the matter of serving the Lord. 1. One should not enter the temple of the deity in a car or palanquin or with shoes on the feet. 2. One should not fail to observe the various festivals for the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, such as Janmam and Ratha Ytr. 3. One should not avoid bowing down before the deity. 4. One should not enter the temple to worship the Lord without having washed one's hands and feet after eating. 5. One should not enter the temple in a contaminated state. According to Vedic scripture, if someone dies in the family, the whole family becomes contaminated for some time, according to its status. For example, if the family is Brahma, their contamination period is 12 days, for the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas it is 15 days, and for Dras 30 days. 6. One should not bow down on one hand. 7. One should not circumambulate in front of our Krishna. The process of circumambulating the temple is that one should begin circumambulating from the deity's right-hand side of the temple and come round. Such circumambulation should be performed outside the temple structure at least 3 times daily. 8. One should not spread his legs before the deity. 9. One should not sit before the deity holding the ankles, elbows or knees with one's hands. 10. One should not lie down before the deity of Krishna. 11. One should not accept prasada before the deity. 12. One should never speak a lie before the deity. 13. One should not talk very loudly before the deity. 14. One should not talk with others before the deity. 15. One should not cry or howl before the deity. 16. One should not quarrel or fight before the deity. 17. One should not chastise anyone before the deity. 18. One should not be charitable to beggars before the deity. 19. One should not speak very harshly to others before the deity. 20. One should not wear a fur blanket before the deity. 21. One should not eulogize or praise anyone else before the deity. 22. One should not speak any ill names before the deity. 23. One should not pass air before the deity. 24. One should not fail to worship the deity according to one's means. In Bhagavad Gita it is stated that the Lord is satisfied if some devotee offers him even a leaf or a little water. This formula prescribed by the Lord is universally applicable, even for the poorest man. But that does not mean that one who has sufficient means to worship the Lord very nicely should also adopt this method and try to satisfy the Lord simply by offering water and a leaf. If he has sufficient means, he should offer nice decorations, nice flowers and nice foodstuffs and observe all ceremonies. It is not that one should try to satisfy the Supreme Lord with a little water and a leaf and for himself spend all his money in sense gratification. 25. One should not eat anything that is not offered first to Krishna. 26. One should not fail to offer fresh fruit and grains to Krishna according to the season. 27. After food has been cooked, no one should be offered any foodstuff unless it is first offered to the deity. 28. One should not sit with his back toward the deity. 29. One should not offer obeisances silently to the spiritual master, or in other words, one should recite aloud the prayers to the spiritual master while offering obeisances. 30. One should not fail to offer some praise in the presence of the spiritual master. 31. One should not praise himself before the spiritual master. 32. One should not deride the demigods before the deity. This is a list of 32 offenses. Besides these there are a number of offenses which are mentioned in the Varhapura. They are as follows. 1. One should not touch the deity in a dark room. 2. One should not fail to strictly follow the rules and regulations in worshipping the deity. 3. One should not enter the temple of the deity without first making some sound. 4. One should not offer any foodstuff to the deity which has been seen by dogs or other lower animals. 5. One should not break silence while worshipping. 6. One should not pass urine or evacuate while engaged in worshipping. 7. One should not offer incense without offering some flower. 8. Useless flowers without any fragrance should not be offered. 9. One should not fail to wash his teeth very carefully every day. 10. One should not enter the temple directly after sexual intercourse. 11. One should not enter the temple after touching a woman during her menstrual period. 12. One should not enter the temple after touching a dead body. 13. One should not enter the temple wearing garments of red or blue color or garments which are unwashed. 14. One should not enter the temple after seeing a dead body. 15. One should not pass air within the temple. 16. One should not be angry within the temple. 17. One should not enter the temple after visiting a crematorium. 18. One should not belch before the deity. So, until one has fully digested his food, he should not enter the temple. 19. One should not smoke marijuana or ganja. 20. One should not take opium or similar intoxicants. 21. One should not enter the deity room or touch the body of the deity after having smeared oil over his body. 22. One should not show disrespect to a scripture teaching about the supremacy of the Lord. 23. One should not introduce any opposing scripture. 24. One should not chew betel before the deity. 25. One should not offer a flower that was kept in an unclean pot. 26. One should not worship the Lord while sitting on the bare floor. One must have a sitting place or carpet. 27. One should not touch the deity before one has completed taking bath. 28. One should not decorate his forehead with the 3-line tilaka. 29. One should not enter the temple without washing his hands and feet. Other rules are that one should not offer foodstuff which is cooked by a non-Vaishya. One should not worship the deity before a non-devotee. And one should not engage himself in the worship of the Lord while seeing a non-devotee. One should not worship the deity without first worshipping the demigod Gayapati, who drives away all impediments in the execution of devotional service. In the Brahma Sahit it is stated that Gayapati worships the lotus feet of Lord and Sihadeva and in that way has become auspicious for the devotees in clearing out all impediments. Therefore, all devotees should worship Gayapati. The deities should not be bathed in water that has been touched by the nails or fingers. When a devotee is perspiring, he should not engage himself in worshipping the deity. Similarly, there are many other prohibitions. For example, one should not cross or step over the flowers offered to the deities, nor should one take a vow in the name of God. These are all different kinds of offenses in the matter of executing devotional service, and one should be careful to avoid them. In the Padma Pura it is stated that even a person whose life is completely sinful will be completely protected by the Lord if he simply surrenders unto him. So it is accepted that one who surrenders unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes free from all sinful reactions. And even when a person becomes an offender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, he can still be delivered simply by taking shelter of the holy names of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare. In other words, the chanting of Hare Krishna is beneficial for eradicating all sins, but if one becomes an offender to the holy names of the Lord, then he has no chance of being delivered. The offenses against the chanting of the holy name are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy name of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Eva or Lord Brahm to be equal to or independent of the name of Lord Vivu. Sometimes the atheistic class of men take it that any demigod is as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vivu. But one who is a devotee knows that no demigod, however great he may be, is independently as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, if someone thinks that he can chant KL, or Durg, and it is the same as Hare Krishna, that is the greatest offense. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literature or literature in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy name of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of the holy name of the Lord. It should not be taken that because by chanting the holy name of the Lord one can be freed from all kinds of sinful reaction, one may continue to act sinfully and after that chant Hare Krishna to neutralize his sins. Such a dangerous mentality is very offensive and should be avoided. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karmika. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. Anyone can take part in chanting the holy name of the Lord, but in the beginning one should not be instructed about the transcendental potency of the Lord. Those who are too sinful cannot appreciate the transcendental glories of the Lord, and therefore it is better not to instruct them in this matter. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Chapter 9 Further consideration of devotional principles. Blasphemy. One should not tolerate blasphemy of the Lord or his devotees. In this connection, in the 10th canto, 74th chapter, verse 40 of our Madhbh Gavatam, UK Deva Gosvam tells Parkatma Arya, my dear king, if a person, after hearing blasphemous propaganda against the Lord and his devotees, does not go away from that place, he becomes bereft of the effect of all pious activities. In one of Lord Chaitanya's Ekaka verses it is stated, the devotee should be more tolerant than the tree and more submissive than the grass. He should offer all honor to others but may not accept any honor for himself. In spite of Lord Chaitanya's being so humble and meek as a devotee, when he was informed about injuries inflicted on the body of Arnitinanda, he immediately ran to the spot and wanted to kill the offenders, Jagai and Mdhi. This behavior of Lord Chaitanya's is very significant. It shows that a Vaishnava may be very tolerant and meek, foregoing everything for his personal honor, but when it is a question of the honor of Krishna or his devotee, he will not tolerate any insult. There are 3 ways of dealing with such insults. If someone is heard blaspheming by words, one should be so expert that he can defeat the opposing party by argument. If he is unable to defeat the opposing party, then the next step is that he should not just stand there meekly but should give up his life. The third process is followed if he is unable to execute the above-mentioned 2 processes, and this is that he must leave the place and go away. If a devotee does not follow any of the above-mentioned 3 processes, he falls down from his position of devotion. Tilaka and Tula's beads. In the Padma Pura there is a statement describing how a Vaishnava should decorate his body with tilaka and beads. Persons who put Tula's beads on the neck, who mark 12 places of their bodies as Vivu temples with Vivu's symbolic representations, the 4 items held in the 4 hands of Lord Vivu, conch, mace, disc and lotus, and who have Vivu tilaka on their foreheads, are to be understood as the devotees of Lord Vivu in this world. Their presence makes the world purified, and anywhere they remain, they make that place as good as Vaikuha. A similar statement is in the Skanda Pura, which says, persons who are decorated with tilaka or gop kandana, a kind of clay resembling fuller's earth that is produced in certain quarters of the Vana, and who mark their bodies all over with the holy names of the Lord, and on whose necks and breasts there are Tula's beads, are never approached by the Yamaditas. The Yamaditas are the constables of King Yama, the Lord of Death, who punishes all sinful men. Vaishnavas are never called for by such constables of Yamriya. In the Madhbh Gavatam, in the narration of Ajmila's deliverance, it is said that Yamriya gave clear instructions to his assistants not to approach the Vaishnavas. Vaishnavas are beyond the jurisdiction of Yamriya's activities. The Padma Purana also mentions a person whose body is decorated with the pulp of sandalwood with paintings of the holy name of the Lord is delivered from all sinful reactions, and after his death he goes directly to Krishna Loka to live in association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Accepting flower garlands. The next instruction is that one should put on flower garlands that are offered to the deity. In this connection, in the 11th canto, 6th chapter, verse 46 of our Madhbhagavatam, Uddhava says to Krishna, "My dear Krishna, I have taken things that you have used and enjoyed, such as garlands of flowers, scented oils, garments and ornaments, and I eat only the remnants of your foodstuff, because I am your menial servant. So therefore I am sure that I shall not be attacked by the spell of the material energy." The purport of this verse is that for any person who simply follows these rules and regulations of decorating the body with the marks of tilaka made from gop kandana or sandalwood pulp, and who puts on the garlands that were offered to Krishna, there is no question of being conquered by the spell of the material energy. At the time of death, there is no question of such a person's being called by the constables of Yamraya. Even if one does not accept all the Vairava principles but still takes the remnants of foodstuff offered to Krishna or Krishna Prastha, he will gradually become qualified to rise to the platform of a Vairava. Similarly, in the Skanda Purana, Lord Brahm tells Anrada, "My dear Anrada, anyone who puts on his neck the flower garland which was formerly used by Krishna becomes relieved from all disease and reactions to sinful activities, and gradually he is liberated from the contamination of matter." Dancing before the deity in the Devi Rakamh Maya. The importance of dancing before the deity is stated by Lord Krishna as follows. A person who is in a jubilant spirit, who feels profound devotional ecstasy while dancing before me, and who manifests different features of bodily expression can burn away all the accumulated sinful reactions he has stocked up for many, many thousands of years. In the same book there is a statement by Anrada wherein he asserts, from the body of any person who claps and dances before the deity, showing manifestations of ecstasy, all the birds of sinful activities fly away upward. Just as by clapping the hands one can cause many birds to fly away, similarly the birds of all sinful activities, which are sitting on the body, can be made to fly away simply by dancing and clapping before the deity of Krishna. Bowing down in honor of the deity. In the Enradya Purana there is a statement about bowing down and offering respect to the deity. It is said there, a person who has performed a great ritualistic sacrifice and a person who has simply offered his respectful obeisances by bowing down before the Lord cannot be held as equals. The person who has executed many great sacrifices will attain the result of his pious activities, but when such results are finished, he has to take birth again on the earthly planet. However, the person who has once offered respects, bowing down before the deity, will not come back to this world, because he will go directly to the abode of Krishna. Standing up to receive the Lord in the Brahma Purana it is said, a person who sees the Lord's Ratha Vaidiyarkar festival and then stands up to receive the Lord can purge all kinds of sinful results from his body. Following the deity a similar statement is there in the Bhavya Purana, in which it is said, even if born of a lowly family, a person who follows the Ratha Vaidiyarkar when the deities pass in front or from behind will surely be elevated to the position of achieving equal opulence with Vivu. Going to the temple of Vivu or to places of pilgrimage. It is stated in the Puranas, persons who attempt to visit the holy places of pilgrimage, like Vindivana, Mathur or Devirak, are actually glorified. By such traveling activities, they can pass over the desert of material existence. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhota there is a statement about the benefit of visiting the temples of Lord Krishna. As we have explained previously, in Vindivana, Mathur and Devirak the system is that all the devotees take advantage of visiting various temples situated in those holy places. It is stated in the Hari Bhakti Sudhota, persons who are impelled by pure devotional service in Krishna consciousness and who therefore go to see the deities of Vivu in the temple will surely get relief from entering again into the prison house of a mother's womb. The conditioned soul forgets the trouble of living within the mother's womb during birth, but it is a very painful and terrible experience. In order to make an escape from this material condition, one is advised to visit a temple of Vivu with devotional consciousness. Then one can very easily get out of the miserable condition of material birth. Circumambulating the temple of Vivu. It is said in the Hari Bhakti Sudhota, a person who is circumambulating the deity of Vivu can counteract the circumambulation of repeated birth and death in this material world. The conditioned soul is circumambulating through repeated births and deaths on account of his material existence, and this can be counteracted simply by circumambulating the deity in the temple. The Seterm Siya ceremony is observed during the 4 months of the rainy season in India, approximately July, August, September and October, beginning from Arvae. During these 4 months, saintly persons who are accustomed to travel from one place to another to propagate Krishna consciousness remain at one place, usually a holy place of pilgrimage. During these times, there are certain special rules and regulations that are strictly followed. It is stated in the Skanda Pura that during this period, if someone circumambulates the temple of Vivu at least 4 times, it is understood that he has traveled all over the universe. By such circumambulation, one is understood to have seen all the holy places where the Ganges water is flowing, and by following the regulative principles of Seterm Siya, one can very quickly be raised to the platform of devotional service. Arkan means worship of the deity in the temple. By executing this process, one confirms himself to be not the body but spirit soul. In the 10th canto, 81st chapter, verse 19 of Armad, Bh Gavatam, it is told how Sudam, an intimate friend of Krishna's, while going to the house of Abhyarthma, murmured to himself, simply by worshipping Krishna one can easily achieve all the results of heavenly opulence, liberation, supremacy over the planetary systems of the universe, all the opulences of this material world and the mystic power of performing the yoga system. The events leading to Sudam's murmuring this statement are as follows. Our Krishna had ordered his friend Sudam to go to Abhyarthma's house and ask for some food. The Abhyarthmas were performing a great sacrifice, and our Krishna told Sudam to plead with them that he and Balarama were feeling hungry and needed some food. When Sudam went there, the Abhyarthmas refused to offer anything, but the wives of the Abhyarthmas, upon hearing that our Krishna wanted some foodstuff, immediately took many palatable dishes and went to offer them to our Krishna. In the Vivu Rahasya, also, it is stated, any person within this world who is engaged in the worship of Vivu can very easily achieve the ever-blissful kingdom of God, known as Vaikuhaloka. Rendering service to the Lord, it is stated in the Vivu Rahasya, any person who can arrange for service to the Lord in the same way that a king is given service by his attendants is surely elevated to the abode of Krishna after death. Actually, in India the temples are just like royal palaces. They are not ordinary buildings, because the worship of Krishna should be performed in just the way that a king is worshipped in his palace. So in VND Vana there are many hundreds of temples wherein the deity is worshipped exactly like a king. In the Enradyapura it is stated, if a person stays in the Lord's temple even for a few moments, he can surely achieve the transcendental kingdom of God. The conclusion is that those who are rich men in society should construct beautiful temples and arrange for the worship of Vivu, so that people may be attracted to visit such temples and thereby be offered the opportunity of dancing before the Lord or chanting the holy name of the Lord, or else of hearing the holy name of the Lord. In this way, everyone will be given the chance to elevate himself to the kingdom of God. In other words, even a common man, simply by visiting such a temple, will be able to attain the highest benedictions, not to mention the devotees who are constantly engaged in the service of the Lord in full Krishna consciousness. In this connection, there is a statement in the 4th canto, 21st chapter, verse 31 of the Armad Bh Gavatam, wherein King Pithu says to his subjects, "My dear citizens, please note that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, is actually the deliverer of all fallen, conditioned souls. No demigod can perform this act of delivering the conditioned souls because the demigods themselves are conditioned. A conditioned soul cannot deliver another conditioned soul. Only Krishna or his bona fide representative can deliver him. The Ganges water, which is flowing down from the toe of Lord Vivu, falls upon the earthly planet and other planets and thereby delivers all the conditioned sinful living entities. So what need is there to speak of the deliverance of persons who are always engaged in the service of the Lord? There is no doubt about their liberation, even if they have stocks of sinful activities from many, many births. In other words, a person who is engaged in the worship of the deities can minimize his stock of sinful reactions coming from many, many previous births. This process of worshipping the deity has already been described, and one should try to follow these rules and regulations seriously. Singing in the Ligapura there is a statement about glorifying and singing about the Lord. It is said there, a Abhyarthma who is constantly engaged in singing the glories of the Lord is surely elevated to the same planet as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Krishna appreciates this singing even more than the prayers offered by Lord Eva. Sakairatana. When a person loudly chants the glories of the Lord's activities, qualities, form, etc., his chanting is called Sakairatana. Sakairatana also refers to the congregational chanting of the holy name of the Lord. In the Vibhu Dharma there is a statement glorifying this process of congregational chanting. My dear king, this word Krishna is so auspicious that anyone who chants this holy name immediately gets rid of the resultant actions of sinful activities from many births. That is a fact. There is the following statement in Kaitanya Charitamrita. A person who chants the holy name of Krishna once can counteract the resultant actions of more sinful activities than he is able to perform. A sinful man can perform many sinful activities, but he is unable to perform so many that they cannot be wiped out by one single uttering of Krishna. In the 7th canto, 9th chapter, verse 18 of our Madhbhgavatam, Maharya Pralda offers the following prayers to the Lord. My dear Lord Nrsimha, if I can be elevated to the position of your servant, then it will be possible for me to hear about your activities. You are the supreme friend, the supreme worshipable deity. Your pastimes are transcendental, and simply by hearing of them one can counteract all his sinful activities. Therefore, I shall not care for all those sinful activities, because simply by hearing about your pastimes I shall get out of all the contamination of material attachment. There are many songs about the Lord's activities. For example, there is the Brahma Sahit, sung by Lord Brahm, and Radha Pakartra, sung by Anrada Muni, and our Madhbhgavatam, sung by Ukadeva Gosvam. If these songs are heard by any person, he can easily get out of the clutches of material contamination. There should be no difficulty in hearing these songs of God. They are coming down from many millions of years ago, and people are still taking advantage of them. So why, at this time, should one not take full advantage and thus become liberated? In the 1st canto, 5th chapter, verse 22 of our Madhbhgavatam, Anrada Muni tells his disciple Vaisadeva, my dear Vaisa, you should know that persons who are engaged in executing austerities and penances, studying the Vedas, performing big sacrifices, chanting the hymns of the Vedas, speculating on transcendental knowledge and performing charitable functions have for all their auspicious activities simply to gain a place in the association of devotees and chant the glories of the Lord. It is indicated here that chanting about and glorifying the Lord is the ultimate activity of the living entity. Japa, chanting a mantra or hymn softly and slowly, is called japa, and chanting the same mantra loudly is called kirtana. For example, uttering the Ma mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare, very softly, only for one's own hearing, is called japa. Chanting the same mantra loudly for being heard by all others is called kirtana. The Ma mantra can be used for japa and kirtana also. When japa is practiced it is for the personal benefit of the chanter, but when kirtana is performed it is for the benefit of all others who may hear. In the Padma Pura there is a statement, for any person who is chanting the holy name either softly or loudly, the paths to liberation and even heavenly happiness are at once open. Submission. In the Skanda Pura there is a statement about submission unto the lotus feet of the Lord. It is said there that those who are sober devotees can offer their submission to Krishna in the following 3 ways. 1. Sampraratantmik, very feelingly offering prayers. 2. Danyobhadik, humbly submitting oneself. 3. Lasme, desiring some perfectional stage. This desiring some perfectional stage in spiritual life is not sense gratification. When one realizes something of his constitutional relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he understands his original position and wants to be reinstated in this position, either as friend, servant, parent or conjugal lover of Krishna. That is called Lasme, or very eagerly desiring to go to one's natural position. This Lasme stage of submission comes in the stage of perfect liberation, which is technically called Svarpasiddhi, when the living entity understands, by perfect spiritual advancement and revelation, his original relationship with the Lord. In the Padma Pura there is a statement of submission in feeling by devotees praying to the Lord. My Lord, I know that young girls have natural affection for young boys, and that young boys have natural affection for young girls. I am praying at your lotus feet that my mind may become attracted unto you in the same spontaneous way. The example is very appropriate. When a young boy or girl sees a member of the opposite sex there is a natural attraction, without the need for any introduction. Without any training there is a natural attraction due to the sex impulse. This is a material example, but the devotee is praying that he may develop a similar spontaneous attachment for the Supreme Lord, free from any desire for profit and without any other cause. This natural attraction for the Lord is the perfectional stage of self-realization. In the same Padma Pura there is a statement about submission in humbleness. It is stated there, "My dear Lord, there is no sinful living entity who is more of a sinner than myself, nor is there a greater offender than myself. I am so greatly sinful and offensive that when I come to confess my sinful activities before you, I am ashamed." This is a natural position for a devotee. As far as the conditioned soul is concerned, there is no wonder that he has some sinful activities in his past life, and this should be admitted and confessed before the Lord. As soon as this is done, the Lord excuses the sincere devotee. But that does not mean that one should take advantage of the Lord's causeless mercy and expect to be excused over and over again while he commits the same sinful activities. Such a mentality is only for shameless persons. Here it is clearly said, "When I come to confess my sinful activities I become ashamed." So if a person is not ashamed of his sinful activities and continues to commit the same sinful activities with the knowledge that the Lord will excuse him, that is a most nonsensical proposition. Such an idea is not accepted in any part of the Vedic literature. It is a fact that by chanting the holy name of the Lord one becomes washed clean of all sinful activities from his past life. But that does not mean that after being washed off, one should again begin sinful activities and expect to be washed again. These are nonsensical propositions and are not admitted in devotional service. Someone may think, "For a whole week I may commit sinful activities, and for one day I will go to the temple or church and admit my sinful activities so that I can become washed off and again begin my sinning." This is most nonsensical and offensive and is not acceptable to the author of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In the Anuradha Pakartra there is a statement of submission accompanied by the desire for perfection. The devotee says, "My dear Lord, when shall that day come when you will ask me to fan your body, and according to your pleasure, you will say, 'You just fan me in this way'?" The idea in this verse is that the devotee is desiring to personally fan the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That means that he is desiring to become the personal associate of the Supreme Lord. Of course, any devotee in any capacity, either as servant, friend or conjugal lover, always has direct association with the Lord. But according to his different individual taste, a person desires for just one of these relationships. Here the devotee is desiring to become a servant of the Lord and desires to fan the Lord, as does his internal energy, Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. He also wishes that the personality of Godhead will be pleased to give him directions as to how to fan. This submission with transcendental desire, or Vyapti, is the highest perfectional stage of spiritual realization. In the same Anuradha Pakartra, there is another expression of submission, wherein the devotee says, "My dear Lord, O lotus-eyed one, when will that day come when on the bank of the Yamuna I shall become just like a madman and continue to chant your holy name while incessant tears flow from my eyes?" This is another perfectional stage. Lord Chaitanya also desired that a moment will appear unto me as 12 years of time, and the whole world will appear to me as vacant on account of not seeing you, my dear Lord. One should feelingly pray and become eager to render his particular type of service to the Lord. This is the teaching of all great devotees, especially Lord Chaitanya. In other words, one should learn how to cry for the Lord. One should learn this small technique, and he should be very eager and actually cry to become engaged in some particular type of service. This is called lalya, and such tears are the price for the highest perfection. If one develops this lalya, or excessive eagerness for meeting and serving the Lord in a particular way, that is the price to enter into the kingdom of God. Otherwise, there is no material calculation for the value of the ticket by which one can enter the kingdom of God. The only price for such entrance is this lalya el-lasme, or desire and great eagerness. Reciting notable prayers according to great learned scholars, the whole Bhagavad Gita contains many authorized prayers, especially in the 11th chapter, where Arjuna prays to the universal form of the Lord. Similarly, in the Gautamya Tantra all the verses are called prayers. Again, in our Madhya there are hundreds of prayers to the Lord. So a devotee should select some of these prayers for his recitation. In the Skanda Pura the glories of these prayers are stated as follows. Devotees whose tongues are decorated always with prayers to Lord Krishna are always given respect even by the great saintly persons and sages, and such devotees are actually worshipable by the demigods. Those who are less intelligent want to worship different demigods for some material gain rather than worship Krishna. But here it is stated that a devotee who is always engaged in offering prayers to the Lord is worshipable even by the demigods themselves. The pure devotees have nothing to ask from any demigod. Rather, the demigods are anxious to offer prayers to the pure devotees. In the NC Hopper it is stated, any person who comes before the deity of Lord Krishna and begins to chant different prayers is immediately relieved from all the reactions of sinful activities and becomes eligible, without any doubt, to enter into the Vaikuha Loka. Partaking of prasada, there is this specific statement in the Padma Purana. A person who honors the prasada and regularly eats it not exactly in front of the deity, along with karamta, the water offered to the lotus feet of the Lord, which is mixed with seeds of the tulas tree, immediately can achieve the results of the pious activities that are obtained through 10,000 performances of sacrificial rites. Drinking karamta is obtained in the morning while the Lord is being washed before dressing. Scented with perfumes and flowers, the water comes gliding down through his lotus feet and is collected and mixed with yogurt. In this way this karamta not only becomes very tastefully flavored, but also has tremendous spiritual value. As described in the Padma Purana, even a person who has never been able to give in charity, who has never been able to perform a great sacrifice, who has never been able to study the Vedas, who has never been able to worship the Lord, or, in other words, even one who has never done any pious activities, will become eligible to enter into the kingdom of God if he simply drinks the karamta that is kept in the temple. In the temple it is the custom that the karamta be kept in a big pot. The devotees who come to visit and offer respects to the deity take 3 drops of karamta very submissively and feel themselves happy in transcendental bliss. Smelling the incense or flowers offered to the deity in the Hari Bhakti Sudhoda, there is a statement about the incense which is offered in the temple. When the devotees smell the good flavor of the incense which is offered to the deity, they thus become cured of the poisonous effects of material contamination, as much as one becomes cured of a snake bite by smelling the prescribed medicinal herbs. The explanation of this verse is that there is an herb found in the jungles that expert persons know how to use to revive the consciousness of one who is bitten by a snake. Simply by smelling that herb one becomes immediately relieved of the poisonous effects of the snake bite. The same example is applicable. When a person comes to visit the temple and smells the incense offered to the deity, he is cured at that time from all his material contamination. Any devotee coming into the temple should always offer something to the deity: fruit, flowers, incense, etc. If one cannot offer anything in cash, something else must be offered. In India the system is that all the ladies and gentlemen who come in the morning to visit the temple bring so many things. Even one morsel of rice or one morsel of flour can be offered. It is a regulative principle that one should not go to see a saintly person or the deity in the temple without any offering. The offering may be very humble or it may be priceless. Even a flower, a little fruit, a little water, whatever is possible, must be offered. So when a devotee comes to offer something to the deity in the morning, he is sure to smell the good flavor of the incense, and then at once he will become cleansed of the poisonous effect of material existence. It is stated in the Tantrastra, if the smell of the garland that was offered to the deity in the temple enters into a person's nostrils, immediately his bondage to sinful activities becomes cleared. And even if one has no sinful activities, still, by smelling such remnants of flowers, one can advance from MYVD impersonalist to devotee. There are several instances of this, a prime one being the advancement of the forecome race. They were impersonalist MYVDs, but after smelling the remnants of flowers and incense in the temple, they turned to become devotees. From the above verse it appears that the MYVDs, or impersonalists, are more or less contaminated. They are not pure. It is confirmed in Armad Bhagavatam, one who has not washed off all reactions of sinful activities cannot be a pure devotee. A pure devotee has no more doubts about the supremacy of the personality of Godhead, and thus he engages himself in Krishna consciousness and devotional service. A similar statement is in the Agastya Sahit. Just to purify the impurities of our nostrils, we should try to smell the remnants of flowers offered to Krishna in the temple. Touching the deity in the Vivu Dharmotara, there is a statement about touching the lotus feet of the Lord. It is said, only a person who is initiated as a Vaishnava and is executing devotional service in Krishna consciousness has the right to touch the body of the deity. In India there was agitation during Gandhi's political movement because the low-born classes of men like street sweepers and kalas are prohibited, according to the Vedic system, from entering the temple. Due to their unclean habits they are prohibited, but at the same time they are given other facilities so they may be elevated to the highest grade of devotional service by association with pure devotees. A man born in any family is not barred, but he must be cleansed. That cleansing process must be adopted. Gandhi wanted to make them clean simply by stamping them with a fictitious name, Harijana, children of God, and so there was a great tug of war between the temple owners and Gandhi's followers. But anyway, the present law is the law of all scripture, that if anyone is purified he can enter into the temple. Actually, that is the position. Only one who is properly initiated, who is properly following the rules and regulations, can enter and touch the deity, not all. And one who touches the body of the deity, following such regulative principles, is immediately delivered from the contamination of material sins, and all of his desires become fulfilled without delay. Seeing the deity in the Vardhapura, there is a statement praising the seeing of the deity of our Krishna in the temple. A devotee says there, "My dear Vasundar, any person who goes to VND Vana and sees the deity of Govinda Deva is free from the courthouse of Yamraya and is allowed to enter into the highest planetary system, in which reside the demigods." This means that even an ordinary person who goes to VND Vana out of inquisitiveness and by chance sees the temple, especially that of Govinda Deva, even if he is not elevated to the spiritual kingdom, is still assured promotion to the higher planetary systems. This means that simply by visiting the deity of Govinda in VND Vana one becomes highly elevated in pious life. Observing Rati and celebrations of the Lord in the Skandapura, there is the following description of the result of seeing Rati, worship of the deity. If someone sees the face of the Lord while Rati is going on, he can be relieved of all sinful reactions coming from many thousands and millions of years past. He is even excused from the killing of a Bhardhma or similar prohibited activities. As we have already explained, there are different ceremonies to be observed, such as the birthday of Krishna, the birthday of Lord Armakandra, the birthday of some prominent Vaishnavas, the ceremony of Jlana Ytr with the Lord sitting on a swing, and Dola Ytr, the Lord's activities in the month of March. In all festivals the Lord is seated on a car, and the car moves through different streets of the city so that people may take advantage of visiting the Lord. In the Bhaviyapur it is said, in such a ceremony, if even a Kala dog eater, simply out of curiosity, sees the Lord on the cart, he becomes counted as one of the associates of Vivu. In the Agnipur it is stated, any person who in gladness sees the worship of the deity in the temple will obtain the results of Kriya Yoga, which are described in the Pakartra scripture. Kriya Yoga is a system of practice much like practical devotional service, but it is especially meant for the mystic yogas. In other words, by this gradual process the mystic yogas are eventually elevated to the devotional service of the Lord. Chapter 10 Techniques of Hearing and Remembering. Hearing. The beginning of Krishna consciousness and devotional service is hearing, in Sanskrit called Ravayam. All people should be given the chance to come and join devotional parties so that they may hear. This hearing is very important for progressing in Krishna consciousness. One who links his ears to the transcendental vibrations through oral reception quickly becomes purified and cleansed in the heart. Lord Chaitanya has affirmed that this hearing is very important. It cleanses the heart of the contaminated soul so that he becomes quickly qualified to enter into devotional service and understand Krishna consciousness. In the Gurupura the stress on hearing is expressed very nicely. It is said there, the state of conditioned life in the material world is just like that of a man lying unconscious, having been bitten by a snake. This is because both such unconscious states can be ended by the sound of a mantra. When a man is snake bitten he does not die immediately but first becomes unconscious and remains in a comatose condition. Anyone who is in the material world is also sleeping, as he is ignorant of his actual self or his actual duty and his relationship with God. So materialistic life means that one is bitten by the snake of illusion, and thus, without any Krishna consciousness, is almost dead. Now, the so-called dead man bitten by a snake can be brought back to life by the chanting of some mantra. There are expert chanters of these mantras who can perform this feat. Similarly, one can be brought back into Krishna consciousness from the deadly unconscious state of material life by hearing of the Ma mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma, Hare. In the 4th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 29th chapter, verse 40, the importance of hearing of the pastimes of the Lord is stated by Ukdeva Gosvam to Ma Arya Parkayat. My dear king, one should stay at a place where the great serious holy teachers speak about the transcendental activities of the Lord, and one should give oral reception to the Nectaran river flowing from the moon-like faces of such great personalities. If someone eagerly continues to hear such transcendental sounds, then certainly he will become freed from all material hunger, thirst, fear and lamentation, as well as all illusions of material existence. Our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also recommended this process of hearing as a means of self-realization in the present age of Kali. In this age it is very difficult to follow thoroughly the regulative principles and studies of the Vedas which were formerly recommended. However, if one gives oral reception to the sound vibrated by great devotees and serious, that alone will give him relief from all material contamination. Therefore it is the recommendation of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that one should simply hear from authorities who are actually devotees of the Lord. Hearing from professional men will not help. If we hear from those who are actually self-realized, then the Nectaran rivers, like those which are flowing on the moon planet, will flow into our ears. This is the metaphor used in the above verse. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, a materialistic person can give up his material hankerings only by becoming situated in Krishna consciousness. Unless one finds a superior engagement, he will not be able to give up his inferior engagement. In the material world everyone is engaged in the illusory activities of the inferior energy, but when one is given the opportunity to relish the activities of the superior energy performed by Krishna, then he forgets all his lesser pleasures. When Krishna speaks on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, to the materialistic person it appears that this is simply talk between two friends, but actually it is a river of nectar flowing down from the mouth of our Krishna. Arjuna gave oral reception to such vibrations, and thus he became freed from all the illusions of material problems. In the 12th canto of our Madhbhagavatam, 3rd chapter, verse 15, it is stated, a person who desires unalloyed devotional service to Lord Krishna, who is praised by transcendental sound vibrations, should always hear about his glorification and transcendental qualities. This will surely kill all kinds of inauspiciousness in the heart. Expecting the Lord's mercy in the 10th canto, 14th chapter, verse 8, it is said, My dear Lord, any person who is constantly awaiting your causeless mercy to be bestowed upon him, and who goes on suffering the resultant actions of his past misdeeds, offering you respectful obeisances from the core of his heart, is surely eligible to become liberated, for it has become his rightful claim. This statement of our Madhbhagavatam should be the guide of all devotees. A devotee should not expect immediate relief from the reactions of his past misdeeds. No conditioned soul is free from such reactionary experiences, because material existence means continued suffering or enjoying of past activities. If one has finished his material activities, then there is no more birth. This is possible only when one begins Krishna-conscious activities, because such activities do not produce reaction. Therefore, as soon as one becomes perfect in Krishna-conscious activities, he is not going to take birth again in this material world. A devotee who is not perfectly freed from the resultant actions should therefore continue to act in Krishna consciousness seriously, even though there may be so many impediments. When such impediments arise, he should simply think of Krishna and expect his mercy. That is the only solace. If the devotee passes his days in that spirit, it is certain that he is going to be promoted to the abode of the Lord. By such activities, he earns his claim to enter into the kingdom of God. The exact word used in this verse is divyabhk. Divyabhk refers to a son's becoming the lawful inheritor of the property of the father. In a similar way, a pure devotee who is prepared to undergo all kinds of tribulations in executing Krishna-conscious duties becomes lawfully qualified to enter into the transcendental abode. Remembrance some way or other. If someone establishes in his mind his continuous relationship with Krishna, this relationship is called remembrance. About this remembrance there is a nice statement in the Vipura, where it is said, simply by remembering the Supreme Personality of Godhead all living entities become eligible for all kinds of auspiciousness. Therefore let me always remember the Lord, who is unborn and eternal. In the Padma Pura the same remembrance is explained as follows. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord Krishna, because if someone remembers him, either at the time of death or during his span of life, he becomes freed from all sinful reactions. Meditation. To meditate means to engage the mind in thinking of the form of the Lord, the qualities of the Lord, the activities of the Lord and the service of the Lord. Meditation does not mean anything impersonal or void. According to Vedic literature, meditation is always on the form of Vibhu. In the ENG Hopper there is a statement about meditation on the form of the Lord. It is said there, meditation focusing on the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead has been accepted as transcendental and beyond the experience of material pain and pleasure. By such meditation, even one who is grossly miscreant can be delivered from the sinful reactions of his life. In the Vibhu Dharma there is a statement about meditation on the transcendental qualities of the Lord. It is said, persons who are constantly engaged in Krishna consciousness and who remember the transcendental qualities of the Lord, become free from all reactions to sinful activities, and after being so cleansed they become fit to enter into the kingdom of God. In other words, no one can enter into the kingdom of God without being freed from all sinful reactions. One can avoid sinful reactions simply by remembering the Lord's form, qualities, pastimes, etc. In the Padma Pura there is a statement about remembering the activities of the Lord. A person who is always engaged in meditation on the sweet pastimes and wonderful activities of the Lord surely becomes freed from all material contamination. In some of the Puras the evidence is given that if someone is simply meditating on devotional activities, he has achieved the desired result and has seen face to face the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this connection, there is a story in the Brahma Vaivarta Pura that in the city of Pratyechnapura in South India there was once a Brahma who was not very well to do, but who was nevertheless satisfied in himself, thinking that it was because of his past misdeeds and by the desire of Krishna that he did not get sufficient money and opulence. So he was not at all sorry for his poor material position, and he used to live very peacefully. He was very open-hearted, and sometimes he went to hear some lectures delivered by great realized souls. At one such meeting, while he was very faithfully hearing about Vairava activities, he was informed that these activities can be performed even by meditation. In other words, if a person is unable to actually perform Vairava activities physically, he can meditate upon the Vairava activities and thereby acquire all of the same results. Because the Brahma was not very well to do financially, he decided that he would simply meditate on grand, royal devotional activities, and he began this business thus. Sometimes he would take his bath in the river Godvar. After taking his bath he would sit in a secluded place on the bank of the river, and by practicing the yoga exercises of Pryama, the usual breathing exercises, he would concentrate his mind. These breathing exercises are meant to mechanically fix the mind upon a particular subject. That is the result of the breathing exercises and also of the different sitting postures of yoga. Formerly, even quite ordinary persons used to know how to fix the mind upon the remembrance of the Lord, and so the Brahma was doing this. When he had fixed the form of the Lord in his mind, he began to imagine in his meditations that he was dressing the Lord very nicely in costly clothing, with ornaments, helmets and other paraphernalia. Then he offered his respectful obeisances by bowing down before the Lord. After finishing the dressing, he began to imagine that he was cleaning the temple very nicely. After cleansing the temple, he imagined that he had many water jugs made of gold and silver, and he took all those jugs to the river and filled them with the holy water. Not only did he collect water from the Godvar, but he collected from the Ganges, Yaman, Narmad and Kavar. Generally a Vairava, while worshipping the Lord, collects water from all these rivers by mantra chanting. This Brahma, instead of chanting some mantra, imagined that he was physically securing water from all these rivers in golden and silver water pots. Then he collected all kinds of paraphernalia for worship, flowers, fruits, incense and sandalwood pulp. He collected everything to place before the deity. All these waters, flowers and scented articles were then very nicely offered to the deities to their satisfaction. Then he offered rati, and with the regulative principles he finished all these activities in the correct worshipping method. He would daily execute similar performances as his routine work, and he continued to do so for many years. Then one day the Brahma imagined in his meditations that he had prepared some sweet rice with milk and sugar and offered the preparation to the deity. However, he was not very satisfied with the offering because the sweet rice had been prepared recently and it was still very hot. This preparation, sweet rice, should not be taken hot. The cooler the sweet rice, the better its taste. So because the sweet rice had been prepared by the Brahma very recently, he wanted to touch it so that he could know whether it was fit for eating by the Lord. As soon as he touched the sweet rice pot with his finger, he immediately was burnt by the heat of the pot. In this way, his meditation broke. Now, when he looked at his finger, he saw that it was burned, and he was wondering in astonishment how this could have happened. Because he was simply meditating on touching the hot sweet rice, he never thought that his finger would actually become burnt. While he was thinking like this, in Vaikuha Lord and Arya, seated with the goddess of fortune, Lakam, began to smile humorously. On seeing this smiling of the Lord, all the goddesses of fortune attending the Lord became very curious and asked Lord and Arya why he was smiling. The Lord, however, did not reply to their inquisitiveness, but instead immediately sent for the Brahma. An airplane sent from Vaikuha immediately brought the Brahma into Lord and Arya's presence. When the Brahma was thus present before the Lord and the goddesses of fortune, the Lord explained the whole story. The Brahma was then fortunate enough to get an eternal place in Vaikuha in the association of the Lord and his Lakamas. This shows how the Lord is all-pervading, in spite of his being locally situated in his abode. Although the Lord was present in Vaikuha, he was present also in the heart of the Brahma when he was meditating on the worshipping process. Thus, we can understand that things offered by the devotees even in meditation are accepted by the Lord, and they help one achieve the desired result. Chapter 11 Aspects of Transcendental Service. Servitorship. In the opinion of the karmas, fruitive workers, offering the results of karma is called servitorship. But according to Vyava Sirius like Arpagosvam, servitorship means constant engagement in some kind of service to the Lord. In the Skandapur it is said that those who are attached to ritualistic activities, the 4 orders of social life and the 4 orders of spiritual life, are considered devotees. But when devotees are actually engaged in offering service to the Lord directly, these must be Bhgavatas, or pure devotees. Those who are engaged in fruitive activities, or prescribed duties according to the 4 orders of social and spiritual life, are not actually pure devotees. But still, because they are offering the result to the Lord, they are accepted as devotees. When one has no such desire but acts spontaneously out of love of God, such a person must be accepted as a pure devotee. The conditioned souls who have come into contact with the material world are all more or less desirous of lording it over material nature. The system of Varama and the prescribed duties under this system are so designed that the conditioned soul may enjoy in the material world according to his desire for sense gratification and at the same time gradually become elevated to spiritual understanding. Under these prescribed duties of Vara and Rama there are many activities which belong to devotional service in Krishna consciousness. Those devotees who are householders accept Vedic ritualistic performances as well as the prescribed duties of devotional service, because both are meant for satisfying Krishna. When householder devotees perform some Vedic ritualistic duties, they do so to satisfy Krishna. As we have previously discussed, any activity aiming at satisfying the Supreme Personality of Godhead is considered devotional service. RLAR Pagosvam describes one who is fit for becoming engaged in devotional service. He says that persons who are neophytes and who have developed a little love of Godhead are not interested in the activities of sense gratification in proportion to their devotion. But if there is still some attraction for sense gratifying activities, then the result of such activities should be offered to Krishna. This is also called engagement in the service of the Lord, with the Lord as the master and the worker as the servant. In the Enradyapura there is a statement of how this servitorship is transcendental. It is said there that a person who is constantly engaged in devotional service by his body, mind and words, or even a person who is not practically engaged but is simply desiring to be so, is considered to be liberated. Devotional service in friendship. Devotional service in friendship can be divided into 2 categories. The first is to act as the confidential servant of the Lord, and the other is to act as the well-wisher of the Lord. The devotee who has confidence in devotional service to the Lord systematically follows the rules and regulations, with the faith that he will achieve the platform of transcendental life. The second type of devotional friendship is to become a well-wisher of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bhagavad Gita it is said that the Lord accepts a preacher as the most dear servant. Anyone who is preaching the confidential message of the GT to the people in general is so dear to Krishna that no one can be equal to him in human society. In the Mahabharata, Draupadi says, "My dear Govinda, your promise is that your devotee can never be vanquished. I believe in that statement, and therefore in all kinds of tribulations I simply remember your promise, and thus I live." The purport is that Draupadi and her 5 husbands, the Pandavas, were put into severe tribulations by their cousin brother Duryodhana as well as by others. The tribulations were so severe that even Bhmadeva, who was both a lifelong Brahmachar and a great warrior, would sometimes shed tears thinking of them. He was always surprised that although the Pandavas were so righteous and Draupadi was practically the goddess of fortune, and although Krishna was their friend, still they had to undergo such severe tribulations. Though their tribulations were not ordinary, Draupadi was not discouraged. She knew that because Krishna was their friend, ultimately they would be saved. A similar statement is there in the 11th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 2nd chapter, verse 53, where Havis, the son of King Abha, addresses Ma'aryanimi. My dear king, a person who never deviates even for a moment from engagement in service at the lotus feet of the Supreme Person, engagement which is sought even by great demigods like Indra, with firm conviction that there is nothing more worshipable or desirable than this, is called the first-class devotee. R.R. Pagosvam says that a neophyte devotee who has simply developed a slight love of Godhead is certainly a prospective candidate for devotional service. When he becomes firmly fixed in such devotional service, that assured status becomes a confidential part of his devotional service. Sometimes it is found that a pure devotee lies down in the temple of the Lord in order to serve him as a confidential friend. Such friendly behavior of a devotee may be accepted as arjanug or spontaneous. Although, according to regulative principles, no one can lie down in the temple of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this spontaneous love of Godhead may be grouped under devotional service in friendship. Surrendering everything to the Lord regarding complete self-surrender. There is a nice description in the 11th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 29th chapter, verse 34, where the Lord says, a person who has completely surrendered unto me and has completely given up all other activities is protected by me personally, both in this life and in the next. In other words, I wish to help him become more and more advanced in spiritual life. Such a person is to be understood as having already achieved Sri, having equal opulences with the Supreme. It is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita that as soon as a person surrenders unto the lotus feet of Krishna, Krishna takes charge of him and gives him a guarantee of protection from all sinful reactions. He also instructs from within so that the devotee may very quickly make advancement towards spiritual perfection. This self-surrender is called Manivdana. According to different authorities, self is differently defined. Self is sometimes considered to refer to the spirit self, or soul, and self is sometimes considered to refer to the mind or to the body. Full self-surrender, therefore, means not only surrendering one's self as spirit soul, but also surrendering one's mind and body to the service of the Lord. R.L.A. Bhaktivinoda H. Kura has sung a nice song in this connection. While offering himself as a fully surrendered soul, he said, my mind, my household affairs, my body, whatever is in my possession, my dear Lord, I offer to you for your service. Now you can do with them as you like. You are the supreme possessor of everything, so if you like you can kill me, or if you like you can give me protection. All authority belongs to you. I have nothing to claim as my own. R.Y. Munsiriya, in his prayers to the Lord, has expressed a similar idea in the following words. My dear Lord, I may be living within some body as a human being or as a demigod, but whatever mode of life, I do not mind, because these bodies are simply byproducts of the three modes of material nature, and I, who am in possession of these bodies, am surrendering myself unto you. In the Hari Bhakti Viveka, there is a statement regarding how one can offer his body in self-surrender. There the devotee says, my dear Lord, as a souled animal has no need to think about his maintenance and sustenance, so, because I have given up my body and soul unto you, I am no longer concerned with my maintenance and sustenance. In other words, one should not bother about his personal or family maintenance or sustenance. If one is actually surrendered in body and soul, he should always remember that his only concern is to be engaged in the service of the Lord. R.L.A.R. Pagosvam says that devotional service in friendship and devotional service in self-surrender are two difficult processes. Therefore such relationships with the Lord can very rarely be seen. Only for the advanced devotees are these two processes easily executed. The purport is that it is very rare to see surrender that is mixed with sincere ecstatic devotion. One must give himself completely to the will of the Lord. Offering a favorite article in the 11th canto of Armad Bhagavatam, 11th chapter, verse 41, Lord Krishna tells Uddhava, my dear friend, if someone offers me the best thing in his possession, or anything which is very pleasing to him, he will be eternally benefited. Performing all endeavors for Krishna in the Enrada Pakartra, there is a statement of how one can act in all spheres of life for the satisfaction of the Lord. It is stated there that a person who is actually in devotional service must be engaged in all kinds of activities, those prescribed in the revealed scriptures and also those that are accepted for livelihood. In other words, not only should a devotee engage himself in the prescribed duties of devotional service that are mentioned in the revealed scriptures, but he should also perform the duties of his practical life in Krishna consciousness. For example, a devotee who has a great establishment or factory may offer the fruits of such a material possession for the service of the Lord. Being a surrendered soul in the Hari Bhakti Vilsa, there is the following statement about self-surrender. My dear Lord, a person who has surrendered himself unto you, who is in firm conviction that he is yours, and who actually acts in that way by his body, mind and words, can actually relish transcendental bliss. In the Nsiha Lord Nsiha Deva says, anyone who prays unto me and takes shelter from me becomes my ward, and I protect him always from all sorts of calamities. Serving trees such as the tulas in the Skandapura, there is a statement praising the tulas tree as follows. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the tulas tree, which can immediately vanquish volumes of sinful activities. Simply by seeing or touching this tree one can become relieved from all distresses and diseases. Simply by offering obeisances to and pouring water on the tulas tree, one can become freed from the fear of being sent to the court of Yamraya, the king of death, who punishes the sinful. If someone sows a tulas tree somewhere, certainly he becomes devoted to Lord Krishna. And when the tulas leaves are offered in devotion at the lotus feet of Krishna, there is the full development of love of Godhead. In India, all Hindus, even those not belonging to the Vaishnav group, take special care of the tulas tree. Even in great cities where it is very difficult to keep a tulas tree, people are to be found very carefully keeping this plant. They water it and offer obeisances to it, because worship of the tulas tree is very important in devotional service. In the Skandapura there is another statement about tulas as follows. Tulas is auspicious in all respects. Simply by seeing, simply by touching, simply by remembering, simply by praying to, simply by bowing before, simply by hearing about, or simply by sowing this tree, there is always auspiciousness. Anyone who comes in touch with the tulas tree in the above mentioned ways lives eternally in the Vaikuha world. Chapter 12 Further Aspects of Transcendental Service. Hearing the revealed scriptures according to RLAR Pagazvam, any book that gives enlightenment in the matter of advancing in devotional service is considered to be revealed scripture. RLA Madsiriya has also defined revealed scriptures as referring to books such as the Ramya, Mahabharata, Perez, Upanishads, Vedanta, and any other literature written in pursuance of such revealed scriptures. In the Skandapura there is this statement. A person who is constantly engaged in reading literature enunciating the cultivation of Vaishnav devotional service is always glorious in human society, and certainly Lord Krishna becomes pleased with him. A person who very carefully keeps such literature at home and offers respectful obeisances to it becomes freed from all sinful reactions and ultimately becomes worshipable by the demigods. It is also said to Enrada Muni, my dear Enrada, a person who writes Vaishnav literature and keeps such literature at home has Lord Narayana always residing in his house. In our Madbhgavatam, 12th canto, 13th chapter, verse 15, it is stated, our Madbhgavatam is the essence of all Vedanta philosophy. Any person who has become attached in some way or other to the reading of our Madbhgavatam cannot have any taste for reading any other literature. In other words, a person who has relished the transcendental bliss of our Madbhgavatam cannot be satisfied with mundane writings. Residing in Mathur in the Varhapura there is a statement praising the residential quarters of Mathur. Lord Varha tells the men of earth, any person who becomes attracted to places other than Mathur will certainly be captivated by the illusory energy. In the Brahmapura it is said that all the results of traveling on all the pilgrimages within the three worlds can be achieved simply by touching the holy land of Mathur. In many scriptures, it is said that simply by hearing, remembering, glorifying, desiring, seeing or touching the land of Mathur, one can achieve all desires. Rendering service to devotees in the Padmapura, there is a nice statement praising the service of the Vaishnavas or devotees. In that scripture Lord Eva tells Pirvat, my dear Pirvat, there are different methods of worship, and out of all such methods the worship of the Supreme Person is considered to be the highest. But even higher than the worship of the Lord is the worship of the Lord's devotees. A similar statement is in the 3rd canto, 7th chapter, verse 19 of our Madhbh Gavatam. Let me become a sincere servant of the devotees, because by serving them one can achieve unalloyed devotional service unto the lotus feet of the Lord. The service of devotees diminishes all miserable material conditions and develops within one a deep devotional love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Skanda Pura there is a similar statement. Persons whose bodies are marked with tilaka, symbolizing the conch shell, wheel, club and lotus, and who keep the leaves of tulas on their heads, and whose bodies are always decorated with gop kandana, even seen once, can help the seer be relieved from all sinful activities. A similar statement is found in the 1st canto, 19th chapter, verse 33 of our Madhbh Gavatam. There is no doubt about one's becoming freed from all reactions to sinful activities after visiting a devotee or touching his lotus feet or giving him a sitting place. Even by remembering the activities of such a Vairava, one becomes purified, along with one's whole family. And what then can be said of rendering direct service to him? In the Deeper there is the following statement by Lord Krishna himself, addressed to Arjuna. My dear Tirtha, one who claims to be my devotee is not so. Only a person who claims to be the devotee of my devotee is actually my devotee. No one can approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead directly. One must approach him through his pure devotees. Therefore, in the system of Vairava activities, the first duty is to accept a devotee as spiritual master and then to render service unto him. R.R. Pagosvam affirms that all the quotations given in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu from different scriptures are accepted by the great serious and devotees of the Lord. Serving the Lord according to one's position in the Padma Pura there is a statement that one should perform the ceremonies for the Lord according to one's financial position. Everyone should observe the different ceremonies and celebrations of the Lord by all means. Performing devotional service in Kaivatika, one of the most important of these ceremonial functions, is called Rajavrata. Rajavrata is observed in the month of Kaivatika, October-November. Especially in Vana, there is a specific program for temple worship of the Lord in his Damodara form. Damodara refers to Krishna's being bound with rope by his mother, Yad. It is said that just as Lord Damodara is very dear to his devotees, so the month known as Damodara or Kaivatika is also very dear to them. The execution of devotional service during Rajavrata in the month of Kaivatika is especially recommended to be performed at Mathur. This system is still followed by many devotees. They go to Mathur or Vana and stay there during the month of Kaivatika specifically to perform devotional services during this period. In the Padma Pura it is said, the Lord may offer liberation or material happiness to a devotee, but after some devotional service has been executed, particularly in Mathur during the month of Kaivatika, the devotees want only to attain pure devotional service unto the Lord. The purport is that the Lord does not award devotional service to ordinary persons who are not serious about it. But even such unserious persons who execute devotional service according to the regulative principles during the month of Kaivatika and within the jurisdiction of Mathur in India are very easily awarded the Lord's personal service. Observing festivals celebrating the Lord's activities in the Bhavya Pura, there is a statement about observing different ceremonies celebrating the Lord's appearance, birthday, and other transcendental activities. It is said, My Lord Janradana Krishna, please let us know the date when your mother Devakdev gave birth to you. If you kindly inform us about this, then we shall observe a great celebration on this date. O Killer of Ki, we are souls 100% surrendered unto your lotus feet, and we wish only to please you with our ceremonies. This statement of the Bhavya Pura gives evidence that by observing different functions in relationship with the Lord one is sure to become pleasing to the Lord. Serving the deity with great devotion, it is said in the Deeper A person who is constantly engaged in chanting the holy name and who feels transcendental pleasure, being engaged in devotional service, is certainly awarded the facilities of devotional service and is never given just mukti liberation. Mukti means liberation from material contamination. When liberated, one does not have to take birth again in the material world. The impersonalists desire to merge into the spiritual existence to end their individual existence, but according to our Madhbh Gavatam, mukti is only the beginning of one's becoming situated in his normal condition. The normal condition of every living entity is to be engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. From the statement of the Deeper it appears that a devotee is satisfied simply with being engaged in devotional service. He does not aspire for any liberation from material, conditional life. In other words, anyone who is engaged in devotional service is not in the material condition of life, although he may appear so. Recitation of Armad Bh Gavatam among devotees. Armad Bh Gavatam is the desire tree of Vedic wisdom. Veda itself means the aggregate of knowledge, and whatever knowledge is required for human society is perfectly presented in Armad Bh Gavatam. There are different branches of knowledge in the Vedic writings, including sociology, politics, medicine and military art. All these and other branches of knowledge are perfectly described in the Vedas. So, as far as spiritual knowledge is concerned, that is also perfectly described there, and Armad Bh Gavatam is considered to be the ripened fruit of this desire-fulfilling tree of the Vedas. A tree is honored by the production of its fruit. For example, a mango tree is considered very valuable because it produces the king of all fruits, the mango. When the mango fruit becomes ripened, it is the greatest gift of that tree, and Armad Bh Gavatam is similarly held to be the ripened fruit of the Vedic tree. And as ripened fruit becomes more relishable when first touched by the beak of a parrot or yucca, Armad Bh Gavatam has become more relishable by being delivered through the transcendental mouth of Ukdeva Gosvam. Armad Bh Gavatam should be received in disciplic succession without any breakage. When a ripened fruit comes from the upper part of the tree onto the ground by the process of being handed down from a higher branch to a lower branch by persons in the tree, the fruit does not break. Armad Bh Gavatam, when received in the Parampar system or disciplic succession, will likewise remain unbroken. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that the disciplic succession or Parampar is the way of receiving transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge must come down through the disciplic succession, through authorized persons who know the real purpose of the stra. R. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended that one learn Armad Bh Gavatam from the mouth of the self-realized person called Bh Gavatam. Bh Gavata means in relationship with the personality of Godhead Bhagavan. So the devotee is sometimes called Bh Gavatam, and the book that is in relationship with devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also called Bh Gavatam. R. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended that in order to relish the real taste of Armad Bh Gavatam, one should take instruction from the person Bh Gavatam. Armad Bh Gavatam is relishable even by a liberated person. Ukdeva Gosvam admitted that although he was liberated from within the very womb of his mother, it was only after relishing Armad Bh Gavatam that he became a great devotee. Thus one who is desirous of advancing in Krishna consciousness should relish the purport of Armad Bh Gavatam through the discussions of authorized devotees. In Armad Bh Gavatam, 2nd Canto, 1st Chapter, Verse 9, Ukdeva Gosvam admits that although he was very much attracted by the impersonal Brahman, when he heard the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead from the mouth of his father, Vaisadeva, he became more attracted to Armad Bh Gavatam. The idea is that Vaisadeva was also a self-realized soul, and his mature contribution of transcendental knowledge was delivered directly to Ukdeva Gosvam in the manner indicated. Associating with advanced devotees, the importance of discussing Armad Bh Gavatam in the society of pure devotees was explained by Anaka Muni during the meeting at Miraya in the presence of Estha Gosvam. Estha Gosvam confirmed that if someone is fortunate enough to associate with a pure devotee of the Lord even for a moment, that particular moment is so valuable that even those pious activities that can promote one to the heavenly planets or give liberation from material miseries cannot compare to it. In other words, those who are attached to Armad Bh Gavatam do not care for any kind of benefit derived from elevation to the higher planetary kingdoms, or for the liberation which is conceived of by the impersonalists. As such, the association of pure devotees is so transcendently valuable that no kind of material happiness can compare to it. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhota there is a conversation between Prahlada Arya and his father, Hiranyakapu, in which Hiranyakapu addresses Prahlada in this way. My dear son, association is very important. It acts just like a crystal stone, which will reflect anything which is put before it. Similarly, if we associate with the flower-like devotees of the Lord, and if our hearts are crystal clear, then certainly the same action will be there. Another example given in this connection is that if a man is potent and if a woman is not diseased, then by their conjugation there will be conception. In the same way, if the recipient of spiritual knowledge and the deliverer of spiritual knowledge are sincere and bona fide, there will be good results. Chanting the holy name of the Lord. The importance of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Arma, Arma. Hare is very strongly stressed in the second canto, first chapter, verse 11 of Armadbh Gavatam in the following way. Ukdeva Gosvam tells Maharya Parkayat, my dear king, if one is spontaneously attached to the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, it is to be understood that he has attained the highest perfectional stage. It is specifically mentioned that the karmas who are aspiring after the fruitive results of their activities, the salvationists who are aspiring to become one with the Supreme Person, and the yogas who are aspiring after mystic perfections can achieve the results of all perfectional stages simply by chanting the mantra. Ukdeva uses the word nirtam, which means it has already been decided. He was a liberated soul and therefore could not accept anything that was not conclusive. So Ukdeva Gosvam especially stresses that it has already been concluded that one who has come to the stage of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra with determination and steadiness must be considered to have already passed the trials of fruitive activities, mental speculation and mystic yoga. The same thing is confirmed in the Deepura by Krishna. While addressing Arjuna he says, anyone who is engaged in chanting my transcendental name must be considered to be always associating with me. And I may tell you frankly that for such a devotee I become easily purchased. In the Padma Pura it is also stated, the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra is present only on the lips of a person who has for many births worshipped Vasudeva. It is further said in the Padma Pura, there is no difference between the holy name of the Lord and the Lord himself. As such, the holy name is as perfect as the Lord himself in fullness, purity and eternity. The holy name is not a material sound vibration, nor has it any material contamination. The holy name cannot, therefore, be chanted offenselessly by one who has failed to purify his senses. In other words, materialistic senses cannot properly chant the holy names of the Hare Krishna mantra. But by adopting this chanting process, one is given a chance to actually purify himself, so that he may very soon chant offenselessly. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has recommended that everyone chant the Hare Krishna mantra just to cleanse the dust from the heart. If the dust of the heart is cleansed away, then one can actually understand the importance of the holy name. For persons who are not inclined to clean the dust from their hearts and who want to keep things as they are, it is not possible to derive the transcendental result of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. One should, therefore, be encouraged to develop his service attitude toward the Lord, because this will help him to chant without any offense. And so, under the guidance of a spiritual master, the disciple is trained to render service and at the same time chant the Hare Krishna mantra. As soon as one develops his spontaneous service attitude, he can immediately understand the transcendental nature of the holy names of the mantra. Living in Mathur in the Padma Pura there is a statement about the importance of living at holy places like Mathur or Dvirak. It is stated there, to travel to different places of pilgrimage means to attain emancipation from material bondage. This emancipation, however, is not the highest perfectional stage. After attaining this liberated stage, one has to become engaged in devotional service to the Lord. After attainment of the Brahma Bhta liberation stage, one can further advance to engagement in devotional service. So this attainment of transcendental loving devotional service to the Lord is the goal of life, and it can be achieved very easily for one who lives in Mathur Mala even for a few seconds. It is further said, who is that person who will not agree to worship the land of Mathur? Mathur can deliver all the desires and ambitions of the fruitive workers and of the salvationists, who desire to become one with the Supreme Brahman. Certainly Mathur will deliver the desires of the devotees, who simply aspire to be engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. In the Vedic literature it is also stated, how wonderful it is that simply by residing in Mathur even for one day, one can achieve a transcendental loving attitude toward the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This land of Mathur must be more glorious than Vaikuhadhyachma, the kingdom of God. Chapter 13 5 Potent Forms of Devotional Service. Arpagosvam has stated that 5 kinds of devotional activities, namely, residing in Mathur, worshipping the deity of the Lord, reciting Armadbh Gavatam, serving a devotee and chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, are so potent that a small attachment to any one of these 5 items can arouse devotional ecstasy even in a neophyte. Regarding worship of the form of the Lord, or deity, Arpagosvam has written the following verse. My dear friend, if you still have any desire to enjoy the company of your friends within this material world, then don't look upon the form of Krishna, who is standing on the bank of Kgh, a bathing place in V&D Vana. He is known as Govinda, and his eyes are very enchanting. He is playing upon his flute, and on his head there is a peacock feather, and his whole body is illuminated by the moonlight in the sky. The purport of this verse is that if someone becomes attached to the Ramurti or deity of Krishna by worshipping at home, then he will forget his relationships of so-called friendship, love and society. Thus it is the duty of every householder to install deities of the Lord at home and to begin the process of worshipping along with all of his family members. This will save everyone from such unwanted activities as going to clubs, cinemas and dancing parties, and smoking, drinking, etc. All such nonsense will be forgotten if one stresses the worship of the deities at home. Arpagosvam further writes, My dear foolish friend, I think that you have already heard some of the auspicious Armadbhgavatam, which decry seeking the results of fruitive activities, economic development and liberation. I think that now it is certain that gradually the verses of the 10th canto of Armadbhgavatam, describing the pastimes of the Lord, will enter your ears and go into your heart. In the beginning of Armadbhgavatam it is said that unless one has the ability to throw out, just like garbage, the fruitive results of ritualistic ceremonies, economic development and becoming one with the Supreme, or salvation, one cannot understand Armadbhgavatam. The Bhgavatam deals exclusively with devotional service. Only one who studies Armadbhgavatam in the spirit of renunciation can understand the pastimes of the Lord that are described in the 10th canto. In other words, one should not try to understand the topics of the 10th canto, such as the Rsa love dance, unless he has spontaneous attraction for Armadbhgavatam. One must be situated in pure devotional service before he can relish Armadbhgavatam as it is. In the above two verses of Arpagosvam there are some metaphorical analogies that indirectly condemn the association of materialistic society, friendship and love. People are generally attracted to society, friendship and love, and they make elaborate arrangements and strong endeavors to develop these material contaminations. But to see the Ramritis of RDH and Krishna is to forget such endeavors for material association. Arpagosvam composed his verse in such a way that he was seemingly praising the material association of friendship and love and was condemning the audience of Ramriti or Govinda. This metaphorical analogy is constructed in such a way that things that seem to be praised are condemned, and things that are to be condemned are praised. The actual import of the verse is that one must see the form of Govinda if one at all wants to forget the nonsense of material friendship, love and society. Arpagosvam has similarly described the transcendental nature of relishing topics that concern Krishna. A devotee once said, It is very astonishing that since I have seen this personality of Godhead, who is washed by the tears of my eyes, there is shivering of my body and he has made me a failure in executing my material duties. Since seeing him, I cannot remain silently at home. I wish to go out to him always. The purport of this statement is that as soon as one is fortunate enough to contact a pure devotee, one must be anxious immediately to hear about Krishna, to learn about Krishna, or, in other words, to become fully Krishna conscious. Similarly, there is a statement about hearing and chanting the Maha mantra. It is said that saints have been able to hear the vibrating strings of the V in the hands of Radha, who is always singing the glories of Lord Krishna. Now this same sound vibration has entered my ears, and I am always feeling the presence of the Supreme Personality. Gradually I am becoming bereft of all attachment for material enjoyment. Again, Arpagosvam has described Mathur Maala. I remember the Lord standing by the banks of the Yaman river, so beautiful amid the Kadamba trees, where many birds are chirping in the gardens. And these impressions are always giving me transcendental realization of beauty and bliss. This feeling about Mathur Maala and V&D Vana described by Arpagosvam can actually be felt even by non-devotees. The places in the 84 square mile district of Mathur are so beautifully situated on the banks of the river Yaman that anyone who goes there will never want to return to this material world. These statements by Arpagosvam are factually realized descriptions of Mathur and V&D Vana. All these qualities prove that Mathur and V&D Vana are situated transcendentally. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of invoking our transcendental sentiments in these places. Such transcendental feelings are aroused immediately and without fail after one arrives in Mathur or V&D Vana. In these statements about devotional service, sometimes it may appear that the results have been overestimated, but actually there is no overestimation. Some devotees, as revealed scriptures give evidence, have had immediate results by such association, although this is not possible for all. For example, the Kumras immediately became devotees simply by smelling the incense in the temple. Bilvama Gala H. Kura simply heard about Krishna and then immediately gave up his beautiful girlfriend and started out for Mathur and Vana, where he became a perfect Vairava. So these statements are not overestimations, nor are they stories. They are actual facts, but are true for certain devotees and do not necessarily apply to all. These descriptions, even if considered overestimations, must be taken as they are in order to divert our attention from the fleeting material beauty to the eternal beauty of Krishna consciousness. And for a person who is already in contact with Krishna consciousness, the described results are not unusual. Some scholars argue that simply by following the principles of Vara and Rama one can gradually rise to the perfections reached by practicing devotional service, but this argument is not accepted by the great authorities. Lord Chaitanya also condemned this idea while he was talking with R.M. Nanda Arya about the gradual development of devotional service. He rejected the idea of the importance of Varama Dharma when it was put forward by R.M. Nanda Arya. He said that this advancement of Vara and Rama is merely external. There is a higher principle. In Bhagavad Gita also the Lord says that one has to give up all other principles of elevation and take simply to the method of Krishna consciousness. That will help one in achieving the highest perfection of life. In the 11th canto, 20th chapter, verse 9 of our Madhbhagavatam, the Lord himself says, one should execute the prescribed duties of Vara and Rama as long as he has not developed spontaneous attachment for hearing about my pastimes and activities. In other words, the prescribed forms of Vara and Rama are ritualistic ceremonies of religion intended for economic development, sense gratification or salvation. All of these things are recommended for persons who have not developed Krishna consciousness. In fact, all such activities are recommended in the revealed scriptures only to bring one to the point of Krishna consciousness. But one who has already developed spontaneous attachment for Krishna does not require to execute the duties prescribed in the scriptures. Chapter 14 Devotional Qualifications. Some scholars recommend that knowledge and renunciation are important factors for elevating oneself to devotional service. But actually that is not a fact. Actually, the cultivation of knowledge or renunciation, which are favorable for achieving a footing in Krishna consciousness, may be accepted in the beginning, but ultimately they may also come to be rejected, for devotional service is dependent on nothing other than the sentiment or desire for such service. It requires nothing more than sincerity. It is the opinion of expert devotees that mental speculation and the artificial austerities of yoga practice may be favorable for becoming liberated from material contamination, but they will also make one's heart harder and harder. They will not help at all in the progress of devotional service. These processes are therefore not favorable for entering into the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Actually, Krishna consciousness, devotional service itself, is the only way of advancing in devotional life. Devotional service is absolute. It is both the cause and the effect. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause and effect of all that be, and to approach Him, the Absolute, the process of devotional service, which is also absolute, has to be adopted. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita by the Lord Himself. One can understand me only through devotional service. In beginning his teaching of the Gita, the Lord said to Arjuna, "Because you are my devotee, I shall teach these secrets to you." Vedic knowledge means ultimately to understand the Supreme Lord, and the process of entering into His kingdom is devotional service. That is accepted by all authentic scriptures. Mental speculators neglect the process of devotional service, and by simply trying to defeat others in philosophical research they fail to develop the ecstasy of devotion. In the 11th canto, 20th chapter, verse 31 of our Madhbhagavatam, Krishna says, "My dear Uddhava, for persons who are seriously engaged in my service, the cultivation of philosophical speculation and artificial renunciation are not very favorable. When a person becomes my devotee, he automatically attains the fruits of the renunciation of material enjoyment, and he gets sufficient knowledge to understand the absolute truth. That is the test of advancement in devotional service. A devotee cannot be in darkness, because the Lord shows him special favor and enlightens him from within. In the 11th canto, 20th chapter, verses 32 and 33 of Armad Bh Gavatam, the Lord further instructs Uddhava, my dear friend, the prophets derived from fruitive activities, austerities, the culture of philosophical knowledge, renunciation, the practice of mystic yoga, charity and all similar auspicious activities are automatically achieved by my devotees, those who are simply attached to me by loving service. These devotees have everything at their disposal, but they desire nothing outside of my devotional service. If ever a devotee should desire some material profit, like promotion to the heavenly planets, or some spiritual profit, to go to the Vaikuhas, by my causeless mercy his desires are very easily fulfilled. Actually, a person who is developing Krishna consciousness and still has some attachment to material enjoyment will soon be freed from such a tendency by regularly discharging devotional service under the instruction of a bona fide spiritual master. RLAR Pagazvem, then, recommends that one should not be attached to material sense enjoyment but should accept everything enjoyable that is in relationship to Krishna. For example, eating is necessary, and one wants some palatable dishes to satisfy his sense of taste. So in that case, for the satisfaction of Krishna rather than for the satisfaction of the tongue, some palatable dishes may be prepared and offered to Krishna. Then it is renunciation. Let the palatable dishes be prepared, but unless they are offered to Krishna one should not accept them for eating. This vow of rejecting anything that is not offered to Krishna is actually renunciation. And by such renunciation one is able to satisfy the demands of the senses. The impersonalists, who try to avoid everything material, may undergo severe austerities, but they miss the opportunity of being engaged in the service of the Lord. Thus their renunciation is not sufficient for perfection. There are many instances where, following such artificial renunciation without any contact with devotional service, the impersonalist again fell down and became attracted to material contamination. There are many supposed renouncers even at the present moment who officially become sannyasins or renouncers and outwardly claim that spiritual existence is truth and material existence untruth. In this way, artificially they make a show of renunciation of the material world. However, because they cannot reach the point of devotional service, they fail to achieve the goal, and they again come back to material activities such as philanthropic work and political agitation. There are many examples of so-called sannyasins who gave up the world as untruth but again came to the material world because they were not seeking their real repose at the lotus feet of the Lord. One should not give up anything that can be utilized in the service of the Lord. That is a secret of devotional service. Anything that can be utilized in advancing Krishna consciousness and devotional service should be accepted. For instance, we are using many machines for the advancement of our present Krishna consciousness movement. Machines like typewriters, dictating machines, tape recorders, microphones and airplanes. Sometimes people ask us, why are you utilizing material products if you condemn the advancement of material civilization? But actually we do not condemn. We simply ask people to do whatever they are doing in Krishna consciousness. This is the same principle on which, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna advised Arjuna to utilize his fighting abilities in devotional service. Similarly, we are utilizing these machines for Krishna's service. With such sentiment for Krishna or Krishna consciousness, we can accept everything. If the typewriter can be utilized for advancing our Krishna consciousness movement, we must accept it. Similarly, the dictating machine or any other machine must be used. Our vision is that Krishna is everything. Krishna is the cause and effect, and nothing belongs to us. Krishna's things must be used in the service of Krishna. That is our vision. This does not mean, however, that we should give up the principles of discharging devotional service or neglect abiding by the rules and regulations prescribed therein. In the neophyte stage of devotion one must follow all the principles regulated by the authority of the spiritual master. The acceptance and rejection of things should always be in pursuance of the devotional principles. Not that one can independently manufacture some idea of what should be accepted or rejected. The spiritual master as the visible manifestation of Krishna is necessary, therefore, to direct the devotee on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spiritual master must never be carried away by an accumulation of wealth or a large number of followers. A bona fide spiritual master will never become like that. But sometimes, if a spiritual master is not properly authorized and only on his own initiative becomes a spiritual master, he may be carried away by an accumulation of wealth and large numbers of disciples. His is not a very high grade of devotional service. If a person is carried away by such achievements, then his devotional service becomes slackened. One should therefore strictly adhere to the principles of disciplic succession. A Krishna-conscious person, being naturally purified, has no need of developing any other purificatory process of thought or action. On account of his being highly elevated in Krishna consciousness, he has already acquired all the good qualities and is following the rules and regulations prescribed for the mystic yogic process. Such rules are automatically practiced by the devotees. A concrete example is the quality of non-violence, which is considered a good qualification. A devotee is naturally non-violent and therefore doesn't have to practice non-violence separately. Some people seek purification by joining a vegetarian movement, but a devotee is automatically a vegetarian. He doesn't need to practice separately in this matter or to join any society for vegetarians. He is automatically a vegetarian. There are many other instances showing that a devotee needn't practice anything but Krishna consciousness. All the good qualities of the demigods automatically develop within him. Those who are intentionally practicing to be vegetarians or to become non-violent may have good qualifications by a material estimation, but these qualifications are not sufficient to make them devotees. A vegetarian is not necessarily a devotee, nor is a non-violent person. But a devotee is automatically both vegetarian and non-violent. We must conclude, therefore, that vegetarianism or non-violence is not the cause of devotion. In this connection, there is a story in the Skandapur about a hunter who was converted into a great devotee under the instruction of Narada Muni. When the hunter became a perfect devotee, he was not prepared to kill even an ant. Parvata Muni, a friend of Narada's, saw the wonderful transformation of the hunter by devotional service and remarked, "My dear hunter, your unwillingness to kill even an ant is not very astonishing. Any person who develops the devotional attitude has all the good qualities automatically manifested in his person. A devotee is never a cause of distress to anyone." R.R. Pagosvam affirms herein that purification of consciousness, purification of bodily activities, austerities, peace of mind, etc., all become automatically manifest in the person who is engaged in devotional service. R.R. Pagosvam affirms herein that there are 9 different kinds of devotional service, which are listed as hearing, chanting, remembering, serving, worshipping the deity in the temple, praying, carrying out orders, serving Krishna as a friend and sacrificing everything for him. Each and every one of these processes is so powerful that if anyone follows even a single one of them, he can achieve the desired perfection without fail. For example, if one is attached simply to hearing about the Lord and another is attached to chanting the glories of the name, both will achieve their desired goal in devotional service. In the Kaitanya Charitamrita this has been explained. One may execute 1, 2, 3 or all the different processes of devotional service, and at the ultimate end he will achieve the desired goal of being established in devotional service. There are concrete examples of how a devotee discharged one of these services and achieved perfection. King Parkayat achieved the desired goal of life simply by hearing Armad Bh Gavatam. Ukadeva Gosvam achieved the desired goal of life simply by reciting Armad Bh Gavatam. Praldama Arya became successful in his devotional service by always remembering the Lord. Lakam, the goddess of fortune, was successful by engaging herself in massaging the lotus feet of the Lord. King Pithu became successful by worshipping in the temple. Akara became successful by offering prayers. Hanuman became successful by rendering personal service to Lord Armakandra. Arjuna became successful by being a friend of Krishna. And Bali Maharya became successful simply by offering all of his possessions to Krishna. There are also examples of devotees who discharged all the different items together. In the 9th canto, 4th chapter, verses 18, 19 and 20 of Armad Bh Gavatam, there is a statement about Maharya Ambray, who followed every one of the devotional processes. In these verses, Ukadeva Gosvam says, King Ambra first of all concentrated his mind on the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and then engaged his speech in describing the pastimes and activities of the Lord. He engaged his hands in washing the temple of the Lord. He engaged his ears in hearing of the transcendental glories of the Lord. He engaged his eyes in seeing the beautiful deity in the temple. He engaged his body in associating with the pure devotees of the Lord. When you associate with someone, you have to sit down together, eat together, etc. And in this way the touch of your body with his body is inevitable. Ambra Maharya made his association only with pure devotees and did not allow his body to be touched by anyone else. He engaged his nostrils in smelling the flowers and tulas offered to Krishna, and he engaged his tongue in tasting Krishna prasada food prepared specifically for offering to the Lord, the remnants of which are taken by the devotees. Maharyambra was able to offer very nice prasada to Krishna because he was a king and had no scarcity of finances. He used to offer Krishna the most royal dishes and would then taste the remnants as Krishna prasada. There was no scarcity in his royal style, because he had a very beautiful temple wherein the deity of the Lord was decorated with costly paraphernalia and offered high-grade food. So everything was available, and his engagement was always completely in Krishna consciousness. The idea is that we should follow in the footsteps of great devotees. If we are unable to execute all the different items of devotional service, we must try to execute at least one of them, as exemplified by previous series. If we are engaged in the execution of all the items of devotional service, as was Maharyambra, then the perfection of devotional service is guaranteed from each one of these items. With the first complete engagement, one becomes automatically detached from material contamination, and liberation becomes the maidservant of the devotee. This idea is confirmed by Bilvama Gala H. Kura. If one develops an alloyed devotion to the Lord, liberation will follow the devotee as his maidservant. RLAR Pagazvam says that the regulative principles of devotional service are sometimes described by authorities as the path of serving the Lord in opulence. Chapter 15 Spontaneous Devotional Service. Examples of spontaneous devotional service can easily be seen in Krishna's direct associates in V&D Vana. The spontaneous dealings of the residents of V&D Vana in relationship with Krishna are called Arjunug. These beings don't have to learn anything about devotional service. They are already perfect in all regulative principles and have achieved the spontaneous loving service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For example, the cowherd boys who are playing with Krishna do not have to learn by austerities or penances or yogic practice how to play with him. They have passed all tests of regulative principles in their previous lives, and as a result they are now elevated to the position of direct association with Krishna as his dear friends. Their spontaneous attitude is called Arjunug Bhakti. R. Pagazvam has defined Arjunug Bhakti as spontaneous attraction for something while completely absorbed in thoughts of it with an intense desire of love. Devotional service executed with such feelings of spontaneous love is called Arjunug Bhakti. Devotional service under the heading of Arjunug can be further divided into two categories. One category is called sensual attraction and the other is called relationship. In this connection, there is a statement by Narada Muni to Yudhishthira in the 7th canto, 1st chapter, verse 30 of the Madhya Gavatam. There Narada says, "My dear king, there are many devotees who first become attracted to the personality of Godhead for purposes of sense gratification, from being envious of him, out of fear of him, or from desiring to associate affectionately with him. Ultimately these attractions become freed from all material contamination, and gradually the worshipper develops spiritual love and achieves that ultimate goal of life desired by the pure devotee." The gopis may be considered to be examples of spontaneous love and sensual attraction. The gopis are young girls and Krishna is a young boy. Superficially it seems that the gopis are attracted to Krishna on grounds of sex. Similarly, King Kasa was attracted to Krishna because of fear. Kasa was always fearful of Krishna because it had been foretold that his sister's son, Krishna, would kill him. Ayapala was also always envious of Krishna. And the descendants of King Yadu, due to their family relationship with Krishna, were always thinking of him as one of their members. All of these different kinds of devotees have a spontaneous attraction for Krishna in different categories, and they achieve the same desired goal of life. The attraction of the gopis for Krishna and the affection of the members of the Yadu dynasty are both accepted as spontaneous, or Arjunug. The attraction of Kasa to Krishna in fear and the attraction of Ayapala in envy are not accepted as devotional service, however, because their attitudes are not favorable. Devotional service should be executed only in a favorable frame of mind. Therefore, according to RLAR Pagazvam, such attractions are not considered to be in devotional service. Again, he analyzes the affection of the yadis. If it is on the platform of friendship, then it is spontaneous love, but if it is on the platform of regulative principles, then it is not. And only when affection comes to the platform of spontaneous love is it counted in the category of pure devotional service. There may be some difficulty in understanding that both the Goddess and Kasa achieved the same goal, so this point should be clearly understood, because the attitudes of Kasa and Iapla were different from that of the Goddess. Although in all these cases the focus is on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and all of the devotees are elevated to the spiritual world, there is still a distinction between these two classes of souls. In the first canto of Armadbh Gavatam it is said that the Absolute Truth is one and that he is manifested as impersonal Brahman, Paramtm, Supersoul, and Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here is a spiritual distinction. Although Brahman, Paramtm and Bhagavan are the same and one absolute truth, devotees like Kasa or Iapla could attain only to the Brahman effulgence. They could not have realization of Paramtm or Bhagavan. That is the distinction. An analogy can be given with the sun globe and the sunshine. To remain in the sunshine does not mean one has gone to the sun globe. The temperature of the sun globe is different from the temperature of the sunshine. One who has gone through the sunshine in jet planes or in spaceships has not necessarily gone to the sun globe. Although the sunshine and the sun globe are actually one and the same, still there is a distinction, for one is the energy and one is the energetic source. The Absolute Truth and his bodily effulgence are in the same way simultaneously one and different. Kasa and Iapla attained to the Absolute Truth, but they were not allowed to enter into the Galoka Vana abode. Impersonalists and the enemies of the Lord are, because of attraction to God, allowed to enter into his kingdom, but they are not allowed to enter into the Vaikuha planets or the Galoka Vana planet of the Supreme Lord. To enter the kingdom and to enter the king's palace are not the same thing. RLAR Pagazvam is trying here to describe the different achievements of the impersonalists and the personalists. Generally, those who are impersonalists and are inimical to the Supreme Personality of Godhead get entrance only into the impersonal Brahman when and if they reach spiritual perfection. The impersonalist philosophers are in one sense like the enemies of the Lord because the out-and-out enemies of the Lord and the impersonalists are both allowed to enter only into the impersonal effulgence of the Brahmajyotir. So it is to be understood that they are of similar classification. And actually the impersonalists are enemies of God because they cannot tolerate the unparalleled opulence of the Lord. They try always to place themselves on the same level with the Lord. That is due to their envious attitude. Our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has proclaimed the impersonalists to be offenders of the Lord. The Lord is so kind, however, that even though they are his enemies, they are still allowed to enter into the spiritual kingdom and remain in the impersonal Brahmajyotir, the undifferentiated light of the Absolute. Sometimes an impersonalist may gradually elevate himself to the personal conception of the Lord. Bhagavad Gita confirms this. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me. By such surrender, an impersonalist can be elevated to the Vaikuhaloka, spiritual planet, where, as a surrendered soul, he attains bodily features like those of the Lord. In the Brahmapura it is stated, those who have achieved liberation from material contamination and those who are demons and are killed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead become absorbed in the Brahman concept of life and reside in the spiritual sky of the Brahmajyotir. That spiritual sky is far beyond the material sky, and it is confirmed also in Bhagavad Gita that beyond this material sky there is another, eternal sky. The enemies and the impersonalists may be allowed to enter into this Brahman effulgence, but the devotees of Krishna are promoted all the way to the spiritual planets. Because the pure devotees have developed their spontaneous love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they are allowed to enter into the spiritual planets to enjoy spiritual bliss in association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the 10th canto, 87th chapter, verse 23 of Armadbh Gavatam, the Vedas personified address the Lord in this way. My dear Lord, yogas meditate upon your localized feature, and thus they achieve the spiritual perfection of being merged in the impersonal Brahmajyotir. Persons who treat you as an enemy achieve the same perfection without meditating. The gopis, who are embraced by your serpentine hands and who have such lusty attitudes, also achieve the same perfection. And as far as we are concerned, being different demigods in charge of the different parts of Vedic knowledge, we are always following in the footsteps of the gopis. Thus we hope to attain the same perfection. By the same perfection we must always remember the example of the sun and the sunshine. Those who are impersonalists can merge into the sunshine like Brahmajyotir, whereas those who are in love with the Supreme Person enter into the supreme abode of the Lord, Galoka Vana. The lusty attitude of the goddess does not refer to any sort of sex indulgence. RLAR Pagazvam explains that this lusty desire refers to the devotee's particular attitude of association with Krishna. Every devotee in his perfectional stage has a spontaneous attraction to the Lord. This attraction is sometimes called the lusty desire of the devotee. The lust is the devotee's excessive desire to serve the Lord in a particular capacity. Such a desire may seem to be a desire for enjoying the Lord, but actually the endeavor is to serve the Lord in that capacity. For example, a devotee may be desiring to associate with the personality of Godhead as his cowherd friend. He will want to serve the Lord by assisting him in controlling the cows in the pasturing ground. This may appear to be a desire to enjoy the company of the Lord, but actually it is spontaneous love, serving him by assisting in managing the transcendental cows. Sensual attraction. This extreme desire to serve the Lord is manifest in the transcendental land of Brahma, and it is specifically manifested among the gopis. The gopis' love for Krishna is so elevated that for our understanding it is sometimes explained as being lusty desire. The author of Arkaitanya Karatam Ta Kavirya Krishnadsa has explained the distinction between lusty desire and the service attitude in this statement. Lusty desire refers to the desire to gratify one's personal senses, and transcendental desire refers to the desire for serving the senses of the Lord. In the material world there is no such thing as a lover's wanting to please the senses of his beloved. Actually, in the material world, everyone wants mainly to gratify his own personal senses. The gopis, however, wanted nothing at all but to gratify the senses of the Lord, and there is no instance of this in the material world. Therefore the gopis' ecstatic love for Krishna is sometimes described by scholars as being like the lusty desire of the material world, but actually this should not be taken as a literal fact. It is simply a way of trying to understand the transcendental situation. Great devotees up to the standard of Uddhava are very dear friends of the Lord, and they desire to follow in the footsteps of the gopis. So the gopis' love for Krishna is certainly not material lusty desire. Otherwise, how could Uddhava aspire to follow in their footsteps? Another instance is Lord Chaitanya himself. After accepting the sannyasa order of life, he was very strict about avoiding association with women, but still he taught that there is no better method of worshipping Krishna than that conceived by the gopis. Thus the gopis' method of worshipping the Lord as if impelled by lusty desire was praised very highly even by our Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This very fact means that although the attraction of the gopis for Krishna appears to be lusty, it is not in the least bit material. Unless one is fully situated in the transcendental position, the relationship of the gopis with Krishna is very difficult to understand. But because it appears to be just like ordinary dealings of young boys and girls, it is sometimes misinterpreted to be like the ordinary sex of this material world. Unfortunately, persons who cannot understand the transcendental nature of the love affairs of the gopis and Krishna take it for granted that Krishna's love affairs with the gopis are mundane transactions, and therefore they sometimes indulge in painting licentious pictures in some modernistic style. On the other hand, the lusty desire of Kub is described by learned scholars as being almost lusty desire. Kub was a hunchbacked woman who also wanted Krishna with a great ecstatic love. But her desire for Krishna was almost mundane, and so her love cannot be compared to the love of the gopis. Her loving affection for Krishna is called Kamapry, or almost like the gopis' love for Krishna. Chapter 16 Spontaneous Devotion further describe relationship in the attitude of the denizens of Vana, such as Nanda Maharya and Mother Yad, is to be found the ideal transcendental concept of being the father and mother of Krishna, the original personality of Godhead. Factually, no one can become the father or mother of Krishna, but a devotee's possession of such transcendental feelings is called love of Krishna in a parental relationship. The Vyas, Krishna's relatives at Dvirak, also felt like that. So spontaneous love of Krishna in the parental relationship is found both among those denizens of Dvirak who belong to the dynasty of Vi and among the inhabitants of Vana. Spontaneous love of Krishna as exhibited by the Vyas and the denizens of Vana is eternally existing in them. In the stage of devotional service where regulative principles are followed, there is no necessity of discussing this love, for it must develop of itself at a more advanced stage. Eligibility for spontaneous devotional service. Persons desiring to follow in the footsteps of such eternal devotees of the Lord as the Vyas and Vana denizens are called Arjunab devotees, which means that they are trying to attain to the perfection of those devotees. These Arjuna devotees do not follow the regulative principles of devotional service very strictly, but by spontaneous nature they become attracted to some of the eternal devotees such as Nanda or Yad, and they try to follow in their footsteps spontaneously. There is a gradual development of the ambition to become like a particular devotee, and this activity is called Arjuna. We must always remember, however, that such eagerness to follow in the footsteps of the denizens of Vraja, Vana, is not possible unless one is freed from material contamination. In following the regulative principles of devotional service, there is a stage called anartha-nifti, which means the disappearance of all material contamination. Sometimes someone is found imitating such devotional love, but factually he is not freed from anarthas or unwanted habits. It has been seen that a so-called devotee proclaims himself a follower of Nanda, Yad or the goddess, while at the same time his abominable attraction for mundane sex life is visible. Such a manifestation of divine love is mere imitation and has no value. When one is actually spontaneously attracted to the loving principles of the goddess, there will be found no trace of any mundane contamination in his character. Therefore, in the beginning, everyone should strictly follow the regulative principles of devotional service according to the injunctions of the scriptures and the spiritual master. Only after the stage of liberation from material contamination can one actually aspire to follow in the footsteps of the devotees in Vana. It is said by R.R. Pagosvam, when one is actually liberated from material contamination, he can always remember an eternal devotee in Vana in order to love Krishna in the same capacity. And developing such an aptitude, one will always live in Vana, even within his mind. The purport is that if it is possible one should go and physically be present at Vana, and be engaged always in the service of the Lord, following the devotees in Vrajadhma, the spiritual realm of Vraja. If it is not possible, however, to be physically present at Vana, one can meditate anywhere on living in that situation. Wherever he may be, one must always think about life in Vrajadhma and about following in the footsteps of a particular devotee in the service of the Lord. A devotee who is actually advanced in Krishna consciousness, who is constantly engaged in devotional service, should not manifest himself, even though he has attained perfection. The idea is that he should always continue to act as a neophyte devotee as long as his material body is there. Activities in devotional service under regulative principles must be followed even by the pure devotee. But when he realizes his actual position in relationship with the Lord, he can, along with the discharging of regulative service, think within himself of the Lord under the guidance of a particular associate of the Lord, and develop his transcendental sentiments in following that associate. In this connection, we should be careful about the so-called Siddha Prael. The Siddha Prael process is followed by a class of men who are not very authorized and who have manufactured their own way of devotional service. They imagine that they have become associates of the Lord simply by thinking of themselves like that. This external behavior is not at all according to the regulative principles. The so-called Siddha Prael process is followed by the Prkta Sahaji, a pseudo-sect of so-called Vaishnavas. In the opinion of R. Pagosvam, such activities are simply disturbances to the standard way of devotional service. R. Pagosvam says that learned serious recommend that we follow the regulative principles even after the development of spontaneous love for Krishna. According to the regulative principles, there are 9 departmental activities as described above, and one should specifically engage himself in the type of devotional service for which he has a natural aptitude. For example, one person may have a particular interest in hearing, another may have a particular interest in chanting, and another may have a particular interest in serving in the temple. So these, or any of the other 6 different types of devotional service, remembering, serving, praying, engaging in some particular service, being in a friendly relationship or offering everything in one's possession, should be executed in full earnestness. In this way, everyone should act according to his particular taste. Conjugal love devotional service following in the footsteps of the goddess of Vana or the queens at Dvirak is called devotional service in conjugal love. This devotional service in conjugal love can be divided into 2 categories. One is indirect conjugal love, the other direct. In both of these categories, one has to follow the particular god who is engaged in such service in Goloka Vana. To be directly attached to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in conjugal love is technically called Keli. This Kali performance means to directly join with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are other devotees who do not wish direct contact with the Supreme Person, but who relish the conjugal love affairs of the Lord with the Goddess. Such devotees enjoy simply by hearing of the activities of the Lord with the Goddess. This development of conjugal love can be possible only with those who are already engaged in following the regulative principles of devotional service, specifically in the worship of RDH and Krishna in the temple. Such devotees gradually develop a spontaneous love for the deity, and by hearing of the Lord's exchange of loving affairs with the Goddess, they gradually become attracted to these pastimes. After this spontaneous attraction becomes highly developed, the devotee is placed in either of the above-mentioned categories. This development of conjugal love for Krishna is not manifested in women only. The material body has nothing to do with spiritual loving affairs. A woman may develop an attitude for becoming a friend of Krishna, and, similarly, a man may develop the feature of becoming a gop in V&D Vana. How a devotee in the form of a man can desire to become a gop is stated in the Padma Pura as follows. In days gone by there were many sages in Dayakraya. Dayakraya is the name of the forest where Lord Armakandra lived after being banished by his father for 14 years. At that time there were many advanced sages who were captivated by the beauty of Lord Armakandra and who desired to become women in order to embrace the Lord. Later on, these sages appeared in Gokula V&D Vana when Krishna advented himself there, and they were born as gopas or girlfriends of Krishna. In this way they attained the perfection of spiritual life. The story of the sages of Dayakraya can be explained as follows. When Lord Armakandra was residing in Dayakraya, the sages who were engaged in devotional service there became attracted by his beauty and immediately thought of the goddess in V&D Vana, who enjoyed conjugal loving affection with Krishna. In this instance it is clear that the sages of Dayakraya desired conjugal love in the manner of the goddess, although they were well aware of the Supreme Lord as both Krishna and Lord Armakandra. They knew that although Armakandra was an ideal king and could not accept more than one wife, Lord Krishna, being the full-fledged personality of Godhead, could fulfill the desires of all of them in V&D Vana. These sages also concluded that the form of Lord Krishna is more attractive than that of Lord Armakandra, and so they prayed to become gopas in their future lives to be associated with Krishna. Lord Armakandra remained silent, and his silence shows that he accepted the prayers of the sages. Thus they were blessed by Lord Armakandra to have association with Lord Krishna in their future lives. As a result of this benediction, they all took birth as women in the wombs of gopas at Gokula, and as they had desired in their previous lives, they enjoyed the company of Lord Krishna, who was present at that time in Gokula V&D Vana. The perfection of their human form of life was thus achieved by their generating a transcendental sentiment to share conjugal love with Lord Krishna. Conjugal love is divided into two classifications, namely, conjugal love as husband and wife and conjugal love as lover and beloved. One who develops conjugal love for Krishna as a wife is promoted to Dvirak, where the devotee becomes the queen of the Lord. One who develops conjugal love for Krishna as a lover is promoted to Goloka V&D Vana to associate with the goddess and enjoy loving affairs with Krishna there. We should note carefully, however, that this conjugal love for Krishna, either as gop or as queen, is not limited only to women. Even men can develop such sentiments, as was evidenced by the sages of Dayakraya. If someone simply desires conjugal love but does not follow in the footsteps of the goddess, he is promoted to association with the Lord at Dvirak. In the Makarama it is stated, great sages who were the sons of fire gods rigidly followed the regulative principles in their desire to have conjugal love for Krishna. As such, in their next lives they were able to associate with the Lord, the origin of all creation, who is known as Vasudeva or Krishna, and all of them got him as their husband. Parenthood or friendship devotees who are attracted to Krishna as parents or as friends should follow in the footsteps of Nanda Maharya or Subala respectively. Nanda Maharya is the foster father of Krishna, and out of all of the friends of Krishna, Subala is the most intimate in Vrabhmi. In the development of becoming either the father or friend of the Lord, there are two varieties. One method is that one may try to become the father of the Lord directly, and the other is that one may follow Nanda Maharya and cherish the ideal of being Krishna's father. Out of these two, the attempt to directly become the father of Krishna is not recommended. Such a development can become polluted with impersonal philosophy. The MYVDS, or monists, think that they themselves are Krishna, and if one thinks that he himself has become Nanda Maharya, then his parental love will become contaminated with the MYVDA philosophy. The MYVDA philosophical way of thinking is offensive, and no offender can enter into the kingdom of God to associate with Krishna. In the Skanda Pura there is a story of an old man residing in Hastinpura, capital of the kingdom of the Piyas, who desired Krishna as his beloved son. This old man was instructed by Anuradha to follow in the footsteps of Nanda Maharya, and thus he achieved success. There is a statement in the Narya Vihastava prayers that persons who are always engaged in thinking of the Lord as their husband, friend, father or well-wisher are always worshipable by everyone. This spontaneous love for Krishna can be developed only by the special mercy of Krishna or his pure devotee. This process of devotional service is sometimes called Puai Amriga. Puai means nourishing and Amriga means path. Such development of sentiment nourishes devotional service to the highest standard. Thus it is called the path of nourishment, or Puai Amriga. The Valabha Sampradaya, which belongs to the VUSVM sect of Vaishnav religion, worships Krishna in this Puai Amriga. Generally devotees in Gujarat worship Bla Krishna under this heading of Puai Amriga. Chapter 17 Ecstatic Love. By the process of executing regulated devotional service, one is actually elevated to the transcendental stage, beyond the material modes of nature. At that time one's heart becomes illuminated like the sun. The sun is far above the planetary systems, and there is no possibility of its being covered by any kind of cloud. Similarly, when a devotee is purified like the sun, from his pure heart there is a diffusion of ecstatic love which is more glorious than the sunshine. Only at that time is the attachment to Krishna perfect. Spontaneously, the devotee becomes eager to serve the Lord in his ecstatic love. At this stage the devotee is on the platform of Uttamadhikar, perfect devotion. Such a devotee has no agitation from material affections and is interested only in the service of RDH and Krishna. To clarify, in the previous chapters the symptoms of devotional service were explained along with instructions as to how we may execute devotional service with our present senses and gradually rise to the platform of ecstasy and spontaneous love. And the two kinds of devotional service, namely, devotional service through regulative principles and through spontaneous love, were discussed. Within the stage of the regulative principles of devotional service there are two divisions, namely, executive and effective. This effective portion of devotional service is called bhava, or ecstasy. In this connection, there is a statement in the Tantras that ecstasy is the first symptom of pure love for the personality of Godhead, and in that stage one is sometimes found shedding tears or shivering. Not always are these symptoms manifest, but occasionally. When King Embra was put into difficulty by Durves, he began to think of the lotus feet of the Lord, and thus there were some changes in his body, and tears were falling from his eyes. These symptoms are activities of ecstasy. They are visible in the shivering of the body and the shedding of tears. After the outward appearance of these ecstatic symptoms, they stay within the mind, and continuation of the ecstasy is called samdhi. This stage of appreciation becomes the cause of future exchanges of loving affairs with Krishna. Elevation to this stage of ecstasy can be possible in two ways. One way is by constant association with pure devotees. The other way is by the special mercy of Krishna or by the mercy of a pure devotee of Krishna. Elevation to the ecstatic stage of life is generally attained through association with pure devotees, while elevation to that stage by the special mercy of Krishna or his devotee is very rare. The purport is that one should execute devotional service rigidly in the association of devotees so that there will be certainty in raising oneself to that ecstatic position. In special cases, of course, there is special favor from Krishna, and although we should always expect that, we should not sit idly and simply wait for Krishna's special mercy. The regular duties must be performed. It is just as when sometimes it is found that a person who never attended school or college may be recognized as a great scholar, or an honorary degree from great universities may be offered to him. But this does not mean that one should avoid school and expect to automatically receive an honorary degree from some university. Similarly, one should devoutly execute the regulative principles of devotional service and at the same time hope for Krishna's favor or for his devotees' favor. An example of rising to the stage of ecstatic love by executing the regulative principles of devotional service is given in the life story of Anuradha, which is described to Vaisadeva in Armad Bhgavatam. Anuradha tells there of his previous life and how he developed to the stage of ecstatic love. He was engaged in the service of great devotees and used to hear their talks and songs. Because he had the opportunity to hear these pastimes and songs of Krishna from the mouths of pure devotees, he became very attracted within his heart. Because he had become so eager to hear these topics, he gradually developed within himself an ecstatic love for Krishna. This ecstatic love is prior to the pure love of Krishna, because in the next verse Radha confirms that by the gradual process of hearing from the great sages he developed love of Godhead. In that connection, Radha continues to say in the first canto, 5th chapter, verse 28 of the Bhagavatam, "First I passed my days in the association of the great sages during the rainy autumn season. Every morning and evening I heard them while they were singing and chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, and thus my heart gradually became purified. As soon as I heard them with great attention, the influence of the modes of material ignorance and passion disappeared, and I became firmly fixed in devotional service to the Lord." These are practical examples of how one can develop to the stage of ecstatic love simply by the association of pure devotees. It is essential, therefore, that one constantly associate with pure devotees who are engaged morning and evening in chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. In this way one will get the chance to purify his heart and develop this ecstatic pure love for Krishna. This statement is also confirmed in the 3rd canto, 25th chapter, verse 25 of our Bhagavatam, where Lord Kapila says, "My dear mother, when a person is actually in association with pure devotees, the sublime potency of my devotional service can be experienced." In other words, when a pure devotee speaks, his words act upon the hearts of the audience. What is the secret of hearing and chanting? A professional speaker cannot impress transcendental ecstasy within the hearts of the listeners. However, when a realized soul who is engaged in the service of the Lord is speaking, he has the potency to inject spiritual life within the audience. One should, therefore, seek the association of such pure, unalloyed devotees, and by such association and service a neophyte devotee will certainly develop attachment, love and devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Padma Purana there is the story of a neophyte devotee who, in order to raise herself to the ecstatic platform, danced all night to invoke the Lord's grace upon her. Sometimes, however, it is found that without undergoing any devotional process, one all of a sudden develops devotion for Lord Krishna. This sudden development of the devotional attitude in a person must be understood as a special mercy of Krishna or of his devotee. This apparently accidental development of ecstatic feelings through the causeless mercy of Krishna can be divided into 3 groups. Simply by speaking, simply by glancing and simply by good wishes. In the Enradyapura there is a statement about development of ecstatic love simply by speaking. Lord Krishna said to Radha, "O best of the Brahmas, I wish that you may develop an alloyed devotional service to me, which is full of transcendental bliss and all auspiciousness." In the Skandapura there is a statement about developing ecstatic love toward Krishna simply by glancing. It is stated there, when the inhabitants of Jaigala province saw the personality of Godhead, Krishna, they were so stricken with feeling that they could not withdraw their glance from him. As far as heartfelt wishes are concerned, there is a statement in the Ukasahit wherein Radha tells Rla Vaisadeva, "You have a son who is the greatest devotee of the personality of Godhead, and I can observe that without any following of the regulative principles of devotional service, he is already enriched with many of the symptoms achieved by the execution of devotional service after many, many births." As for ecstatic love of Krishna, there is a statement in the 7th canto, 4th chapter, verse 36 of our Bhagavatam, in which Radha addresses King Yudhishthira, "My dear king, it is very difficult to describe the character of Prahlada. He developed a natural attraction for Krishna, and whatever I can explain about his character will simply be an arrangement of words. His actual character is impossible to describe." This means that Radha himself admitted that the natural development of Prahlada's ecstatic love was by the grace of Lord Krishna. This natural attraction for Krishna on the part of Prahlada was developed simply by the mercy of Radha. When Prahlada Maharya was within the womb of his mother, she was being sympathetically instructed by Radha about the science of devotional service, and at the same time Radha was wishing that the child within the womb could also take advantage of the instructions. Because Radha, an authorized devotee and great associate of the personality of Godhead, was desiring auspiciousness for Prahlada Maharya, he developed all the characteristics of a high-grade devotee. This is called natural attraction. It is caused by the special grace of the personality of Godhead or by the special grace of a great devotee like Radha. There is a statement in the Skanda Pura wherein Parvata Muni tells Anrada, "My dear Anrada, of all saintly persons you are so great and glorious that simply by your good wishes a low-born hunter also has become a great, elevated devotee of Lord Krishna." This ecstatic love for Krishna can be divided into 5 divisions, which will be described by R. Pagosvam later on. Chapter 18 Character of one in ecstatic love. R. Pagosvam next describes the characteristics of a person who has actually developed his ecstatic love for Krishna. The characteristics are as follows. 1. He is always anxious to utilize his time in the devotional service of the Lord. He does not like to be idle. He wants service always, 24 hours a day, without deviation. 2. He is always reserved and perseverant. 3. He is always detached from all material attraction. 4. He does not long for any material respect in return for his activities. 5. He is always certain that Krishna will bestow his mercy upon him. 6. He is always very eager to serve the Lord faithfully. 7. He is very much attached to the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. 8. He is always eager to describe the transcendental qualities of the Lord. 9. He is very pleased to live in a place where the Lord's pastimes are performed, e.g., Mathur, VND Vana or DV Rak. Utilization of time. An unalloyed devotee who has developed ecstatic love for Krishna is always engaging his words in reciting prayers to the Lord. Within the mind he is always thinking of Krishna, and with his body he either offers obeisances by bowing down before the deity or engages in some other service. During these ecstatic activities he sometimes sheds tears. In this way his whole life is engaged in the service of the Lord, with not a moment wasted on any other engagement. Perseverance. When a person is undisturbed even in the presence of various causes of disturbance, he is called reserved and perseverant. An example of this perseverance and reservation is found in the behavior of King Parkayat, as described in the first canto, 19th chapter, verse 15 of our Madhbh Gavatam. The king says there to all the sages present before him at the time of his death, "My dear Brahmas, you should always accept me as your surrendered servant. I have come to the bank of the Ganges just to devote my heart and soul unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. So please bless me that Mother Ganges may also be pleased with me. Let the curse of the Brahma's son fall upon me, I do not mind. I only request that at the last moment of my life all of you will kindly chant the holy name of Vivu so that I may realize his transcendental qualities." This example of Maharya Parkayat's behavior, his remaining patient even at the last point of his life, his undisturbed condition of mind, is an example of reservation. This is one of the characteristics of a devotee who has developed ecstatic love for Krishna. Detachment. The senses are always desiring sense enjoyment, but when a devotee develops transcendental love for Krishna his senses are no longer attracted by material desires. This state of mind is called detachment. There is a nice example of this detachment in connection with the character of King Bharata. In the 5th canto, 14th chapter, verse 43 of our Madhbh Gavatam it is stated, Emperor Bharata was so attracted by the beauty of the lotus feet of Krishna that even in his youthful life he gave up all kinds of attachments to family, children, friends, kingdom, etc., as though they were untouchable stools. Emperor Bharata provides a typical example of detachment. He had everything enjoyable in the material world, but he left it. This means that detachment does not mean artificially keeping oneself aloof and apart from the elements of attachment. Even in the presence of such elements, if one can remain unattracted by material attachments, he is called detached. In the beginning, of course, a neophyte devotee must try to keep himself apart from all kinds of alluring attachments, but the real position of a mature devotee is that even in the presence of all elements, he is not at all attracted. This is the actual criterion of detachment. Pridelessness. When a devotee, in spite of possessing all the qualities of pure realization, is not proud of his position, he is called prideless. In the Padma Pura it is stated that King Bhagratha was the emperor above all other kings, yet he developed such ecstatic love for Krishna that he became a mendicant and went out begging even to the homes of his political enemies and untouchables. He was so humble that he respectfully bowed down before them. There are many similar instances in the history of India. Even very recently, about 200 years ago or less, one big landlord known as Lal Babu, a Calcutta landholder, became a Vaishya and lived in Vindivana. He was also begging from door to door, even at the homes of his political enemies. Begging involves being ready to be insulted by persons to whose home one has come. That is natural. But one has to tolerate such insults for the sake of Krishna. The devotee of Krishna can accept any position in the service of Krishna. Great hope, the strong conviction that one will certainly receive the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is called in Sanskrit bandha. Bandha means to continue to think. Because I'm trying my best to follow the routine principles of devotional service, I am sure that I will go back to Godhead, back to home. In this connection, one prayer by Arpa Goswami is sufficient to exemplify this hopefulness. He says, I have no love for Krishna, nor for the causes of developing love of Krishna, namely, hearing and chanting. And the process of bhakti yoga, by which one is always thinking of Krishna and fixing his lotus feet in the heart, is also lacking in me. As far as philosophical knowledge or pious works are concerned, I don't see any opportunity for me to execute such activities. But above all, I am not even born of a nice family. Therefore I must simply pray to you, Gopjana Vallabha Krishna, maintainer and beloved of the Gopas. I simply wish and hope that some way or other I may be able to approach your lotus feet, and this hope is giving me pain, because I think myself quite incompetent to approach that transcendental goal of life. The purport is that under this heading of bandha, one should continue to hope against hope that some way or other he will be able to approach the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord. Eagerness for achieving the desired success. When one is sufficiently eager to achieve success in devotional service, that eagerness is called samutkaha. This means complete eagerness. Actually, this eagerness is the price for achieving success in Krishna consciousness. Everything has some value, and one has to pay the value before obtaining or possessing it. It is stated in the Vedic literature that to purchase the most valuable thing, Krishna consciousness, one has to develop intense eagerness for achieving success. This intense eagerness is very nicely expressed by Bilvama Gala H. Kura in his book Krishna Karamta. He says, I am eagerly waiting to see that boy of the Nirvana whose bodily beauty is captivating the whole universe, whose eyes are always bounded by black eyebrows and expanded like lotus petals, and who is always eagerly glancing over his devotees and therefore moving slightly here and there. His eyes are always moist, his lips are colored like copper, and through those lips there comes a sound vibration which drives one madder than a mad elephant. I want so much to see him at Nirvana. Attachment to chanting the holy names of the Lord in the same Krishna Karamta. There is another statement about the chanting of RDHR. It is said by one of the associates of RDHR, O Lord Govinda, the girl who is the daughter of King Vibhanu is now shedding tears, and she is anxiously chanting your holy name, Krishna, Krishna. Eagerness to describe the Lord's transcendental qualities. Attachment for chanting the glories of the Lord is also expressed in the Krishna Karamta as follows. What shall I do for Krishna, who is pleasing beyond all pleasurable conceptions, and who is naughtier than all restless boys? The idea of Krishna's beautiful activities is attracting my heart, and I do not know what I can do. Attraction for living in a place where Krishna has his pastimes. In the book Padi Val by Arpa Goswami there is the following statement about Nirvana. In this place the son of Maharyananda used to live with his father, who was king of all cowherd men. In this place Lord Krishna broke the cart in which the Akasura demon was concealed. At this place Damodara, who can cut the knot of our material existence, was tied up by his mother, Yad. A pure devotee of Lord Krishna resides in the district of Mathur or Nirvana and visits all the places where Krishna's pastimes were performed. At these sacred places Krishna displayed his childhood activities with the cowherd boys and mother Yad. The system of circumambulating all these places is still current among devotees of Lord Krishna, and those coming to Mathur and Nirvana always feel transcendental pleasure. Actually, if someone goes to Nirvana, he will immediately feel separation from Krishna, who performed such nice activities when he was present there. Such attraction for remembering Krishna's activities is known as attachment for Krishna. There are impersonalist philosophers and mystics, however, who by a show of devotional service want ultimately to merge into the existence of the Supreme Lord. They sometimes try to imitate a pure devotee's sentiment for visiting the holy places where Krishna had his pastimes, but they simply have a view for salvation, and so their activities cannot be considered attachment. It is said by Arpa Goswami that the attachment exhibited by pure devotees for Krishna cannot possibly be perfected in the hearts of fruitive workers, karmas, or mental speculators because such attachment in pure Krishna consciousness is very rare and not possible to achieve even for many liberated persons. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, liberation from material contamination is the stage at which devotional service can be achieved. For a person who simply wants to have liberation and to merge into the impersonal Brahmajyotir, attachment to Krishna is not possible to acquire. This attachment is very confidentially kept by Krishna and is bestowed only upon pure devotees. Even ordinary devotees cannot have such pure attachment for Krishna. Therefore, how is it possible for success to be achieved by persons whose hearts are contaminated by the actions and reactions of fruitive activities and who are entangled by various types of mental speculation? There are many so-called devotees who artificially think of Krishna's pastimes known as AKLYL. Sometimes one may artificially imitate these, pretending that Krishna is talking with him in the form of a boy, or else one may pretend that RDHR and Krishna both have come to him and are talking with him. Such characteristics are sometimes exhibited by the impersonalist class of men, and they may captivate some innocent persons who have no knowledge in the science of devotional service. However, as soon as an experienced devotee sees all of these caricatures, he can immediately evaluate such rascaldom. If such a pretender is sometimes seen possessing imitative attachment to Krishna, that will not be accepted as real attachment. It may be said, however, that such attachment gives the pretender hope that he may eventually rise onto the actual platform of pure devotional service. This imitative attachment can be divided into two headings, namely, shadow attachment and transcendental attachment. If someone, without undergoing the regulative principles of devotional service or without being guided by a bona fide spiritual master, shows such imitative attachment, this is called shadow attachment. Sometimes it is found that a person actually attached to material enjoyment or salvation has the good fortune to associate with pure devotees while they are engaged in chanting the holy name of the Lord. By the good grace of the Lord one may also cooperate and join in the chanting. At that time, simply by the association of such pure devotees, the moon-like rays from their hearts reflect on him, and by the influence of the pure devotees he may show some likeness of attachment caused by inquisitiveness, but this is very flickering. And if by the manifestation of such shadow attachment one feels the disappearance of all material pangs, then it is called par-attachment. Such shadow attachment or par-attachment can develop if one associates with a pure devotee or visits holy places like ENG Vana or Nectar, and if an ordinary man develops such attachment for Krishna and fortunately performs devotional activities in the association of pure devotees, he can also rise to the platform of pure devotional service. The conclusion is that transcendental attachment is so powerful that if such attachment is seen manifested even in some common men, by the association of a pure devotee it can bring one to the perfectional stage. But such attachment for Krishna cannot be invoked in a person without his being sufficiently blessed by the association of pure devotees. As attachment can be invoked by the association of pure devotees, so attachment can also be extinguished by offenses committed at the lotus feet of pure devotees. To be more clear, by the association of pure devotees attachment for Krishna can be aroused, but if one commits offenses at the lotus feet of a devotee, one's shadow attachment or par-attachment can be extinguished. This extinguishing is like the waning of the full moon, which gradually decreases and at last becomes dark. One should therefore be very careful while associating with pure devotees to guard against committing an offense at their lotus feet. Transcendental attachment, either shadow or par, can be nullified by different degrees of offenses at the lotus feet of pure devotees. If the offense is very serious, then one's attachment becomes almost nil, and if the offense is not very serious, one's attachment can become second class or third class. If someone becomes attached to the principles of salvation or to merging into the existence of the Brahmajyotir, his ecstasies gradually diminish into shadow and par attachment or else transform into the principles of ahagrapsan. This ahagrapsan describes a living entity when he begins spiritual realization by identifying himself with the Supreme Lord. This state of self-realization is technically known as monism. The monist thinks himself one with the Supreme Lord. Thus, because he does not differentiate between himself and the Supreme Lord, it is his view that by worshipping himself he is worshipping the Supreme Whole. Sometimes it is found that a neophyte is taking part in chanting and dancing very enthusiastically, but within himself he is under the impression that he has become one with the Supreme Whole. This conception of monism is completely different from pure, transcendental devotional service. If, however, it is seen that a person has developed a high standard of devotion without having undergone even the regulative principles, it is to be understood that his status of devotional service was achieved in a former life. For some reason or another it had been temporarily stopped, most probably by an offense committed at the lotus feet of a devotee. Now, with a good second chance, it has again begun to develop. The conclusion is that steady progress in devotional service can be attained only in the association of pure devotees. If one can gradually advance his status in devotional service, this is understood to be due to the causeless mercy of Krishna himself. If a person is completely detached from material enjoyment and has developed pure ecstatic devotion, even if he is sometimes accidentally found not living up to the standard of devotional service, one should not be envious of him. It is confirmed also in Bhagavad Gita that a devotee who has unflinching faith in and devotion to the Lord, even if sometimes found to be accidentally deviated from pure devotional characteristics, should still be counted among the pure. Unflinching faith in devotional service in Lord Krishna and in the spiritual master makes one highly elevated in the activities of devotional service. In the NC Hopper it is stated, if a person has completely engaged his mind, body and activities in the service of the Supreme Godhead, but externally he is found to be engaged in some abominable activities, these abominable activities will surely be very quickly vanquished by the influence of his staunch devotional force. The example is given that on the full moon there are some spots that may appear to be pockmarks. Still, the illumination spread by the full moon cannot be checked. Similarly, a little fault in the midst of volumes of devotional service is not at all to be counted as a fault. Attachment for Krishna is transcendental bliss. Amid unlimited volumes of transcendental bliss, a spot of some material defect cannot act in any way. Chapter 19 Devotional Service in Pure Love of God. When one's desire to love Krishna in one's particular relationship becomes intensified, this is known as pure love of Godhead. In the beginning a devotee is engaged in the regulative principles of devotional service by the order of his spiritual master. When one thereby becomes completely purified of all material contamination, there develops an attachment and taste for devotional service. This taste and attachment, when gradually intensified in the course of time, becomes love. The word love can actually be applied only in relationship with the personality of Godhead. In the material world, love is not applicable at all. What goes on under the name of love in the material world is nothing but lust. There is a gulf of difference between love and lust, like the difference between gold and iron. In the Anradhapakatra it is clearly stated that when lust is completely transferred to the Supreme Godhead and the concept of kinship is completely reposed in him, such is accepted as pure love of God by great authorities like Bhishma, Prahlada, Uddhava and Anrada. Great authorities like Bhishma have explained that love of Godhead means completely giving up all so-called love for any other person. According to Bhishma, love means reposing one's affection completely upon one person, withdrawing all affinities for any other person. This pure love can be transferred to the Supreme Personality of Godhead under two conditions, out of ecstasy and out of the causeless mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Ecstasy, ecstatic love of Godhead can be potently invoked simply by following the rules and regulations of devotional service as they are prescribed in scriptures under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master. In the 11th canto, 2nd chapter, verse 40 of our Madhbhagavatam, this ecstatic love, born of the execution of regulative devotional service, is explained. A devotee, in the course of executing the regulative principles of devotional service, develops his natural Krishna consciousness, and being thus softened at heart he chants and dances like a madman. While performing chanting of the holy name of the Lord, he sometimes cries, sometimes talks wildly, sometimes sings and sometimes, without caring for any outsider, dances like a madman. In the Padma Pura there is a statement about ecstatic love born of spontaneous affection. Kandrakanti, a celebrated fair-faced girl, rigidly observed celibacy in order to obtain Krishna as her husband. She always engaged herself in meditating on the transcendental form of the Lord and always chanted the glories of the Lord. She did not desire to accept anyone else as her husband. She had firmly decided that only Lord Krishna would be her husband. The Lord's extraordinary mercy. When a devotee is found to be always associated with the Lord in ecstatic love, it is to be understood that such a position has been awarded by the Lord himself out of his causeless extraordinary mercy. An example of such extraordinary mercy is given in the 11th canto, 12th chapter, verse 7 of our Madhbhagavatam, wherein Lord Krishna tells Uddhava, the gopas in ENG Vana did not study the Vedas to achieve me, nor had they ever been to holy places of pilgrimage, nor did they devoutly execute any regulative principle, nor did they undergo any kind of austerity. It is simply by my association that they have attained the highest perfection of devotional service. From the example of Candrakti as found in the Padmapura and from the example of the Gopas as found in our Madbhgavatam, it appears that a devotee who always thinks of Krishna and who always chants his glories in ecstatic love, regardless of his condition, will attain the highest perfection of unalloyed devotional love due to Lord Krishna's extraordinary mercy. This is confirmed in our Madbhgavatam. If a person worships, adores and loves Hari, the Supreme Lord, he should be understood to have finished all kinds of austerities, penances and similar processes for self-realization. On the other hand, if after undergoing all types of austerities, penances and mystic yoga practices one does not develop such love for Hari, then all his performances are to be considered a useless waste of time. If someone always sees Krishna inside and out, then it is to be understood that he has surpassed all austerities and penances for self-realization. And if, after executing all kinds of penances and austerities, one cannot always see Krishna inside and out, then he has executed his performances uselessly. Spontaneous attraction to Krishna, which is said to be due to the extraordinary mercy of the Lord, can be placed under two headings. One is profound veneration for the greatness of the Lord, and the other is one's being automatically attracted to Krishna without any extraneous consideration. In the Enradapakara it is said that if on account of profound veneration for the greatness of the Supreme Lord one attains a great affection and steady love for him, one is certainly assured of attaining the four kinds of Vairava liberation, namely, achieving the same bodily features as the Lord, achieving the same opulence as the Lord, dwelling on the planet where the Lord is residing, and attaining eternal association with the Lord. The Vairava liberation is completely different from the Myvida liberation, which is simply a matter of being merged into the effulgence of the Lord. In the Enradapakara pure, unalloyed devotional service is explained as being without any motive for personal benefit. If a devotee is continuously in love with Lord Krishna and his mind is always fixed upon him, that devotional attitude will prove to be the only means of attracting the attention of the Lord. In other words, a Vairava who is incessantly thinking of the form of Lord Krishna is to be known as a pure Vairava. Generally, a devotee who has achieved the causeless mercy of the Lord on account of following the strict rules and regulations of devotional service becomes attracted by the supreme greatness of the Lord, by the transcendental beauty of the Lord and by the spontaneous execution of devotional service. To be more clear, by executing the regulative principles of devotional service one can fully appreciate the transcendental beauty of the Lord. In any case, such exalted positions are possible only by the extraordinary mercy of the Lord upon the devotee. Association with pure devotees. Although many different processes for developing love of Godhead have been explained so far, RLAR Pagazvam now gives us a general description of how one can best achieve such a high position. The beginning of ecstatic love of Godhead is basically faith. There are many societies and associations of pure devotees, and if someone with just a little faith begins to associate with such societies, his advancement to pure devotional service is rapid. The influence of a pure devotee is such that if someone comes to associate with him with a little faith, one gets the chance of hearing about the Lord from authoritative scriptures like Bhagavad Gita and our Madbhgavatam. Thus, by the mercy of the Lord, who is situated in everyone's heart, one gradually develops his faith in the descriptions of such authoritative scriptures. This is the first stage of association with pure devotees. In the second stage, after one becomes a little advanced and mature, he automatically offers to follow the principles of devotional service under the guidance of the pure devotee and accepts him as the spiritual master. In the next stage, under the guidance of the spiritual master, the devotee executes regulative devotional service, and as a result of such activities, he becomes freed from all unwanted occupations. When he is freed from unwanted occupations, his faith becomes steadily fixed, and he develops a transcendental taste for devotional service, then attachment, then ecstasies, and in the last stage there is pure love of Godhead. These are the different stages of the development of pure love. Only the most fortunate persons can achieve such success in life. Those who are simply academic students of the Vedic scriptures cannot appreciate how such a development takes place. In the Enradapakara Lord Eva therefore tells Peter that, my dear Supreme Goddess, you may know from me that any person who has developed the ecstasy of love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and who is always merged in transcendental bliss on account of this love, cannot even perceive the material distress or happiness coming from the body or mind. The affection and the dealings of love that are different branches of the original tree of love precede many varieties of affectionate manifestations that will not be discussed here. These different manifestations have been described by Santana Gosvem in his Bhagavatam Ta. Although the subject of such affections and dealings of love is very confidential, Santana Gosvem has described them very explicitly. Gosvem thus concludes the first division of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, offering up his treatise for the transcendental pleasure of Santana Gosvem, who has established the transcendental beauty, and of Gopala Gosvem, Raghunatha Gosvem and Raghunatha Disa Gosvem. It appears from this statement that the great Rlaj Gosvem was not yet active when Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu was written. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta summary study of the first division of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, up to the descriptions of ecstatic love of Godhead, which are to follow next. Chapter 20 Transcendental Mellow. In this second division of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the author offers his respectful obeisances unto Santana. This Santana can be interpreted as either R. Krishna himself or as Santana Gosvem, the elder brother and spiritual master of Arpa Gosvem. In the case where Santana is accepted to mean R. Krishna, the obeisances are offered to Krishna because he is naturally so beautiful and because he is the killer of the demon Naga. If it is interpreted to mean Santana Gosvem, then it is because he is so greatly favored by Arpa Gosvem, being always served by him, and because he is the annihilator of all kinds of sinful activities. In this division of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the author wants to describe the general symptoms of the transcendental mellow, loving mood of discharging devotional service. In this division of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu there are 5 general topics. 1. Vibhava, special symptoms or causes of ecstasy. 2. Anubhava, subsequent ecstasy. 3. Estvika bhava, constitutional or existential ecstasy. 4. Vyabhikar bhava, aggressive ecstasy. And 5. Sthe bhava, fervent or continuous ecstasy. The word rasa, used in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, is understood by different persons differently because the exact English equivalent is very difficult to find. But as we have seen our spiritual master translate this word rasa into mellow, we shall follow in his footsteps and also translate the word in that way. The particular loving mood or attitude relished in the exchange of love with the Supreme Personality of Godhead is called rasa or mellow. The different types of rasa, when combined together, help one to taste the mellow of devotional service in the highest degree of transcendental ecstasy. Such a position, although entirely transcendental to our experience, will be explained in this section as far as possible, following in the footsteps of Arpa Gosvem. Without relishing some sort of mellow or loving mood in one's activities, no one can continue to perform such activities. Similarly, in the transcendental life of Krishna consciousness and devotional service there must be some mellow or specific taste from the service. Generally this mellow is experienced by chanting, hearing, worshipping in the temple and being engaged in the service of the Lord. So when a person feels transcendental bliss, that is called relishing the mellow. To be more clear, we may understand that the various feelings of happiness derived from discharging devotional service may be termed the mellows of devotional service. This relishing of transcendental mellow in discharging devotional service cannot be experienced by all classes of men because this sweet loving mood is developed only from one's previous life's activities or by the association of unalloyed devotees. As explained above, association with pure devotees is the beginning of faith in devotional service. Only by developing such faith in the association of a pure devotee, or by having in one's previous life executed devotional activities, can one actually relish the mellow of devotional service. In other words, this transcendental bliss is not to be enjoyed by any common man unless he is so extraordinarily fortunate as to be in association with devotees or to be continuing his previous birth's devotional activities. The gradual process of development to the stage of devotional service is explained in Armad, Bhagavatam, 1st Canto. The beginning is to hear about Lord Krishna in the association of devotees who have themselves cleansed their hearts by association. Hearing about the transcendental activities of the Lord will result in one's feeling transcendental bliss always. It is also explained in Bhagavad Gita that for one who has actually come to the spiritual platform, the first symptom visible will be that he is always joyful. This joyous life is attained by one's reaction to reading Bhagavad Gita or Armad Bhagavatam, or else from associating with persons who are very interested in the spiritual life of Krishna consciousness, specifically those who have made the determination to achieve the favor of Govinda by being engaged in transcendental loving service at his lotus feet. Being encouraged by such a feeling, one who is constantly engaged in discharging the regulative principles of devotional service in such a way as to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead develops two principles of compelling force, which come under the heading of vibhava. Thus one enjoys transcendental bliss. There are several origins or causes for this compulsive love of Krishna, such as Krishna himself, the devotees of Krishna, and Krishna's playing on the flute. The effect is sometimes loving and sometimes stunted. There are 8 transcendental symptoms found in the body during ecstasy, and all of them are possible only by a mixture of the above-mentioned 5 ecstatic divisions. Without some mixture of these 5 ecstatic principles, one cannot relish transcendental bliss. The cause or basis for relishing transcendental mellow is exactly what we mean by vibhava. This vibhava is divided into 2, namely, basic and impelling or impetus giving. In the Agni Pura the description of vibhava is given as follows. The basis from which ecstatic love is born is called vibhava, which is divided into 2, basic and impelling. In other words, there are 2 kinds of ecstatic love. The object of basic ecstatic love is Krishna and his devotee. Lord Krishna is the object of basic ecstatic love, and his pure devotee, a reservoir of such love, is the object of impelling ecstatic love. Impelling ecstatic love, then, is that love which develops when one sees an object that reminds him of Krishna. Lord Krishna, who is the possessor of inconceivable potencies and qualities of transcendental knowledge and bliss, is the basic cause of ecstatic love. Lord Krishna also becomes the reservoir, impetus, of ecstatic love by his different incarnations and expansions. In Armad Bhagavatam there is a statement in connection with the Brahma Vimohana LL which demonstrates something of this impelling or impetus-giving feature of ecstatic love. When Brahm was deluded by Krishna, who expanded himself into so many cowherd boys, calves and cows, Krishna's elder brother, Baladeva, a direct expansion of Krishna himself, felt astonishment and said, "How wonderful it is that my ecstatic love for Krishna is again being attracted to so many cowherd boys, calves and cows." He was struck with wonder by thinking in this way. This is one of the examples in which Krishna himself becomes the object and reservoir of ecstatic love in the impelling aspect. Chapter 21 Qualities of our Krishna. Personal features can be divided into 2. One feature is covered and the other feature is manifested. When Krishna is covered by different kinds of dress, his personal feature is covered. There is an example of his covered personal feature in Armad Bhagavatam in connection with his Dvirak LL, his residence in Dvirak as its king. Sometimes Lord Krishna began to play by dressing himself like a woman. Seeing this form, Uddhava said, "How wonderful it is that this woman is attracting my ecstatic love exactly as Lord Krishna does. I think she must be Krishna covered by the dress of a woman." One devotee praised the bodily features of Krishna when he saw the Lord in his manifested personal feature. He exclaimed, "How wonderful is the personal feature of Lord Krishna! How his neck is just like a conch shell. His eyes are so beautiful, as though they themselves were encountering the beauty of a lotus flower. His body is just like the tamala tree, very blackish. His head is protected with a canopy of hair. There are the marks of Arvatsa on his chest, and he is holding his conch shell." By such beautiful bodily features, the enemy of the demon Madhu has appeared so pleasing that he can bestow upon me transcendental bliss simply by my seeing his transcendental qualities. RLAR Pagazvem, after consulting various scriptures, has enumerated the transcendental qualities of the Lord as follows. 1. Beautiful features of the entire body. 2. Marked with all auspicious characteristics. 3. Extremely pleasing. 4. Effulgent. 5. Strong. 6. Ever youthful. 7. Wonderful linguist. 8. Truthful. 9. Talks pleasingly. 10. Fluent. 11. Highly learned. 12. Highly intelligent. 13. A genius. 14. Artistic. 15. Extremely clever. 16. Expert. 17. Grateful. 18. Firmly determined. 19. An expert judge of time and circumstances. 20. Sees and speaks on the authority of the Vedas or scriptures. 21. Pure. 22. Self-controlled. 23. Steadfast. 24. Forbearing. 25. Forgiving. 26. Grave. 27. Self-satisfied. 28. Possessing equilibrium. 29. Magnanimous. 30. Religious. 31. Heroic. 32. Compassionate. 33. Respectful. 34. Gentle. 35. Liberal. 36. Shy. 37. The protector of surrendered souls. 38. Happy. 39. The well-wisher of devotees. 40. Controlled by love. 41. All auspicious. 42. Most powerful. 43. All famous. 44. Popular. 45. Partial to devotees. 46. Very attractive to all women. 47. All worshipable. 48. All opulent. 49. All honorable. 50. The supreme controller. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has all these 50 transcendental qualities in fullness as deep as the ocean. In other words, the extent of his qualities is inconceivable. As parts and parcels of the Supreme Lord, the individual living entities can also possess all of these qualities in minute quantities, provided they become pure devotees of the Lord. In other words, all of the above transcendental qualities can be present in the devotees in minute quantity, whereas the qualities in fullness are always present in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Besides these, there are other transcendental qualities, which are described by Lord Eva to P. Ravat in the Padma Purana and in the first canto of Armad Bh Gavatam in connection with a conversation between the deity of the earth and the king of religion, Yamraya. It is said therein, persons who are desirous of becoming great personalities must be decorated with the following qualities: truthfulness, cleanliness, mercy, perseverance, renunciation, peacefulness, simplicity, control of the senses, equilibrium of the mind, austerity, equality, forbearance, placidity, learning, knowledge, detachment, opulence, chivalry, influence, strength, memory, independence, tactfulness, luster, patience, kindheartedness, ingenuity, gentility, mannerliness, determination, perfection in all knowledge, proper execution, possession of all objects of enjoyment, gravity, steadiness, faithfulness, fame, respectfulness and lack of false egotism. Persons who are desiring to become great souls cannot be without any of the above qualities, so we can know for certain that these qualities are found in Lord Krishna, the Supreme Soul. Besides all of the above mentioned 50 qualities, Lord Krishna possesses 5 more, which are sometimes partially manifested in the persons of Lord Brahma or Lord Eva. These transcendental qualities are as follows: 51. Changeless. 52. All cognizant. 53. Ever fresh. 54. Saxidnanda, possessing an eternal blissful body. 55. Possessing all mystic perfections. Krishna also possesses 5 other qualities which are manifest in the body of an Arya, and they are listed as follows. 56. He has inconceivable potency. 57. Uncountable universes generate from his body. 58. He is the original source of all incarnations. 59. He is the giver of salvation to the enemies whom he kills. 60. He is the attractor of liberated souls. All these transcendental qualities are manifest wonderfully in the personal feature of Lord Krishna. Besides these 60 transcendental qualities, Krishna has 4 more, which are not manifest even in the Anarya form of Godhead, what to speak of the demigods or living entities. They are as follows. 61. He is the performer of wonderful varieties of pastimes, especially his childhood pastimes. 62. He is surrounded by devotees endowed with wonderful love of Godhead. 63. He can attract all living entities all over the universes by playing on his flute. 64. He has a wonderful excellence of beauty that cannot be rivaled anywhere in the creation. Adding to the list these 4 exceptional qualities of Krishna, it is to be understood that the aggregate number of qualities of Krishna is 64. RLAR Pagosvam has attempted to give evidences from various scriptures about all 64 qualities present in the person of the Supreme Lord. 1. Beautiful bodily features. Any comparison of the different parts of the Lord's body to different material objects cannot factually be a complete comparison. Ordinary persons, who cannot understand how exalted are the bodily features of the Lord, are simply given a chance to understand by a material comparison. It is said that Krishna's face is as beautiful as the moon, his thighs are powerful just like the trunks of elephants, his arms are just like 2 pillars, his palms are expanded like lotus flowers, his chest is just like a doorway, his hips are dense, and the middle of his body is a terrace. 2. Auspicious characteristics. There are certain characteristics of different limbs that are considered to be very auspicious and are fully present in the body of the Lord. In this connection, one friend of Nanda Maharya, speaking about Lord Krishna's auspicious bodily symptoms, said, "My dear king of the cowherds, I can find 32 auspicious symptoms on the body of your son. I am wondering how this boy could have taken his birth in a family of cowherd men." Generally, when Lord Krishna appears he does so in a family of Kshatriyas, kings, as did Lord Armakandra, and sometimes in a family of Brahmas. But Krishna accepted the role of son to Maharya Nanda, despite the fact that Nanda belonged to the Vaya community. The business of the Vaya community is trade, commerce and the protection of cows. Therefore his friend, who may have been born into a Brahma family, expressed his wonder at how such an exalted child could take birth in a family of Vyas. Anyway, he pointed out the auspicious signs on the body of Krishna to the boy's foster father. He continued, "This boy has a reddish luster in 7 places: his eyes, the ends of his hands, the ends of his legs, his palate, his lips, his tongue and his nails. A reddish luster in these 7 places is considered to be auspicious. 3 parts of his body are very broad: his waist, forehead and chest. 3 parts of his body are short: his neck, thighs and genitals. 3 parts of his body are very deep: his voice, intelligence and navel. There is highness in 5 parts of his body: his nose, arms, ears, forehead and thighs. In 5 parts of his body there is thinness: his skin, the hairs on his head and on the other parts of his body, his teeth and his fingertips. The aggregate of all these bodily features is manifest only in the bodies of great personalities. The fate lines on the palm are also considered to be auspicious bodily symptoms." In this connection, one old Gop informed King Nanda, "Your son possesses various wonderful fate lines on his palms. There are the signs of lotus flowers and wheels on his palms, and on his soles there are the signs of a flag, a thunderbolt, a fish, a rod for controlling elephants, and a lotus flower. Please observe how auspicious these signs are." 3. Pleasing beautiful bodily features which automatically attract the eyes are called ruchira, pleasing. Krishna possesses this attractive feature of ruchira in his personal features. In the 3rd canto, 2nd chapter, verse 13 of our Madhbhagavatam, there is a statement about this. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his pleasing dress, appeared at the scene of the sacrificial arena when King Yudhishthira was performing the Arjamya sacrifice. All important personalities from different parts of the universe had been invited to the sacrificial arena, and all of them, upon beholding Krishna there, considered that the Creator had ended all of his craftsmanship in the creation of this particular body of Krishna. It is said that the transcendental body of Krishna resembles the lotus flower in 8 parts, namely, his face, his 2 eyes, his 2 hands, his navel and his 2 feet. The Gopas and inhabitants of Vrindavan used to see the luster of lotus flowers everywhere, and they could hardly withdraw their eyes from such a vision. 4. Effulgent. The effulgence pervading the universe is considered to be the rays of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The supreme abode of Krishna is always throwing off the effulgence known as Brahmajyotir, and that effulgence is emanating from his body. The luster of the hosts of jewels fixed on the chest of the Lord can defeat even the luster of the sun, and still, when compared with the bodily luster of the Lord, that crest of jewels appears to be only as bright as one of the stars in the sky. Therefore the transcendental influence of Krishna is so great that it can defeat anyone. When Krishna was present in the sacrificial arena of his enemy King Kasa, the wrestlers present, although appreciating the softness of the body of our Krishna, were afraid and perturbed when they thought of engaging with him in battle. 5. Strong. A person who has extraordinary bodily strength is called Balwayan. When Krishna killed Arisura, some of the Gopas said, "My dear friends, just see how Krishna has killed Arisura. Although he was stronger than a mountain, Krishna plucked him up just like a piece of cotton and threw him away without any difficulty." There is another passage wherein it is said, "O my dear devotees of Lord Krishna, may the left hand of Lord Krishna, which has lifted Govardhana hill like a ball, save you from all dangers." 6. Ever youthful Krishna is beautiful at his different ages, namely, his childhood, his boyhood and his youth. Out of these 3, his youth is the reservoir of all pleasures and is the time when the highest varieties of devotional service are acceptable. At that age, Krishna is full with all transcendental qualities and is engaged in his transcendental pastimes. Therefore, devotees have accepted the beginning of his youth as the most attractive feature in ecstatic love. At this age Krishna is described as follows. The force of Krishna's youth was combined with his beautiful smile, which defeated even the beauty of the full moon. He was always nicely dressed, in beauty surpassing even Cupid, and he was always attracting the minds of the goddess, who were thereby always feeling pleasure. 7. Wonderful linguist R. Pagazvam says that a person who knows the languages of different countries, especially the Sanskrit language, which is spoken in the cities of the demigods, as well as other worldly languages, including those of the animals, is called a wonderful linguist. It appears from this statement that Krishna can also speak and understand the languages of the animals. An old woman in Vrindavan, present at the time of Krishna's pastimes, once stated in surprise, "How wonderful it is that Krishna, who owns the hearts of all the young girls of Vrabhmi, can nicely speak the language of Vrabhmi with the goddess, while in Sanskrit he speaks with the demigods, and in the language of the animals he can even speak with the cows and buffalo." Similarly, in the language of the Kashmir province and with the parrots and other birds, as well as in most common languages, Krishna is so expressive. She inquired from the goddess as to how Krishna had become so expert in speaking so many different types of languages. 8. Truthful. A person whose word of honor is never broken is called truthful. Krishna once promised Kunt, the mother of the Pandavas, that he would bring her 5 sons back from the battlefield of Kurukshetra. After the battle was finished, when all the Pandavas had come home, Kunt praised Krishna because his promise was so nicely fulfilled. She said, "Even the sunshine may one day become cool and the moonshine one day become hot, but still your promise will not fail." Similarly, when Krishna, along with Bhishma and Arjuna, went to challenge Jarasandha, he plainly told Jarasandha that he was the eternal Krishna, present along with 2 of the Pandavas. The story is that both Krishna and the Pandavas, in this case Bhishma and Arjuna, were Kshatriyas, warrior kings. Jarasandha was also a Kshatriya and was very charitable toward the Brahmanas. Thus Krishna, who had planned to fight with Jarasandha, went to him with Bhishma and Arjuna in the dress of Brahmanas. Jarasandha, being very charitable toward the Brahmanas, asked them what they wanted and they expressed their desire to fight with him. Then Krishna, dressed as a Brahmana, declared himself to be the same Krishna who was the king's eternal enemy. 9. Pleasing talker. A person who can speak sweetly even with his enemy just to pacify him is called a pleasing talker. Krishna was such a pleasing talker that after defeating his enemy Kaliya in the water of the Yaman, he said, "My dear king of the snakes, although I have given you so much pain, please do not be dissatisfied with me. It is my duty to protect these cows, which are worshipped even by the demigods. Only in order to save them from the danger of your presence have I been obliged to banish you from this place." Kaliya was residing within the water of the Yaman, and as a result the back portion of that river had become poisoned. Thus so many cows who had drunk the water had died. Therefore Krishna, even though he was only 4 or 5 years old, dipped himself into the water, punished Kaliya very severely and then asked him to leave the place and go elsewhere. Krishna said at that time that the cows are worshipped even by the demigods, and he practically demonstrated how to protect the cows. At least people who are in Krishna consciousness should follow in his footsteps and give all protection to the cows. Cows are worshipped not only by the demigods. Krishna himself worshipped the cows on several occasions, especially on the days of Gopam and Govardhana Puja. 10. Fluent. A person who can speak meaningful words and with all politeness and good qualities is called Vivadka, or fluent. There is a nice statement in our Madhbh Gavatam regarding Krishna's speaking politely. When Krishna politely bade his father, Nanda Maharya, to stop the ritualistic offering of sacrifice to the rain god, Indra, a wife of one village cowherd man became captivated. She later thus described the speaking of Krishna to her friends. Krishna was speaking to his father so politely and gently that it was as if he were pouring nectar into the ears of all present there. After hearing such sweet words from Krishna, who will not be attracted to him? Krishna's speech, which contains all good qualities in the universe, is described in the following statement by Uddhava. The words of Krishna are so attractive that they can immediately change the heart of even his opponent. His words can immediately solve all of the questions and problems of the world. Although he does not speak very long, each and every word from his mouth contains volumes of meaning. These speeches of Krishna are very pleasing to my heart. 11. Highly learned. When a person is highly educated and acts strictly on moral principles, he is called highly learned. A person conversant in different departments of knowledge is called educated, and because he acts on moral principles, he is called morally stout. Together, these two factors constitute learning. Krishna's receiving education from S. Pani Muni is described by R. N. Radha Muni as follows. In the beginning, Lord Brahma and others are like clouds of evaporated water from the great ocean of Krishna. In other words, Brahma first received the Vedic education from Krishna, as the clouds receive water from the ocean. That Vedic education or instruction which was spoken by Brahma to the world was then reposed upon the mountain of S. Pani Muni. S. Pani Muni's instructions to Krishna are like a reservoir of water on the mountain, which flows as a river and goes again to mix with the source, the ocean of Krishna. To be more clear, the idea is that Krishna actually cannot be instructed by anyone, just as the ocean does not receive water from any source but itself. It only appears that the rivers are pouring water into the ocean. So it is clear that Brahma received his education from Krishna, and from Brahma, via the disciplic succession, this Vedic instruction was distributed. S. Pani Muni is likened to the river which is flowing down again to that same original ocean of Krishna. The Siddhas, the inhabitants of Siddhaloka, where all are born with fully developed mystic powers, and the Sirayas, the inhabitants of a similar planet, pray to Krishna as follows. My Lord Govinda, the goddess of learning, is decorated with 14 kinds of educational ornaments. Her intelligence is all-pervading within the 4 departments of the Vedas. Her attention is always on the law books given by great sages like Manu, and she is apparelled in 6 kinds of expert knowledge, namely, Vedic evidence, grammar, astrology, rhetoric, vocabulary and logic. Her constant friends are the supplements of the Vedas, the Puras, and she is decorated with the final conclusion of all education. And now she has acquired an opportunity to sit with you as a class friend in school, and she is now engaged in your service. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, does not require any education, but he gives a chance to the goddess of learning to serve him. Being self-sufficient, Krishna does not require the service of any living entity, although he has many devotees. It is because Krishna is so kind and merciful that he gives everyone the opportunity to serve him, as though he required the service of his devotees. Regarding his moral principles, it is stated in our Madhbhagavatam that Krishna is ruling over Vana as death personified to the thieves, as pleasing bliss to the pious, as the most beautiful Cupid to the young girls, and as the most munificent personality to the poor man. He is as refreshing as the full moon to his friends, and to his opponents he is the annihilating fire generated from Lord Eva. Krishna is therefore the most perfect moralist in his reciprocal dealings with different kinds of persons. When he is death personified to the thieves, it is not that he is without moral principles or that he is cruel. He is still kind, because to punish thieves with death is to exhibit the highest quality of moral principles. In Bhagavad Gita, also, Krishna says that he deals with different kinds of persons according to their dealings with him. Krishna's dealings with devotees and with non-devotees, although different, are equally good. Because Krishna is all good, his dealings with everyone are always good. 12. Highly intelligent. A man is called intelligent if he has a sharp memory and fine discretion. As far as Krishna's memory is concerned, it is said that when he was studying in the school of S. Pani Muni in Avantpura, he showed such a sharp memory that by once taking instructions from the teacher he immediately became perfect in any subject. Actually, his going to the school of S. Pani Muni was to show the people of the world that however great or ingenious one may be, he must go to higher authorities for general education. However great one may be, he must accept a teacher or spiritual master. Krishna's fine discretion was exhibited when he was fighting with the untouchable king who attacked the city of Mathur. According to Vedic rites, those who are untouchable are not to be touched by the Kshatriya kings, not even for killing. Therefore, when the untouchable king seized the city of Mathur, Krishna did not think it wise to kill him directly with his own hand. Still the king had to be killed, and therefore Krishna decided with fine discretion that he should flee from the battlefield so that the untouchable king would chase him. He could then lead the king to the mountain where Mukyukunda was lying asleep. Mukyukunda had received a benediction from Kartikeya to the effect that when he awoke from his sleep, whomever he might see would at once be burnt to ashes. Therefore Krishna thought it wise to lead the untouchable king to that cave so that the king's presence would awaken Mukyukunda and he would at once be burnt to ashes. 13. Genius. A person is called a genius when he can refute any kind of opposing element with newer and newer arguments. In this connection there is a statement in Padival which contains the following conversation between Krishna and RDH. One morning, when Krishna came to RDH asked him, "My dear Kieva, where is your visa at present?" The Sanskrit word visa has 3 meanings. One meaning is residence, one meaning is fragrance, and another meaning is dress. Actually, RDHR inquired from Krishna, "Where is your dress?" But Krishna took the meaning as residence, and he replied to RDHR, "My dear captivated one, at the present moment my residence is in your beautiful eyes." To this RDHR replied, "My dear cunning boy, I did not ask you about your residence. I inquired about your dress." Krishna then took the meaning of visa as fragrance and said, "My dear fortunate one, I have just assumed this fragrance in order to be associated with your body." Mad RDHR again inquired from Krishna, "Where did you pass your night?" The exact Sanskrit word used in this connection was Vaimini Muita. Vaimini means at night and Uita means pass. Krishna, however, divided the word Vaimini Muita into two separate words, namely, Vaimini and Muita. By dividing this word into two, it came out to mean that he was kidnapped by Vaimin or night. Krishna therefore replied to RDHR, "My dear RDHR, is it possible that night can kidnap me?" In this way he was answering all of the questions of RDHR so cunningly that he gladdened this dearest of the goddess. 14. Artistic. One who can talk and dress himself very artistically is called Vidagdha. This exemplary characteristic was visible in the personality of R. Krishna. It is spoken of by RDHR as follows. "My dear friend, just see how Krishna has nicely composed songs and how he dances and speaks funny words and plays on his flute wearing such nice garlands. He has dressed himself in such an enchanting way, as though he had defeated all kinds of players at the chessboard. He lives wonderfully at the topmost height of artistic craftsmanship." 15. Clever. A person who can perform various types of work at once is called clever. In this connection one of the gopas said, "My dear friends, just see the clever activities of R. Krishna. He has composed nice songs about the cowherd boys and is pleasing the cows. By the movement of his eyes he is pleasing the gopas, and at the same time, he is fighting with demons like Arisura. In this way, he is sitting with different living entities in different ways, and he is thoroughly enjoying the situation." 16. Expert. Any person who can quickly execute a very difficult task is called expert. About the expertise of Krishna there is a statement in the 10th canto, 59th chapter, verse 17 of Armad, Bh Gavatam, wherein Ukadeva Gosvam tells Maharya Parkade, "O best of the Kuras, our Krishna cut to pieces all the different weapons used by different fighters." Formerly, fighting was done by releasing different kinds of arrows. One party would release a certain arrow, and the other party had to defeat it by counteracting it with another arrow. For example, one party might release an arrow that would cause water to pour from the sky, and to counteract this the opposing party would have to release an arrow that could immediately turn the water into clouds. So from this statement it appears that Krishna was very expert in counteracting the enemy's arrows. Similarly, at the Arsa dance, each and every gop requested that Krishna individually become her partner, and Krishna immediately expanded himself into so many Krishnas in order to be coupled with each and every gop. The result was that each gop found Krishna by her side. 17. Grateful. Any person who is conscious of his friend's beneficent activities and never forgets his service is called grateful. In the Mahabh Radha, Krishna says, "When I was away from Draupadi, she cried with the words, 'He Govinda.' This call for me has put me in her debt, and that indebtedness is gradually increasing in my heart." This statement by Krishna gives evidence of how one can please the Supreme Lord simply by addressing him, He Krishna, He Govinda. The mantra, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Arma, Hare Arma, Arma Arma, Hare Hare, is also simply an address to the Lord and His energy. So to anyone who is constantly engaged in addressing the Lord and His energy, we can imagine how much the Supreme Lord is obliged. It is impossible for the Lord to ever forget such a devotee. It is clearly stated in this verse that anyone who addresses the Lord immediately attracts the attention of the Lord, who always remains obliged to him. Another instance of Krishna's feeling of obligation is stated in connection with his dealings with Jambavan. When the Lord was present as Lord Armakandra, Jambavan, the great king of the monkeys, rendered very faithful service to him. When the Lord again appeared as Lord Krishna, he married Jambavan's daughter and paid him all the respect that is usually given to superiors. Any honest person is obliged to his friend if some service has been rendered unto him. Since Krishna is the supreme honest personality, how can he forget an obligation to his servitor? 18. Determined. Any person who observes regulative principles and fulfills his promises by practical activity is called determined. As far as the Lord's determination is concerned, there is an example in his dealings in the Harivaya. This is in connection with Lord Krishna's fighting the king of heaven, Indra, who was forcibly deprived of the Pirita flower. Pirita is a kind of lotus flower grown on the heavenly planets. Once, Satyabhama, one of Krishna's queens, wanted that lotus flower, and Krishna promised to deliver it. But Indra refused to part with his Pirita flower. Therefore there was a great fight with Krishna and the Pandavas on one side and all of the demigods on the other. Ultimately, Krishna defeated all of them and took the Pirita flower, which he presented to his queen. So, in regard to that occurrence, Krishna told Narada Muni, "My dear great sage of the demigods, now you can declare to the devotees in general, and to the non-devotees in particular, that in this matter of taking the Pirita flower, all the demigods, the Gandharvas, the Engas, the demon Rakshasas, the Yakas, the Panagas, tried to defeat me, but none could make me break my promise to my queen." There is another promise by Krishna in Bhagavad Gita to the effect that his devotee will never be vanquished. So a sincere devotee who is always engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord should know for certain that Krishna will never break his promise. He will always protect his devotees in every circumstance. Krishna showed how he fulfills his promise by delivering the Pirita flower to Satyabhama, by saving Draupadi from being insulted, and by freeing Arjuna from the attacks of all enemies. The promise of Krishna that his devotees are never vanquished had also previously been admitted by Indra when he was defeated in the Govardhana LL. When Krishna stopped the villagers of Vrindavana from worshipping Indra, Indra became angry and therefore inundated Vrindavana with continuous rain. Krishna, however, protected all of the citizens and animals of Vrindavana by lifting Govardhana hill, which served as an umbrella. After the incident was over, Indra surrendered to Krishna with many prayers, in which he admitted, "By your lifting Govardhana hill and protecting the citizens of Vrindavana, you have kept your promise that your devotees are never to be vanquished." 19. Expert judge of time and circumstances. Krishna was very expert in dealing with people according to circumstances, country, time and paraphernalia. How he could take advantage of a particular time, circumstance and person is expressed by him while talking to Uddhava about his Arsa dance with the Gopas. He says, "The most opportune time is the full moon night in autumn, like tonight. The best place within the universe is Vrindavana, and the most beautiful girls are the Gopas." So, my dear friend Uddhava, I think I should now take advantage of all these circumstances and engage myself in the Arsa dance. 20. Seer. By the authority of the scriptures, a person who acts exactly according to the tenets of scripture is called Strakakus. Strakakus means one who sees through the eyes of the authorized scriptures. Actually, any man of knowledge and experience should see everything through these books. For example, with our naked eye we perceive the sun globe simply as some glaring substance, but when we see through authorized books of science and other literature, we can understand how much greater the sun globe is than this earth and how powerful it is. So seeing things through the naked eye is not actually seeing. Seeing things through the authorized books or authorized teachers is the correct way to see. So, although Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and can see all that is past, present and future, to teach the people in general he used to always refer to the scriptures. For example, in Bhagavad Gita, although Krishna was speaking as the Supreme Authority, he still mentioned and quoted Vedanta Astra as authority. There is a statement in our Madhbh Gavatam wherein a person jokingly says that Krishna, the enemy of Kasa, is known as the seer through the stras. In order to establish his authority, however, he is now engaged in seeing the Gopas, whereby the Gopas are becoming maddened. 21. Pure. There are two kinds of supreme purity. When one type is possessed, one is able to deliver a sinful person. When the other type is possessed, one does not do anything that is impure. A person who possesses either of these qualities is called supremely pure. Krishna is both. He can deliver all sinful conditioned souls, and at the same time, he never does anything by which he can be contaminated. In this connection, Vidura, while trying to detach his elder brother, Nectar, from his familial attachments, said, "My dear brother, you just fix your mind on the lotus feet of Krishna, who is worshipped with beautiful, erudite verses by great sages and saintly persons. Krishna is the supreme deliverer among all deliverers. Undoubtedly there are great demigods like Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, but their positions as deliverers depend always upon the mercy of Krishna." Therefore Vidura advised his elder brother, Nectar, to concentrate his mind and worship only Krishna. If one simply chants the holy name of Krishna, this holy name will rise within one's heart like the powerful sun and will immediately dissipate all the darkness of ignorance. Vidura advised Dhtara to therefore think always of Krishna so that the volumes of contaminations due to sinful activities would be washed off immediately. In Bhagavad Gita also Krishna is addressed by Arjuna as Parabrahma Paradhyachma Pavitram, the supreme pure. There are many other instances exhibiting Krishna's supreme purity. 22. Self-controlled. A person who can control his senses fully is called va, or self-controlled. In this connection it is stated in our Madhbhagavatam, all the 16,000 wives of Krishna were so exquisitely beautiful that their smiling and shyness were able to captivate the minds of great demigods like Lord Eva. But still they could not even agitate the mind of Krishna, in spite of their attractive feminine behavior. Every one of the thousands of wives of Krishna was thinking that Krishna was captivated by her feminine beauty, but this was not the case. Krishna is therefore the supreme controller of the senses, and this is admitted in Bhagavad Gita, where he is addressed as HKA, the master of the senses. 23. Steadfast. A person who continues to work until his desired goal is achieved is called steadfast. There was a fight between Krishna and King Jambavan, and Krishna was to take the valuable Syamantaka jewel from the king. The king tried to hide himself in the forest, but Krishna would not become discouraged. Krishna finally got the jewel by seeking out the king with great steadfastness. 24. Forbearing. A person who tolerates all kinds of troubles, even though such troubles appear to be unbearable, is called forbearing. When Krishna was residing at the place of his spiritual master, he did not mind taking all troubles and rendering service to his guru, although his body was very soft and delicate. It is the duty of the disciple to execute all services unto the spiritual master despite all kinds of difficulties. The disciple living at the residence of the spiritual master has to go begging from door to door and bring everything back to the spiritual master. When prasada is being served, the spiritual master is supposed to call each and every disciple to come eat. If by chance the spiritual master forgets to call a disciple to partake of the prasada, it is enjoined in the scriptures that the student should fast on that day rather than accept food on his own initiative. There are many such strictures. Sometimes, also, Krishna went to the forest to collect dry wood for fuel. 25. Forgiving. A person who can tolerate all kinds of offenses from the opposite party is known to be forgiving. Lord Krishna's forgiving quality is described in the Ayapala Vada in connection with his forbidding the killing of Ayapala. King Ayapala was the monarch of the Chedi kingdom, and although he happened to be a cousin of Krishna's, he was always envious of him. Whenever they would meet, Ayapala would try to insult Krishna and call him ill names as much as possible. In the arena of the Arjamesya sacrifice of Maharya Yudhishthira, when Ayapala began to call Lord Krishna ill names, Krishna did not care and remained silent. Some of the people at the arena were prepared to kill Ayapala, but Krishna restricted them. He was so forgiving. It is said that when there is a thundering sound in the clouds, the mighty lion immediately replies with his thundering roar. But the lion doesn't care when all the foolish jackals begin to make their less important sounds. R.Y. Munsiriya praises Krishna's power of forgiveness with the following statement. My dear Lord Armakandra, you are so merciful to have excused the crow's clawing on the nipples of Janak simply because of his bowing down before you. Once Indra, the king of heaven, assumed the form of a crow and attacked St. Janak, Lord Armakandra's wife, by striking her on the breast. This was certainly an insult to the universal mother, St., and Lord Armakandra was immediately prepared to kill the crow. But because later on the crow bowed down before the Lord excused his offense. R.Y. Munsiriya further says in his prayer that the forgiving power of Lord Krishna is even greater than that of Lord Armakandra, because Ayapala was always in the habit of insulting Krishna, not only in one lifetime but continually throughout 3 lives. Still, Krishna was so kind that he gave Ayapala the salvation of merging into his existence. From this we can understand that the goal of the monist to merge into the effulgence of the Supreme is not a very difficult problem. Persons like Ayapala who are consistently inimical to Krishna can also get this liberation. 26. Grave. A person who does not express his mind to everyone or whose mental activity and plan of action are very difficult to understand is called grave. After Lord R. Krishna had been offended by Brahm prayed to him to be excused. But in spite of his offering nice prayers to Krishna, Brahm could not understand whether Krishna was satisfied or still dissatisfied. In other words, Krishna was so grave that he did not take the prayers of Brahm very seriously. Another instance of Krishna's gravity is found in connection with his love affairs with Rdhr. Krishna was always very silent about his love affairs with Rdhr, so much so that Baladeva, Krishna's elder brother and constant companion, could not understand the transformations of Krishna on account of his gravity. 27. Self-satisfied: a person who is fully satisfied in himself, without any hankering, and who is not agitated even in the presence of serious cause for distress, is called self-satisfied. An example of Krishna's self-satisfaction was exhibited when he, Arjuna and Bhishma went to challenge Jarasandha, the formidable king of Magadha, and Krishna gave all credit to Bhishma for the killing of Jarasandha. From this we can understand that Krishna never cares at all for fame, although no one can be more famous. An example of his not being disturbed was shown when Ayapala began to call him ill names. All the kings and Brahmas assembled at the sacrificial arena of Yudhishthira became perturbed and immediately wanted to satisfy Krishna by offering nice prayers. But all these kings and Brahmas could not discover any disturbance in Krishna's person. 28. Possessing equilibrium: a person who is unaffected by attachment and envy is said to possess equilibrium. An example of Krishna's equilibrium is given in the 10th canto, 16th chapter, verse 33 of Armad Bhagavatam in connection with his chastising Kaliya, the 100-headed serpent. While Kaliya was being severely punished, all of his wives appeared before the Lord and prayed as follows: Dear Lord, you have descended to punish all kinds of demoniac living creatures. Our husband, this Kaliya, is a greatly sinful creature, and so your punishment of him is quite appropriate. We know that your punishment of your enemies and your dealings with your sons are both the same. We know that it is in thinking of the future welfare of this condemned creature that you have chastised him. In another prayer it is said, My dear Lord Krishna, best of all the Kuru dynasty, you are so impartial that if even your enemy is qualified, you will reward him. And if one of your sons is a culprit, you will chastise him. This is your business, because you are the supreme author of the universes. You have no partiality. If anyone finds any partiality in your characteristics, he is surely mistaken. 29. Magnanimous: any person who is very charitably disposed is called magnanimous. When Krishna was reigning over Dvirak, he was so magnanimous and charitably disposed that there was no limit to his charity. In fact, so great was his charity in Dvirak that even the spiritual kingdom, with all of its opulence of Sintmai, touchstone, desire trees and Surabhi cows, was surpassed. In the spiritual kingdom of Lord Krishna, named Goloka Vana, there are Surabhi cows that give unlimited quantities of milk. There are desire trees from which anyone can take all kinds of fruits, as much as he may desire. The land is made of touchstone, which when touched to iron will transform it into gold. In other words, although in the spiritual kingdom, the abode of Krishna, everything is wonderfully opulent, still when Krishna was in Dvirak his charity exceeded the opulences of Goloka Vana. Wherever Krishna is present, the limitless opulence of Goloka Vana is automatically present. It is also stated that while Lord Krishna was living in Dvirak he expanded himself into 16,108 forms, and each and every expansion resided in a palace with a queen. Not only was Krishna happily living with his queens in those palaces, but he was giving in charity from each palace an aggregate number of 13,054 cows completely decorated with nice clothing and ornaments. From each of Krishna's 16,108 palaces, these cows were given daily. This means that 13,054 multiplied by 16,108 cows were being given in charity by Krishna every day. No one can estimate the value of such a large number of cows given in charity, but that was the system of Krishna's daily affairs while he was reigning in Dvirak. 30. Religious: a person who personally practices the tenets of religion as they are enjoined in the Stras and who also teaches others the same principles is called religious. Simply professing a kind of faith is not a sign of religiousness. One must act according to religious principles, and by his personal example he should teach others. Such a person is to be understood as religious. When Krishna was present on this planet, there was no irreligion. In this connection, Narada Muni once addressed Krishna jokingly, My dear Lord of the cowherd boys, your bulls are the representation of religion, while eating grass from the pasturing ground and moving on their four legs, have certainly eaten up all the grass of irreligion. In other words, by the grace of Krishna, religious principles were so well cared for that hardly any irreligious activities could be found. It is said that because Krishna was constantly performing various types of sacrifices and was inviting the demigods from the higher planetary systems, the demigods were almost always absent from their consorts. Therefore the wives of the demigods, regretting the absence of their husbands, began to pray for the appearance of Lord Buddha, Krishna's ninth incarnation, who appears in the age of Kali. In other words, instead of being pleased that Lord Krishna had come, they began to pray for Lord Buddha, who is the ninth incarnation, because Lord Buddha stopped the ritualistic ceremonies and sacrifices recommended in the Vedas in order to discourage animal killing. The demigods' wives thought that if Lord Buddha appeared, all kinds of sacrifices would be stopped and thus their husbands would not be invited to such ceremonies and would not be separated from them. Sometimes it is inquired, why don't the demigods from higher planetary systems come to this Earth planet nowadays? The plain answer is that since Lord Buddha appeared and began to deprecate the performance of sacrifice in order to stop animal killing on this planet, the process of offering sacrifices has been stopped, and the demigods do not care to come here anymore. Chapter 22 Qualities of Krishna further explained 31. Heroic. A person who is very enthusiastic in military activities and expert in releasing different kinds of weapons is called heroic. Regarding Krishna's heroism in fighting, there is the following statement. My dear killer of the enemy, just as the elephant while taking bath in the lake destroys all the lotus stems within the water by swinging its trunk, so simply by moving your arms, which are compared to the trunks of elephants, you have killed so many lotus-like enemies. Regarding Krishna's expertise in releasing weapons, when Jarasandha and 13 divisions of soldiers attacked Krishna's army, they were unable to hurt even one soldier on the side of Krishna. This was due to Krishna's expert military training. This is unique in the history of military art. 32. Compassionate. A person who is unable to bear another's distress is called compassionate. Krishna's compassion for distressed persons was exhibited when he released all of the kings imprisoned by Magadhindra. While dying, Grandfather Bhishma prayed to Krishna and described him as the sun that eradicated darkness. The kings imprisoned by Magadhindra were put into dark cells, and when Krishna appeared there the darkness immediately disappeared, just as if the sun had risen. In other words, although Magadhindra was able to imprison so many kings, upon the appearance of Krishna they were all released. Krishna released the kings out of his sincere compassion for them. Krishna's compassion was also exhibited when Grandfather Bhishma was lying on the bed of arrows which had been shot through his body. While lying in this position, Bhishma was very anxious to see Krishna, and thus Krishna appeared there. Upon seeing the pitiable condition of Bhishma, Krishna began speaking with tears in his eyes. Not only was he shedding tears, but he also forgot himself in his compassion. Therefore, instead of offering obeisances to Krishna directly, devotees offer obeisances to his compassionate nature. Actually, because Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it is very difficult to approach him. But the devotees, taking advantage of his compassionate nature, which is represented by RDHR, always pray to RDHR for Krishna's compassion. 33. Respectful. A person who shows adequate respect to a spiritual master, a Bhardma, and an old person is to be understood as being respectful. When superior persons assembled before Krishna, Krishna first of all offered respect to his spiritual master, then to his father, and then to his elder brother, Balarama. In this way Lord Krishna, the lotus-eyed, was completely happy and pure at heart in all of his dealings. 34. Gentle. Any person who neither becomes impudent nor exhibits a puffed-up nature is called gentle. The example of Krishna's gentle behavior was manifested when he was coming to the arena of the Arjamesya sacrifice arranged by Maharya Yudhishthira, Krishna's older cousin. Maharya Yudhishthira knew that Krishna was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he was attempting to get down from his chariot to receive Krishna. But before Yudhishthira could get down, Lord Krishna got down from his own chariot and immediately fell at the feet of the king. Even though Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he never forgets to show social etiquette in his dealings. 35. Liberal. Any person who is by his natural behavior very mild is called liberal. A statement by Uddhava after the Syamantaka jewel plundering confirms that Krishna is so kind and favorable that if a servitor is accused even of great offenses, Krishna does not take this into consideration. He simply considers the service that is rendered by his devotee. 36. Shy. A person who sometimes exhibits humility and bashfulness is called shy. As described in the Lalita Amdava, Krishna's shyness was manifested when he lifted Govardhana hill by the little finger of his left hand. All of the gopas were observing Krishna's wonderful achievement, and Krishna was also smiling at seeing the gopas. When Krishna's glance went over the breasts of the gopas, his hand began to shake, and upon seeing his hand shake, all of the cowherd men underneath the hill became a little disturbed. Then there was a tumultuous roaring sound, and they all began to pray to Krishna for safety. At this time Lord Balarama was smiling, thinking that these cowherd men had been frightened by the shaking of Govardhana hill. But seeing Balarama smile, Krishna thought that Balarama had understood his mind in observing the breasts of the gopas, and he immediately became bashful. 37. Protector of surrendered souls. Krishna is the protector of all surrendered souls. Some enemy of Krishna's was enlivened with the thought that he needn't fear Krishna, because if he simply surrendered unto him, Krishna would give him all protection. Krishna is sometimes compared to the moon, which does not hesitate to distribute its soothing rays even on the houses of the Kailas and other untouchables. 38. Happy. Any person who is always joyful and untouched by any distress is called happy. As far as Krishna's enjoyment is concerned, it is stated that the ornaments that decorated the bodies of Krishna and his queens were beyond the dreams of Kubera, the treasurer of the heavenly kingdom. The constant dancing before the doors of Krishna's palaces was not to be imagined even by the demigods in the heavenly kingdom. In the heavenly kingdom, Indra always sees the dancing of the society girls. But even Indra could not imagine how beautiful were the dances being performed at the gates of Krishna's palaces. Gaur means white woman, and Lord Eva's wife is called Gaur. The beautiful women residing within the palaces of Krishna were so much whiter than Gaur that they were compared to the moonshine, and they were constantly visible to Krishna. Therefore, no one can be enjoying more than Krishna. The conception of enjoyment is beautiful women, ornaments and riches, and all of these were fabulously present in the palaces of Krishna, defeating even the imagination of Kubera, Lord Indra or Lord Eva. Not even a slight distress can touch Krishna. Once some of the gopas went to the place where the Brahmas were performing sacrifices and said, "Dear wives of the Brahmas, you must know that not even a slight smell of distress can touch Krishna. He knows no loss, he knows no defamation, he has no fear, he has no anxiety, and he does not know calamity. He is simply encircled by the dancers of Brah and is enjoying their company in the Arsa dance." 39. Well-wisher of his devotees. It is said of Krishna's devotees that if they offer even a little water or a tula's leaf in devotion to Lord Vivu is so kind that he will sell himself to them. Krishna's favoritism toward his devotees was exhibited in his fight with Bhishma. When grandfather Bhishma was lying at the point of death on the bed of arrows, Krishna was present before him, and Bhishma was remembering how Krishna had been kind to him on the battlefield. Krishna had promised that in the battle of Kurukshetra he would not even touch a weapon to help either side. He would remain neutral. Although Krishna was Arjuna's charioteer, he had promised that he would not help Arjuna by using any weapons. But one day Bhishma, in order to nullify Krishna's promise, exhibited his fighting spirit so magnificently against Arjuna that Krishna was obliged to get down from his chariot. Taking up a broken chariot wheel, he ran toward grandfather Bhishma as a lion runs toward an elephant to kill it. Grandfather Bhishma remembered this scene, and he later praised Krishna for his glorious favoritism toward his devotee, Arjuna, even at the risk of breaking his own promise. 40. Controlled by love, Krishna becomes obliged to the loving spirit of the devotee and not exactly to the service rendered. No one can serve Krishna completely. He is so complete and self-sufficient that he has no need of any service from the devotee. It is the devotee's attitude of love and affection for Krishna that makes him obliged. A very nice example of this obligatory behavior was manifested when Sudam Vipra went to Krishna's palace. Sudam Vipra had been a class friend of Krishna's, and due to his poverty he was induced by his wife to see Krishna to request some aid. When Sudam Vipra reached Krishna's palace, Krishna received him very well, and both he and his wife washed the feet of Sudam Vipra, showing respect to the Brahma. Remembering his loving affairs with Sudam in their childhood, Krishna began to shed tears while receiving him. Another instance of Krishna's obligation to his devotee is described in the 10th canto, 9th chapter, verse 18 of our Madhbhagavatam, where Ukadeva Gosvam tells King Parkayat, "My dear king, when Mother Yad was perspiring, tired of trying to bind Krishna up with rope, Krishna agreed to allow her to bind him. Krishna, as a child, was disturbing his mother by his naughty activities, and she wanted to bind him up. Mother Yad brought some rope from the house and tried to tie up the child, but she could not tie a knot due to the shortness of the rope. She tied together many ropes, but when she finished still the rope was too short. After a while she felt very tired and began to perspire. At that time Krishna agreed to be bound up by his mother. In other words, no one can bind Krishna by any means other than love. He is bound only by obligation to his devotees, because of their ecstatic love for him. 41. All auspicious. A person who is always engaged in auspicious welfare activities for everyone is known as auspicious. After the disappearance of Lord Krishna from this planet, Uddhava began to remember the activities of the Lord and said, Krishna satisfied all great sages by his wonderful pastimes. He demolished all of the demoniac activities of the cruel royal order, protected all pious men and killed all cruel fighters on the battlefield. Therefore he is all auspicious for all men. 42. Most powerful. A person who can always put his enemy into calamities is called powerful. When Krishna was present on this planet, just as the powerful sun drives all darkness to take shelter in caves, he drove away all of his enemies, who fled like owls to take shelter beyond his sight. 43. All famous. A person who becomes well known due to his spotless character is called famous. It is stated that the diffusion of Krishna's fame is like the moonshine, which turns darkness into light. In other words, if Krishna consciousness is preached all over the world, the darkness of ignorance and the anxiety of material existence will turn into the whiteness of purity, peacefulness and prosperity. When the great sage Anrada was chanting the glories of the Lord, the bluish line on the neck of Lord Eva disappeared. Upon seeing this, Gaur, the wife of Lord Eva, suspected Lord Eva of being someone else disguised as her husband, and out of fear she immediately left his company. Upon hearing the chanting of Krishna's name, Lord Balarama saw that his dress had become white, although he was generally accustomed to a bluish dress. And the cowherd girl saw all of the water of the Yaman river turn into milk, so they began to churn it into butter. In other words, by the spreading of Krishna consciousness, or the glories of Krishna, everything became white and pure. 44. Popular. Any person who is very dear to people in general is called a popular man. As for Krishna's popularity, there is a statement in the first canto, 11th chapter, verse 9 of our Madhbhagavatam that deals with his returning home from the capital of Hastinapura. While he had been absent from Devirak at the battle of Kurukshetra, all the citizens of Devirak had become morose. Then, when he returned, the citizens joyfully received him and said, Dear Lord, while you were absent from the city, we passed our days in the darkness of night. As in the darkness of night every moment appears to be a long duration of time, so while you were gone every moment appeared to us like millions of years. Your separation is completely unbearable to us. This statement shows how popular Krishna was all over the country. A similar incident occurred when Krishna entered the arena of sacrifice arranged by King Kasa for his death. As soon as he entered the place, all the sages began to cry, Jaya, 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 which means victory. Krishna was a boy at that time, and all the sages offered their respectful blessings to him. The demigods who were present also began to offer beautiful prayers to Krishna, and the ladies and girls present expressed their joy from all corners of the arena. In other words, there was no one in that particular place with whom Krishna was not very popular. 45. Partial to devotees. Although Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and is therefore not partial to anyone, it is stated in Bhagavad Gita that he has special attraction for a devotee who worships his name in love and affection. When Krishna was on this planet, one devotee expressed his feeling in this way. My dear Lord, if you had not appeared on this planet, then the asuras, demons and atheists would have surely created havoc against the activities of the devotees. I cannot imagine the magnitude of such devastation prevented by your presence. From the very beginning of his appearance, Krishna was the greatest enemy of all demoniac persons, although Krishna's enmity toward the demons is actually comparable to his friendship with the devotees. This is because any demon who is killed by Krishna receives immediate salvation. 46. Very attractive to all women. Any person who has special qualifications becomes immediately very attractive to women. A devotee made the following statement about the queens of Devirak. How shall I describe the glories of the queens of Devirak, who were personally engaged in the service of the Lord? The Lord is so great that simply by chanting his name all the great sages like Anrada can enjoy transcendental bliss. So what can be said about those queens, who were at every moment seeing the Lord and serving him personally? Krishna had 16,108 wives in Devirak, and each and every one of them was attracted to Krishna just as iron is attracted by a magnet. There is a statement by a devotee, My dear Lord, you are just like a magnet, and all the damsels of Vra are just like iron. In whichever direction you are moving, they are following you, as iron is attracted by magnetic force. 47. All worshipable. A person who is respected and worshipped by all kinds of human beings and demigods is called Sarvardaya, or all worshipable. Krishna is worshipped not only by all living entities, including the great demigods like Lord Eva and Lord Brahm, but also by VU expansions, forms of Godhead, such as Baladeva and Ea. Baladeva is a direct expansion of Krishna, but he still accepts Krishna as worshipable. When Krishna appeared in the arena of the Arjamesya sacrifice organized by Maharya Yudhishthira to all present, including great sages and demigods, Krishna became the cynosure, the center of attraction, and everyone offered him respects. 48. All opulent. Krishna is full in all opulences, namely, strength, wealth, fame, beauty, knowledge and renunciation. When Krishna was present in Dvirak, his family, which is known as the Yadu dynasty, consisted of 560 million members, and all of these family members were very obedient and faithful to Krishna. There were more than 900,000 big palatial buildings there to house all the people, and everyone in them respected Krishna as the most worshipable. Devotees were astonished to see the opulence of Krishna. This was verified by Bilvama Gala H. Kura when in Krishna Karamta he addressed Krishna thus: "My dear Lord, what can I say about the opulence of your Vana? Simply the ornaments on the legs of the damsels of Vana are more than Sintmai, and their dresses are as good as the heavenly Pirita flowers, and the cows exactly resemble the Surabhi cows in the transcendental abode. Therefore your opulence is just like an ocean that no one can measure." 49. All honorable. A person who is chief among all important persons is called all honorable. When Krishna was living at Dvirak, demigods like Lord Eva, Lord Brahm, Indra, the king of heaven, and many others used to come to visit him. The doorkeeper, who had to manage the entrance of all these demigods, one very busy day said, "My dear Lord Brahm and Lord Eva, please sit down on this bench and wait. My dear Indra, please desist from reading your prayers. This is creating a disturbance. Please wait silently. My dear Vrua, please go away. And my dear demigods, do not waste your time uselessly. Krishna is very busy. He cannot see you." 50. The Supreme Controller. There are two kinds of controllers, or lords. One who is independent is called controller, and one whose orders cannot be neglected by anyone is called controller. Regarding Krishna's complete independence and lordship, our Madhbh Gavatam says that although Kaliya was a great offender, Krishna still favored him by marking his head with his lotus feet, whereas Lord Brahm, although having prayed to Krishna with so many wonderful verses, still could not attract him. This contradictory treatment by Krishna is just befitting his position, because in all the Vedic literature he is described as the complete independent. In the beginning of our Madhbh Gavatam the Lord is described as Svar, which means completely independent. That is the position of the Supreme Absolute Truth. The Absolute Truth is not only sentient but is also completely independent. As for Krishna's orders not being neglected by anyone, in our Madhbh Gavatam, 3rd Canto, 2nd Chapter, verse 21, Uddhava tells Vidura, Lord Krishna is the master of the three modes of material nature. He is the enjoyer of all opulences, and therefore there is no one equal to or greater than him. All the great kings and emperors used to come before him, offer their gifts and pay obeisances with their helmets at the feet of the Lord. One devotee said, "My dear Krishna, when you order Brahm, now you may create the universe, and when you order Lord Eva, now you dissolve this material manifestation. You are in this way creating and dissolving the material creation yourself. Simply by your orders and by your partial representation of VU, you are maintaining the universes. In this way, O Krishna, O enemy of Kasa, there are so many Brahmas and Ivas who are simply carrying out your orders." 51. Changeless. Krishna does not change his constitutional position, not even when he appears in this material world. Ordinary living entities have their constitutional spiritual positions covered. They appear in different bodies, and under the different bodily concepts of life they act. But Krishna does not change his body. He appears in his own body and is therefore not affected by the modes of material nature. In the 1st Canto, 11th Chapter, verse 38 of our Madhbh Gavatam it is stated that the special prerogative of the Supreme Controller is that he is not at all affected by the modes of nature. The practical example of this is that devotees who are under the protection of the Lord are also not affected by material nature. To overcome the influence of the material nature is very difficult, but the devotees or the saintly persons who are under the protection of the Lord are not affected. So what need is there to speak of the Lord himself? To be more clear, although the Lord sometimes appears in this material world, he has nothing to do with the modes of material nature, and he acts with full independence in his transcendental position. This is the special quality of the Lord. 52. All-cognizant. Any person who can understand the feelings of all persons and incidents in all places at all times is called all-cognizant. A nice example of the all-cognizant quality of the Lord is described in our Madhbh Gavatam, 1st Canto, 15th chapter, verse 11 in connection with Durvas Muni's visit to the house of the Piyavas in the forest. Following a calculated plan, Duryodhana sent Durvas Muni and his 10,000 disciples to be guests of the Piyavas in the forest. Duryodhana arranged for Durvas and his men to reach the place of the Piyavas just when the Piyavas' lunchtime ended, so that the Piyavas would be caught without sufficient means to feed such a large number of guests. Knowing Duryodhana's plan, Krishna came to the Piyavas and asked their wife, Draupadi, if there were any remnants of food that she could offer to him. Draupadi offered him a container in which there was only a little fragment of some vegetable preparation, and Krishna at once ate it. At that moment all of the sages accompanying Durvas were taking bath in the river, and when Krishna felt satisfaction from eating Draupadi's offering, they also felt satisfaction, and their hunger was gone. Because Durvas and his men were unable to eat anything more, they went away without coming into the house of the Piyavas. In this way the Piyavas were saved from the wrath of Durvas. Duryodhana had sent them because he knew that since the Piyavas would not be able to receive such a large number, Durvas would become angry and the Piyavas would be cursed. But Krishna saved them from this calamity by his trick and by his all-cognizant quality. 53. Ever fresh Krishna is always remembered, and his name is always chanted by millions of devotees, but the devotees never become saturated. Instead of becoming disinterested in thinking of Krishna and in chanting his holy name, the devotees get newer and newer impetus to continue the process. Therefore Krishna is ever fresh. Not only Krishna himself, but also Krishna's knowledge is ever fresh. Bhagavad Gita, which was imparted 5,000 years ago, is still being read repeatedly by many men, and still new light is always being found in it. Therefore, Krishna and his name, fame, qualities, and everything in relationship with him is ever fresh. All the queens at Dvirak were goddesses of fortune. It is said in our Madhbh Gavatam, 1st Canto, 11th chapter, verse 33 that the goddesses of fortune are very fickle and restless, so no one can consistently captivate them. Thus one's luck will always change sometime. Yet the goddesses of fortune could not leave Krishna for even a moment when they were residing with him at Dvirak. This means that Krishna's attraction is ever fresh. Even the goddesses of fortune cannot leave his company. Regarding Krishna's attractive features being ever fresh, there is a statement by Rdhr in the Lalita Amdava in which Krishna is compared to the greatest sculptor, because he is expert in chiseling at the chastity of women. In other words, although chaste women may follow the rules and regulations of Vedic principles to become ever faithful to their husbands, Krishna is able to break their stone-like chastity with the chisel of his beauty. Most of the girlfriends of Krishna were married, but because Krishna was their friend before their marriages, they could not forget his attractive features, which were always fascinating to them, even after their marriages. 54. Saksidananda Vigraha. Krishna's transcendental body is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. Sat means ever existing for all time and in all places. In other words, all-pervading in time and space. Sit means full of knowledge. Krishna has nothing to learn from anyone. He is independently full of all knowledge. Nanda means the reservoir of all pleasure. The impersonalists are seeking to merge into the Brahman effulgence of eternity and knowledge, but the major portion of the absolute pleasure which is in Krishna is avoided by them. One can enjoy the transcendental blissfulness of merging into the Brahman effulgence after being freed from the contamination of material illusion, false identification, attachment, detachment and material absorption. These are the preliminary qualifications of a person who can realize Brahman. It is stated in Bhagavad Gita that one has to become full of joyfulness. This is not exactly joyfulness, but a sense of freedom from all anxieties. Freedom from all anxieties may be the first principle of joyfulness, but it is not actual joyfulness. Those who realize the self, or become Brahma Bhta, are only preparing themselves for the platform of joyfulness. That joyfulness can actually be achieved only when one comes into contact with Krishna. Krishna consciousness is so complete that it includes the transcendental pleasure derived from impersonal or Brahman realization. Even the impersonalist will become attracted to the personal form of Krishna, known as Vaimasundara. It is confirmed by the statement of Brahma Sahit that the Brahman effulgence is the bodily ray of Krishna. The Brahman effulgence is simply an exhibition of the energy of Krishna. Krishna is the source of the Brahman effulgence, as he himself confirms in Bhagavad Gita. From this we can conclude that the impersonal feature of the Absolute Truth is not the ultimate end. Krishna is the ultimate end of the Absolute Truth. The members of the Vaishnava schools therefore never try to merge into the Brahman effulgence in their pursuit of spiritual perfection. They accept Krishna as the ultimate goal of self-realization. Therefore Krishna is called Param Brahman, the Supreme Brahman, or Paramvara, the Supreme Controller. R.Y. Munsiriya has prayed as follows. My dear Lord, I know that the gigantic universe and gigantic space and time within the universe are covered by the 10 layers of the material elements, each layer 10 times larger than the previous one. The 3 material modes of nature, the Garbhodaka YVU, the Kairodaka YVU, the Mavivu, and beyond them the spiritual sky and its spiritual planets, known as Vaikuhas, and the Brahman effulgence in that spiritual sky, all of these taken together are nothing but a small exhibition of your potency. 55. Possessing all mystic perfections, there are many standards of perfection. The highest material perfections obtained by perfect yogas are listed as 8. To become the smallest of the small, to become the greatest of the great, etc. All of these material perfections, as well as all spiritual perfections, can be found fully in Krishna's personality. 56. Krishna's inconceivable potencies. Krishna is present everywhere, not only within the universe, not only within the hearts of all living entities, but also within every atom. In the prayers of Queen Kunt we find mention of this inconceivable potency of Krishna. While Krishna was talking with Kunt, he simultaneously entered the womb of Uddar, who was in danger due to the atomic weapon of Avatham. Krishna can illusion even Lord Brahma and Lord Eva, and he can protect all surrendered devotees from the reactions of sinful activities. These are some of the examples of his inconceivable potencies. RLAR Pagazvam therefore offers his obeisances unto Krishna by saying, Krishna, who is present as a human being, has as his mere shadow the whole material nature. He has expanded himself into so many cows, calves and cowherd boys, and he has again manifested himself in all of them as the four-handed and Arya. He has taught millions of Brahmas self-realization, and thus he is worshipable not only by the heads of all universes, but by everyone else also. Therefore let me always accept him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When Indra was defeated by Krishna in the matter of taking the Pirata plant from heaven, and Radha met Indra and criticized him, O Indra, great king of heaven, Krishna has already defeated Lord Brahma and Lord Eva. So what can be said of an insignificant demigod like you? And Radha Muni, of course, was criticizing Indra jokingly, and Indra enjoyed it. In Anrada's statement it is confirmed that Krishna was able to illusion even Lord Brahma and Lord Eva as well as Indra. So there is no question of Krishna's power to do the same to lesser living entities. A description of Krishna's power in minimizing the sufferings of sinful reactions is given in Brahmasahit as follows. Beginning from the great king of heaven down to the end, everyone is undergoing the reactions of past deeds. But a devotee of Krishna is relieved from such reactions by the grace of Krishna. This was clearly proved when Krishna went to the place of Yamarya, the Lord of Death, to reclaim the dead son of his teacher. Krishna's teacher had requested Krishna to bring back his dead son, and to do so Krishna went to the place of Yamarya to claim that soul, who had been brought there by Yamarya and was being kept under his control. Krishna immediately ordered Yamarya, be benefited by my order and return that soul unto me. The purport of this incident is that even a person who is under the regulative principles of the laws of nature, and who is therefore punishable by Yamarya under these laws, can be granted complete immunity by the grace of Krishna. Krishna's inconceivable potencies have been described by Ukadeva Goswami as follows. Krishna is bewildering my intelligence because, although he is unborn, he has appeared as the son of Nanda Maharya. He is all-pervading, but still he is held on the lap of Yod. In spite of his being all-pervasive, he has become limited by the love of Yod. Although he has innumerable forms, still he is moving as one Krishna before his father and mother, Nanda and Yod. In the Brahma Sahit also it is said that although Krishna is eternally living in Goloka Vana, his transcendental abode, he is still present everywhere, even within the atoms. 57. Krishna's body generates innumerable universes. In the 10th canto, 14th chapter, verse 11 of our Bhagavatam, Lord Brahma says, "My dear Lord, false ego, intelligence, mind, sky, air, fire, water and earth are the material ingredients of this universe, which can be compared to a gigantic pot. In that gigantic pot my body is of insignificant measurement, and even though one of the many universes is created by me, innumerable universes are coming and going from the pores of your body, just as atomic particles are seen flickering in the sunlight. I think I am very, very insignificant before you, and I am therefore begging your pardon. Please be merciful toward me." If one takes account of only one universe, he will find so many combinations of wonderful things within, because there are innumerable planets, innumerable residences and places of demigods. The diameter of the universe is 4 billion miles, and it is infested with many unfathomable regions known as PT loss, or lower planetary systems. Although Krishna is the origin of all this, he can always be seen in VND Vana exhibiting his inconceivable potencies. So who can adequately worship such an all-powerful Lord, possessed of such inconceivable energy? 58. The original source of all incarnations, Jyadeva Goswami, in his Gita Govinda, has sung as follows: "The Lord has saved the Vedas in his form as a fish, and he has borne the whole universe on his back in the form of a tortoise. He has picked up this earthly planet from the water in the form of a boar. He has killed Hiranyakapu in the form of Ansiha. He has cheated Maharyabali in the form of Vimana. He has annihilated all the dynasties of the Kshatriyas in the form of Pararma. He has killed all the demons in the form of Lord Arma. He has accepted the great plough in the form of Balarma. He has annihilated all the atheistic persons in the form of Kalki. And he has saved all the poor animals in the form of Lord Buddha." These are some of the descriptions of the incarnations emanating from Krishna, and from our Bhagavatam it is understood that innumerable incarnations are always coming out from the body of Krishna, just like waves in the ocean. No one can even count how many waves there are, and similarly no one can count how many incarnations are coming from the Lord's body. All of these incarnations of Godhead are described in the author's Srimad Bhagavatam, 1st Canto, Chapter 3, 59. Krishna gives salvation to the enemies that he kills. Another name for salvation is apavarga. Apavarga is the opposite of pavarga, or the various miserable conditions of material existence. The word pavarga indicates the combination of 5 Sanskrit letters: pa, fa, ba, and ma. These letters are the first letters of the words for 5 different conditions as described below. The first letter, pa, comes from the word parbhava, which means defeat. In this material struggle for existence, we are simply meeting defeat. Actually, we have to conquer birth, death, disease and old age, and because there is no possibility of overcoming all these miserable conditions due to the illusion of MY, we are simply meeting with parbhava, or defeat.